There you go. Oh.
What are these?
Hold square, hold square, hold square.
What?
Look at the top left.
What happened? What? I don't know what the fuck just happened. Come on, you stupid fucking game. I don't know what happened. You didn't explain anything, and then I die after doing all of that. You wasted my fucking time.
Suck my nuts, Barnaby.
What? Huh?
Work that way. It's a nice little cyberpunk moment. Everything flicker and pop in and glitch out for no reason.
Here's the first move.
Oh my god.
Mighty blows from the word go.
Mamma mia!
Down on the word go. This is a wild one from the word go.
I know, right, announcer? Can we get a clip of that? Like, holy shit. Okay, we got a double kick for this.
How will the type differ?
Is he dead? Oh, fuck. What the fuck? That's just a hole? What? Why is it just a fucking hole right there? Fuck you, Dark Souls 2. Bitch ass. Yes. Let Big Boss in your room for once? Yeah, let him roam.
I'm coming to get ya, spitting out lyrics, homie, I want ya. I came to get down, so get out your seat and jump around.
Thank you.
Please clap.
Stop the raid. Stop the raid.
Please clap.
Thank you again for the donation.
Thank you
all for being here. Thank you. We hit the goal. The kids are gonna get PS5s. Shit.
This is before, like, HGH and stuff, wasn't it? Oh. Good job, buddy. Just fucking falls down the stairs.
Also, I want to know what causes that. Just randomly you get a ledge grab and you launch backwards.
Yeah, everybody knows if you're here for the first time, welcome. My name is Misa, blah blah blah, variety, blah blah. Anyway, I don't like Shawnees like the rest of the Ultra Friends. Well, that's a lie. Not all the Ultra Friends. Like the rest of the Egg Gang.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Dude, I titled the stream Waddle Do Crime? I don't even have fucking Waddle Do unlocked. How did I play for 11 hours on Wednesday, and at no point did I unlock one of the most staple characters in the franchise, Waddle Do?
How you doing, dude?
You gotta change this. Like, look, apparently all I have to do is race on the first course without crashing into anyone. I just didn't do that the entire time I raced on that. All the times I raced on the course on the 11-hour stream, I never once had a race where I didn't crash into someone. I have trouble believing that. Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome. Howdy do and hello, baloo, and all that good stuff too. Swollen double_ dingus coming at you live again with another unfortunate stream. This is the only place where you can come for day 0, day -1 content from me, but actually not get day 1 content. I was supposed to stream yesterday, but then I didn't. I'm making it up now with the day 2 stream. Big ups to the dinguses, the ding-dongs, the dingers, the dongers, the ding-dongs, the swollen double_ones, and expanded style individuals and peoples existing here in the now. And a bigger ups to the dinguses, the ding-dongs, the dingers, the dongers, the ding-dongs, swollen double_ones, and expanded style individuals and persons who may or may not be existing in the immediate and far-flung future, like Shroom Dukem, like Makoto_Simp, like Infamous KS, like Blue William 8, like SCP, like J Frosty Beats, like Golem, like Juzzy51, like Praise That Sun, like the Chris Phoenix. Dingus saved me from DSP. Help! Isn't he doing more virtual yard work today? Big ups, was it Juzzy51, the first person here allegedly? Alright, yeah. I just want to wind down today. I was really fucking washed after the 11-hour situation on Wednesday. So I had to recharge, rejuvenate, and revitalize myself. Obviously, the best way to do that after a day of not streaming is to just stream again. Yes! But I also had a long day today, so I kind of want to unwind. I figure, let me just grind in City Trial tonight. It's like a few hours of that, unlock some more shit on my City Trial board, and on the online board, so you can get some more characters and machines. And I will watch true crime in the background, because that's what the people want. And there's no Arlo videos to watch. Why? Why is Arlo not putting out the Kirby gameplay? Arlo was not streaming Kirby. Arlo didn't put out any impressions of Kirby. Arlo didn't review Kirby. Why is Synthetic Man putting out multiple streams of Kirby Air Riders, but Arlo can't put out any content? Question mark? Let's look up my good friend Shroom Dukem, who I will be playing with in this game tomorrow, along with anybody else who has the game. Let's look at my good friend Shroom Dukem's license. What? Oh wait, X button. Look at it. Is this Kirby Kooming? 24-hour rascal. I do like that title. That does fit you. So he's a designated Cappy enjoyer. We can tell that from the heart icon and the Cappy icon together creates the I love Cappy implication. I agree. I think Shroom does love that character, perhaps a little bit too much. If the implication of sperm is any indication, and he likes vampire manga Kirby. Or no, that's Manga Kirby with wings stapled on. Big ups for the the lovely Montana STW Angel Infamous Gas. Hello, Kai_Aster. Thank you for existing. I hear Gondola. I don't know who this is. Our former friend Gondola is coming back for a revival stream tomorrow. 24-hour stream for the kids, for charity, for the kids. He's doing the extra life thing like I am. He's gonna be giving the keys back. Kai is returning the keys to Gondola, to Gondo, for a one-night return appearance, and it's 24 hours long. You can go over there and you can watch it. And even if you don't have money in your Velcro wallet to support, but even if you did have money, it would be good to go support. But even if you don't have money, you can just watch and lurk and spread the word and spread the news and spread your legs and spread your penis. But thank you. This will be tomorrow, if I am to understand correctly, unless something happened. But I don't think anything has happened, because you probably would have said something and you didn't say anything. So I'm gonna assume that the shit is going on tomorrow. It's like it's a naked. Oh, is that what it is? A naked Meta Knight. Okay, I see it now. It's a naked Meta Knight. That's pretty good. Let's see the other ones. Oh, I like this one. This guy's a 4chaner, I believe. Oh, I like the little sleepy Waddle Dee here. Oh, I know this guy. I think I've been friends with this guy for years, since the 3DS days. I recognize the username. You know how you can import your friends list from like the 3DS and Wii U. There are a couple friends here that I've just had sitting on my friends list since the 3DS days. I've never interacted with any of them. I love beyond playing with them in Nintendo games sometimes. Obviously a lot more often before I started streaming. But I've never said a word to them. Not out of like my disinterest of them, but more just because Nintendo doesn't allow voice chat unless you want to turn on your phone. This guy, Dog. I have been friends with Dog since the 3DS, like 2012 3DS, around there. And I raced with him in Mario Kart World. It's nice to know that people you've never spoken a word to in your life, but you still think they're pretty cool. It's nice to know that they're still alive. And they still care enough to have you on your friends list. Or they don't care enough to delete you. Getting the game next month after Christmas. See, we gotta... Blue William, how do we convince Sangers to get on the Kirby train? We need to felt and destroy Sangers in Kirby Air Riders. Hey Zerpatchy. Hey Goki. I says tomorrow 12 p.m. CST. Oh, there you go. If you want to see Gondola return for one night only, as Kai retreats into his little mech or whatever his fucking new lore is, you need to show up to the Kai Aster stream tomorrow. Nobody streams at 12 p.m. on Saturday afternoons. Whoa. There will be no one else to watch. You will be forced to watch Kai Aster. I want to destroy him in Jamboree as well. Yeah, I'm owed a Jamboree collab.
To induce nightmares.
Oh, this is new clip, I think.
Like when I used to write like horror stories and stuff like that.
Oh, Kaiser Rider now.
After every writing session, I'd have
look at his small
really
little hands.
Nightmares. So I would end up writing
those small,
before bed
evil,
just to,
tiny
like,
hands.
nightmares.
How embarrassing.
I actually enjoy them, but I
Hey,
don't think
Deloria.
I've ever had one like as severe as.
I didn't know you were a writer, Kai. Did you know I owe like 2 writing streams? I'm trying to hope that people forget about that. Okay, let me do the daily ride before it changes. See, technically the Wednesday stream spilled over to Thursday, and even though I didn't actually stream on Thursday, the Wednesday stream just continued into Thursday, so I did the daily rides for both Wednesday and Thursday, but I got like 40 minutes left to do this one. So I need to unlock Waddle Do. Let's just do the daily first. Eagle says I owe a lot more than 2. No, I have this all jotted down on the notepad here. I know what I owe. Yeah, I gotta do my duties. Oh, by the way, I am so glad I showed off the marketplace before the game came out in the West, because guess what? All those cool rides I just showed you, they all got banned. Well, the ones with Kawasaki and the micro bikini, those the two that I showed you of Kawasaki and the micro bikini, those both got banned. They've been removed. So, but look, now we have them historically archived. They are now archived on the Dingus stream. No, Kyogre didn't get banned. I think they're fine with copywritten characters, but Kawasaki and the bikini got felted. That's a big meme in the Japanese Kirby community. Well, explain why I saw more than one of those. Used to do a lot of writing streams back in the day. Had a horror anthology book that I was working on. Oh, okay. You gotta bring those back. So I can steal your ideas. Oh man. Going a day without playing. I've already lost control. I don't know how to play. I'm felted. Why did I choose Transform Star? This is too advanced for me. Anyway, I hope everyone's day is going well. I hope your Friday/Saturday is going as well as it has been going for me. I hope it's found you as well as it has found me. I got Domino's, and I got brisk iced tea. And I got some Pepsi, man. There it is. I like Rick. When I play as Rick, he reminds me of Hamtaro. Electronic speed. Was that a... We got the Rick emote? Ultima Shadow? I think I recognize that username. I like how his special is just running. This technically means that whenever you play as Rick, he's like intentionally nerfing himself. He only goes all out when he builds up the special gauge. Like if Rick wanted to, he could be at full tilt the entire race, but he intentionally nerfs himself because he knows that's the right thing to do. Like, it would be fair to do that. Alright, that Rick's ahead of me. Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty. Rick. 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 Oh no! I don't think we're making it. He's too good. Where's the blue shell item? Hey Astro, I had pan con pollo for lunch. It was definitely worth a dingus if tries it. Yum. Pan con pollos. What, bread with chicken? Oh, I see it. It's like Sonic in a racing game. Whoa, Machine Passage. A nostalgic course is now available. I think I played that online. Okay, well, we got that. I need to beat this one to get Waddle Do. Yeah, El Salvadorian style. I'm not El Salvadorian. Just because I'm brown, that doesn't mean I know everything about every Central American, South American style country. Hey, Zuki Wookie. Zuki Wookie was playing Expedition 33 Claire Obscure last night, and he got the massive Shroom Dukem raid. One of the top down racing achievements is bugged in Air Riders. Which one? Zookster, I hear your favorite game metaphor, Refantasio, got a collab of the century with your favorite institution, round 1.
Oh!
What the hell? Where's the cookie at?
Yeah, I know, that's the thing.
This is like Proto Zuki. This is pre-cookie? Oh, okay. When are you going to round 1 to hoard all the Metaphor Refantasio collab items? You already went once. Yeah, isn't it like you gotta visit multiple times to get all the collab stuff? That's how they get you. All right, who are we gonna use to unlock Waddle Dee? Well, it has to be Waddle Dee, right? And change transform, sir. This is an expert star. I'm not really meant to use this one yet. Chariot. I'm fine with Chariot. Got a protagonist coaster. There's 11. Yeah, I ain't doing that. Can't you just like be friends with one of the employees and just say, "Hey, bro, can I just have all of them?" You can't tell me they're gonna be like, "No, you get number 1. You get only run." No boost pink box for a voting ship. My problem with Wagon Star, which is the one you're talking about, is that when you're on it, like all you want to do is boost because you still got the muscle memory for when you're on the other machines. I think I messed up. I think I'm just supposed to not crash. How do I know if I crashed? Is that just if I hit someone? Does that count as a crash? Yeah, life-size choppers flush my last visit, my third one. Oh, this isn't the top down. Crashes if I hit an enemy. Okay, wait. Okay, well, then I just want to hang in the back then, right? I don't have to win. It says I just have to not crash into a racer, and then I get Waddle Doo. I'm sure there are other ways to unlock them, but this seems like the easiest. No, isn't it just... Oh, finish without oh. I didn't read that. Finish without crashing into enemies. I thought it was Riders! I thought this game was Kirby Air Riders. It is. Wait, does that count? I was trying to suck up Cappy. We're already restarting multiple times. We're so cooked, man. Yeah, I could see why it would be enemies. It's like, everyone's so kookly. Like, how would you ever finish a race without crashing into literally anyone? No! Cappy spawned out of nowhere. It just finished, if I recall, which is why I just spam break on Wagon. You're no-lifing this game, which is what I should have been doing. Why would you ever want to go that way? It seems slower. Infamous says, I tried online Kirby and I'm Garbo. The learning curve is there is a learning curve. I don't know if I would say it's impossible to get around. It's a one-button racer. How hard can it be? But yeah. If you're coming in expecting Mario Kart, you got your Mario Kart muscle memory, you're probably be in for a wild time. It's nothing, you know, like you do the old college try, just crashed into an enemy. Nothing the old college try can't fix. You just gotta give it your all. Obviously, the only goal is to have fun. That's what we're all here for. Imagine not having fun. Oh. Look, it's not my fault when the enemies spawn directly in front of me, causing me to crash into them. Fucking Sakurai, who do you think you are? I want to stay far away from enemies as possible. As I'm trying to race very safely. I don't want to be aggressive at all. Look at the Waddle Dee's constantly respawning like half a second later. No! Right into a Cappy that spawned in. The hardest thing for me is not holding forward. 5 hours played, maybe change opponents to 1, maybe? Less on the screen. Probably should do that. Look, that one's not on me. The Cappy spawned right in front of me. What was I supposed to do? Alright, he took care of those Waddle Dees for me. I see Sir Kibble there just hanging out. I'm gonna completely ignore you. Ignore Waddle Dee. Leave me alone. Knuckle Joe's feeding for me. I don't know who you are. Oh! Alright, here's how we fuck it up. Alright, yeah, see that? The Cappy just randomly spawns in front of you. Always on the 3rd lap. On the left side. I suppose it's not randomly. Look, he pops up out of nowhere if you're not expecting it. Alright, I'm pretty sure I didn't crash into anybody. Is that a Kirby game without enemies spawning in quickly or when they're off screen? Okay, give it to me. There it is! It's Waddle Doo! It's just like the one character I'm missing. It's not, I'm also missing Marks. Alright. I got the character the stream is named after. We gotta try out Waddle Doo. Are people actually playing online now that more people than just Australians have the game? I came in last racing the 4 matches I did online. Well, that's because you're not used to Nintendo Babby games. You just gotta get good, son. You gotta skill up. Now me, I always lose, so I actually have no excuse, unlike you guys. I'm actually no better. Haha! Top down, he did really well every time. To be fair, I was using double random because I didn't know what the unlocks are. Oh, I should, you know, I should do double random. Isn't it? It is a challenge to use random, right? All right, I did owe True Crime. So I am gonna play City Trial, but I will be chilling out, unwinding, maxing, and relaxing to the tune of some guy who killed his parents. Why did they give hammers like Smash for the challengers? I was wondering that too. I noticed the hammers don't exist, but in exchange for that, I noticed that there are multiple challenges that give out the same reward. So they're probably swapping it out for, rather than force you to use the hammers for challenges that you think are too hard. Just do another challenge that gives out the same reward. It's a different way of doing it. Alright, I wasn't kidding either about the guy who killed his parents. I had watched another true crime guy cover this person, but now Dreading has covered him. This is a quote-unquote politician who murdered his parents and lied about it for years. Wow! Right, there it is on the side here. Look, you see my little cursor, my Azura cursor? Actually, let's turn that off. You don't need to see that. You don't need to see what my cursor is. Take that off. Links are allowed. Oh, you've seen some carts on Twitter? Yeah, I showed some off on the Wednesday stream. Hi, Unif. Gonna do some city trial chill while listening to True Crime. The promised True Crime update. This is from Dreading. Politician confesses to murdering parents during news interview. Lorenz Krauss. Sounds like Japanese people trying to pronounce Santa Claus.
Franz and Teresa Krauss were not names known to many beyond their small neighborhood in Crestwood Court. They were...
Oh, wait. Zuki posted the link. What's this guy's name? Oisey? Oisey Slut? Who are these people you follow? Oh, this is Mickey one. I showed off the Mickey. This Miku. I showed off this Miku one on the stream. Yeah, this is one of the ones I looked at. Or at least another similar Miku one that was using this same idea of the paper star. That's pretty good. Alright, let's queue up, and then I'll start the video. But yeah, this guy, politician, he killed his parents. You get it? And he lied about it for years and collected their social security. Big surprise. And he wanted to run for not president? No, I think it was president. He thought he could run for president and felt Trump. While his parents rotted in the backyard and he cashed in their social security checks and then lied to the neighbors and said his parents went back to Germany.
Were elderly, quiet immigrants from Europe. Franz was born in Yugoslavia.
Oh, I didn't rewind. Are we gonna a dinger writer? I'll probably customize stuff eventually. I gotta work on my license. I would like to make a writer. I gotta customize all this stuff. I'll get to it for sure. All right, restarting.
Franz and Teresa Krauss were not names known to many beyond their small neighborhood in Crestwood Court. They were elderly, quiet immigrants from Europe. Franz was born in Yugoslavia and had once been a prisoner of war in a Soviet camp.
Error.
Meanwhile, Teresa had been born in Germany. The pair shared a quiet, comfortable life together, only hampered by the fact that their 45-year-old son, Lorenz, never quite made any...
That sounds like Paradise, Zuki Wookie. Filtered to Westerners, so it's now 90% Japanese users. I bet it's just like purely fan art and just like, I don't know, gacha rolls and otaku posting. None of which you understand unless Grok Auto translates it for you.
Together, only hampered by the fact that their 45-year-old son, Lorenz, never quite made anything of himself. To neighbors, the three seemed like a peculiar but harmless family. They were reclusive, never really stepping outside of their comfort zone, but always seeming content. And then, sometime around 2017, Franz and Teresa simply disappeared. There was no police report, no missing persons bulletin, no public concern.
Yeah, animal
Lorenz
videos
was
as
still
well.
residing at the same home, going about his life as if nothing had happened. Neighbors who asked about his parents' absence, of which there were very few, were told that they moved back to Germany to live out their remaining years. And for the most part, that satisfied them. It was a quiet disappearance, and for years, no one questioned it. But the government did.
Oh, that guy has
Social Security checks
Zora.
and their names continued to arrive at the residence and were quickly cashed. The money meant for Franz and Teresa was being used, despite their disappearance, which caught the attention of federal investigators. By 2025, an investigation into who was cashing their checks was opened, with investigators believing that some fraud was being committed by their son. He was the only...
I had too many streamers, VTubers follow that I had too much drama even if I missed networking stuff. Yeah, apparently, I can sort of relate to that. I don't really use Twitter for much at all. Like, I got the Expand Dong Twitter, but I don't check on it. And, oh, I gotta receive 50 licenses already? I just started. I don't use that for, like, advertising or shilling or anything. It just kind of exists for checking on DSP stuff, and that's kind of it. I don't know, and then anytime I log into it to look at the timeline, it's really just DSP stuff and then sector stuff. So I kind of just, like, over the past year, I just let it rot. I don't really use it unless I just check in on it. And I'm not logged into it anymore on desktop. So the only way I just check on it is if I open up a tweet on my phone, because I'm still logged in on my phone. And yeah, I'll just run into like the same DSP updates that I already get from Ant's server. So I really don't have a use for checking on Twitter like that anymore. It is a shame though, because sometimes I'll see like for example, a streamer that I follow outside of the sector, and they'll have like an update or something, and I won't know anything about it, and they're like, oh, I put it on Twitter, dingus, and then I'm like, oh, that that thing I don't use, okay. Oh, dingus, I put the update on Blue Sky. You didn't see it? Oh, no, I actually did not. No, I really didn't. No, I didn't see it. So in terms of like that, with the I see your issue with the networking. Yeah, it does result in me being more than a little out of the loop. Hey, Pim Pam. Hey, Red Animator. But yeah, that's how I can relate to that. While it does suck, I don't really have an incentive to go back to using Twitter either, because it's not that I have anything against the platform, even aside from the fact that it's dog shit. I don't have anything against Elon Musk. It's not like, oh, I refuse to use it because Elon Musk is a fascist and I am now migrating to Blue Sky. It's nothing like that. It's just, do we really need it? Like, what? It's not exactly like I'm out of. In regards to sector stuff, DSP stuff. It's not like I'm ever out of the loop by not being on Twitter. The same things get reposted everywhere. It's like YouTube or any of the very few limited amount of servers that I'm in. I'm only out of the loop again when it concerns external sector stuff. Which is just like, okay, well, I just go to the person directly and ask them what's going on with the particular update. It's where it gets super depressing if you use it certain ways. Yeah, like it just I don't know. It depends on what you gotta. What is it? What did Doom say? The Doom Twitter. You control the buttons you press. If you want to stop doom scrolling, you can do that at any time. And then you have people. First, you have the dents on one political spectrum. You have alphabet people who take it to the extremes, and it's like you never want to see that. But then you have the other guys on the proverbial team over here that are just as dented, but in their own way. Like, no, I don't want to see Ian Mao's Chungus fucking psyoping while living in Malaysia, LARPing like he lives in America. No, I actually don't care to see that. Thank you. No, I don't want to pretend that guy is cool just because he says right-wing talking points that anybody else can say, that I can get from someone who doesn't pretend like they live in America, but they actually live in Malaysia and continuously LARP like they do live in America. They care way too much about our politics when they can't even say anything about their own because they really want to pretend that they're American. Bro, I hate Elon Musk. It feels like everybody does. Dude, I want to get Elon Musk's opinion on Ian Mao's Chungus. I feel like even Elon Musk can't stand Ian Mao's Chong. Was that a SpongeBob wagon? Hey Amran, he's one of the only people that I've blocked. Dude, tell me about it. There was a brief period. Oh, wait, what is this? Did I have like a secret thing? Did I have a legendary machine? I didn't even realize it. Is this a power? What am I doing? I wasn't even paying attention. Yeah, anyway, I hate the notion that just because you say basic bitch talking points that, like, I can't fucking think you're a dent. It's like, what do we call these? The right-wing dent tractors? That's what I would call them. No, you're just as bad as the other guys. Just know whenever you're arguing with someone on Twitter, it's probably a bot or an inning. I don't know which is worse. That's true. That's true. There have been surveys revealing that many people many people on Twitter are either just straight up botted or they're not even American. Hey, capitalization. I just explained every Maddie stream. Did I? Which one? There are many extremists on both sides, Pimpam. Many extremists. Hey, Coggers. Oh, me talking about someone that's not American talking about American politics. Okay, you're referring that, you're using that as like, oh, Josh is also that. Now, to be fair, Josh was born in America and he's back in America now. He's not freezing his ass off in some cabin anymore. Well, though one could argue Josh has lived much of his adult life outside of America. Therefore, you know, he's perhaps essentially not American anymore. He's earning his stars and stripes back. Come on. We gotta give him a chance. Maybe. I don't know. you may be under the belief that he's gotten too many chances. Which is valid. Which is valid. I won't take that away from you. He never left to Serbia? Really? That's the first time I've seen anyone make that allegation. You're saying he was LARPing the whole time?
4, 3, 2.
Never left Florida, just forced to leave his mother's house? Hey, Cypher710. Hey, Strange Times. Red Mayor says Josh was in Serbia for the longest time. But wasn't Josh genuinely trying to, like, bribe Coach Red Pill into getting him some sort of assistance back when the Ukraine stuff started? Why would if Josh was in Florida the entire time, why would he try to LARP or wrangle Coach Red Pill into the LARP? It's like, I don't believe that. He had to have gone outside of Florida at some point. Oh, what did I get? Normie? Did I read that wrong? Did I just get the normie thing? Did I just get the normie reward? Did the game just call me a normie? Tell me I didn't misread that. The game called me a normie. Wait. Like and subscriber? Oh, I kind of want to use that one. Poyo? Oh my god, that's for all the Redditors out there who like this series. There it is! Normie! Normie! You're a fucking normie! You get it? Fucking normies re. Hey, Bambi Whip. I'm officially a normie. Felt it, bish. I also spoiled myself. So spoilers. This is like a 5-second spoiler. You can mute now. Spoilers. I didn't know Nightmare was in the game. I spoiled myself. I saw a screen cap someone posted. The spoilers are now over. You can now unmute. Hey, D-Scythe. Alright, let's try that again. And, oh, I gotta restart where I left off. Let me go 10 seconds back. That was so fucking cool when I saw it. Dude, he looks so good. I haven't fought him yet. Hopefully we can get him tonight. But he appears in City Trial, right?
Federal investigators by being used despite their disappearance. Seen.
Let's go back to this part.
Years, no one questioned it, but the government did. Long after the couple was last seen, social security checks in their names continued to arrive at the residence and were quickly cashed. The money meant for Franz and Teresa was being used despite their disappearance, which caught the attention of federal investigators. By 2025,
Did you know the vampires in Vampire Masquerades 2 refer to humans as normies? No, I did not know that. I saw someone play that game too, and I still didn't know that. Sasha and Anne's server recently tried it out for free and said it was dog shit. And I trust her opinion on that. Because, like, if you don't like the game when it's free, you're sure as shit not gonna like the game if you paid $60 for it. Hey, Flippy4Man, howdy, what's on the docket tonight? True crime, Waddle do crime, true crime, catch up as I unwind with some City Trial grind.
Investigation.
Oh, I have to unlock him in single player mode? Who's the bald pedo on the gray screen? We're about to find out. He's a Benjamin Franklin impersonator, wannabe politician that tried to run for president, killed his parents, and hit him in the backyard. Nobody knew for years. Cashed in their social security checks too.
and into who was cashing their checks was opened, with investigators believing that some fraud was being committed by their son. He was the only one living at their old address. He was the only one in contact with his parents, and it seemed that he was the only party who could be stealing the funds. On September 23, 2025, a search warrant was served at the Crestwood Court home where their son still lived, the same house where the couple had last been seen alive 8 years earlier. It was there, behind the home, that police made the first horrifying discovery. 2 sets of human remains were unearthed during a search of the property. The remains were found buried just feet apart. Identification was pending, but few doubted whose bones they actually were. The investigation was now a homicide inquiry, and so everyone's attention turned towards the son who still lived at the home. Yet before police could fully question him, Lorenz Krauss came forward on his own terms, and in a surreal twist, contacted multiple news outlets, writing each a 2-page email in which he admitted to burying his parents in the yard.
Asshole.
Hey, Peaches. I was about to say, he wanted attention for himself. He wanted his 15 seconds of fame. Welcome in, Peaches. Hello, hello. And he says, Benjamin Franklin lookalike was up to no good in burying bodies. I'm shocked. Yeah, he was a politician. He wanted to run for president and give... He's going to say this in the interview that he did. But he wanted to give every American $4,000. And this was going to somehow felt Donald Trump. But yeah, he killed his parents, buried them in the backyard, cashed in their social security checks, and he sent out letters to every news station in the area to try to get like their attention. And one news station actually responded, and that is the footage you're looking at here as Dreading talks over it. This is the interview he did with news reporter, and he lays out his manifesto here. But the news reporter actually gets him to confess. Now, because it is a news interview, it's not like your standard interrogation. You know, this guy's like a news anchor, but he's not trained in interrogation. He's not a cop, which might be a good thing for some of you. Who's gonna pull a Smiling Friends joke? This is super stimmy. Aren't I owed $3K from Donald John Trump? It's just a conversation. It gets pretty morbid at the end. I do think, to give a little bit of spoiler, I do think the news anchor does a good job getting him to confess.
The email also included his phone number, which Stone Grissom, WRGB's news director, immediately called. Grissom told Krauss that he would post the 2-page statement to the...
Whoa, thank you, Ikamui, with the Prime! You could have used it anywhere, but you used it here, on me! And I appreciate you for using it here on me, when you could have used it anywhere. Enjoy the emotes and the no ads for another 7 months on a 5-month streak. And they say, greetings, Swolify Vibes. Hello. Swolify Vibes to you too. We're watching True Crime and I'm playing Kirby. Hello, maxing and relaxing tonight. You know how it is. He'll be exonerated once the Dimensional Merch happens and Sonic Roaster, Christine Chandler, Emperor Supreme of Reality, pardons him. You are now no longer guilty, yes. Lazy Casino still on vacation, yeah. I mean, it's not that I'm choosing not to restream them, they just haven't streamed since Halloween. As soon as they come back, I will go back to restreaming. This requires them to come back. I expect knowing them, they'll hold off till Thanksgiving. And they'll do like a big Thanksgiving super show. Because keep in mind, they're Canadian, so Thanksgiving means nothing to them. American Thanksgiving means nothing to them. They're Canadian. They already had Canadian Thanksgiving. So they're going to come back. Triple P will be like a turkey or something. Worski will be like a pilgrim. And they'll make fun of Ralph. Okay, here's the Ralph update. A free Ralph update for the chat. Ralph scammed the GoFundMe. So if you know the Ralph lore, Ralph has always been feuding with Mr. Vickers, the father of one of his baby mamas. Vicious Vickers. So Mr. Vickers recently divorced with his former wife, Mrs. Vickers, and she's apparently seen she's seen better days. She's got a health crisis going on. So Ralph created a fake GoFundMe for Mrs. Vickers. It's debatable whether the funds would have went to Mrs. Vickers in the first place. It was created only out of spite. To spite Mr. Vickers. It wasn't created because he actually gave a fuck about Mrs. Vickers, but he pretended like he didn't make it, and then he was the first donor, and then when people called him out for donating, he did a second donation, but then made it anonymous. And then when people called him out on that, he just started deleting everything. But I don't think the GoFundMe is active anymore. But oh look, I saw this on Twitter. The Whirlipede. I didn't even notice I was riding it. The Whirlipede. It's a Pokemon Whirlipede wheelie bike. Very cool. But yeah, he got called out on it, and then when he was called out, he started deleting everything. Thank you for the hype train. Whoa, buddy. You could win big. Your re-ups count. Let's get the hype train going. Yeah, base Whirlipede. There's a lot of good Pokemon ones. Seems like Pokemon's the most popular subject for machines right now. Gay to delete the GoFundMe. That's your Ralph update. Seems like that's something Jersh would have covered on Net at the Internet today. But you'll never believe this. Here's your Josh update. Josh didn't stream today because, no word of a lie, no exaggeration, he bit on his tongue. He got a tongue injury. He got an injury on his tongue and said he could not stream because of this. So he will stream tomorrow. So I could not get my Ralph update from Josh because he bit his tongue. There you go.
That's not true!
Oh, wow. How convenient. How topical. I didn't sub for 45 months. That's not true. That's not true, man. I think that's probably Peter the King subbing for 45 months there. If you want to know the truth about it. Thank you, Pages and Keem. 24 months. It's tier 1 for a total of 45 months. Wow. Big ups on keeping the hype train going. Let's get some re-ups. Let's get some victories. Like, what the hell? Alright, let me rewind.
Krause came forward on his own terms, and in a surreal twist, contacted multiple news outlets, writing each a 2-page email in which he admitted to burying his parents in the yard. The email also included his phone number.
Yeah,
which
bro, I
Stone
did it.
Grissom,
Lol.
WRGB's
You got
news
me.
director, immediately called. Grissom told Krause that he would post the 2-page statement to the station's website, but only if he came into the studio for an interview. It was there that Lorenz confessed to murdering his parents. So, welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we're going to be discussing the confession of Lorenz Krause, the man who spontaneously sat down for an interview with CBS 6 Albany and confessed to the murder of his parents. In the past...
Imagine being the fucking CBS News affiliate in Albany, New York, and you get the scoop of the century, and a wannabe politician, which is good for your news headlines. You can just straight up say politician. That'll get you clickbait right away. It doesn't matter if he's like a small-time candidate. It just allows you to say politician in your headline. Politician admits to killing his parents and burying them in the backyard, and that will be a true statement. You will be allowed to publish that headline, even if it's a little bit of playing it up, just a little bit, because he's like a nobody politician, but he's still a politician nevertheless. Imagine getting this scoop of the century. This was probably going to define this news anchor's career.
Month since this has occurred, we have received at least 10 emails and comments a day asking us to cover the confession. And after reviewing the footage and going over all the news coverage...
These be called lying tall tales tonight. Look, it's an answer. It's not a lie. Just because you don't like the answer doesn't make it not an answer.
Surrounding the case, it's clear to see why. This interview is deeply unsettling, and the fact that it was so freely given is odd. But
we did our best.
Thank you, Pim Pam. Tier 1 for 16 months. Let's expand the hype train. Woo! Thank you, Pim Pam, for the re-up.
We are, as always. If there's a case you would like to see on the channel or a story you want to bring more attention to, you can let me know by emailing me at dreading.official@gmail.com. We're still going through the email daily and adding your suggestions to our list of topics. But be aware, because we are just 2 people, it will take us some time.
Going through his
Also,
emails
I'm
like
recording
Yandere
this
Dev.
in the same day as another video, so if you still hear the cows mooing in the background, they've been going all day. I have no idea why. But with all of that said, let us begin.
I didn't know this, but this dude apparently lives in like the middle of nowhere, so sometimes you hear like cows in the background of his videos, or at least he claims you hear cows. I have never heard a cow in the video, so his little pop filter, noise gate, whatever, must be pretty good.
The following information is accurate as of November 2025, at time of writing. Unfortunately, there is very little known about Franz and Teresa, but their son has a small but notable history according to the Times Union article.
Thank you guys for the hype train.
Dark
3
journey
gift
from
subs.
valedictorian to
Or
confessed
3
killer.
re-ups.
It should be clarified that he was never a valedictorian. He only said as much publicly because he wanted to seem smarter than
he was... Thank you, Nurgle. He was never a valedictorian, he just said that to sound cool. Is that what I just heard? Hold up, is it Nurgle? Nurgle was talking over it. I gotta hear that.
Krause's dark journey from valedictorian to confessed killer. It should be clarified that he was never a valedictorian. He only said as much publicly because he wanted to seem smarter than he actually was. According to the article...
He lied! He lied! He wasn't even a real valedictorian! Ah, at least Phil was a valedictorian from what he told us. he just said it to sound cool. Alright, Nurgle requested the Shy Guy scene. I just hope everything's working for it. Let me do this. Okay, yeah, I do gotta fix it for here. Don't worry, I can do this on the fly. There you go.
Lorenz Krause appeared on the New Hampshire presidential ballot running as a Democrat. He announced that his goal in running for president was to dissolve the presidency
Democrats
itself.
killed their
Beneath
parents!
That headline-grabbing
Confirmed!
statement was a manifesto that read
This
like
guy
a
represents
conspiracy-laden
everyone on
piece
the
of
left!
propaganda. Krause
Explain!
proposed
Sweep
dividing
for
the
this
United States
now!
into 4 separate regions, claiming this would break the control of the deep state, British agents, Rhodes Scholars, and, of course,
Your
the
response,
Jews.
lefties?
Oh, boy. Okay, unfortunately, his campaign website, banjews.com,
What?
made the message explicit. According to a profile
Wait,
published by Temple University's client.
No. Wait. You can't, wait, he's a Democrat? What? Wait, are we on the wrong party? Oh, wait, you can't say he's a Democrat and then say he runs banjews.com. Quote, banjews.com. You can't say he's a Democrat and then owns the copyright to banjews.com. Now, I want to reiterate for the Twitch platform. I am quoting a website that apparently exists, run by this patriarchal, matricidal maniac. Look, I disavow. I actually have many Jewish friends, if you must know. No, I don't run that website. The demon rats don't like this. I mean, is that why he was disavowed? Is that why they let him? You're saying they let him get felted because he ran that website? That was like the one that they had to sacrifice him to the corn because he ran the website. They couldn't let the big secret get out. Well, let's be honest. The Democrats these days don't really think much of the Jewish people. Isn't that right? So maybe it's right. Maybe him being the way he is actually quite accurate to his party. So, the website doesn't work anymore. I can't imagine why. I can't imagine why the website would be down. Okay, again, this is the website run by this homicidal maniac. I have made no commentary. I've just told you the name of the website.
Oh boy. Okay, unfortunately, his campaign website, banjews.com, made the message explicit. According to a profile published by Temple University's Klein College of Media and Communication, the site was littered with clip art diagrams and pseudo-academic charts linking Jewish people to global conspiracies. On that site, Krause blamed Jewish organizations for September 11th.
And he was on the left.
And outlined what he called the, quote, 7 benefits of...
Wait. The Joes did 9/11?
For September 11th.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Site, Krause blamed Jewish organizations for September 11th.
Oh, no.
And outlined what he called the, quote, 7 benefits of a declaration of war on the Jews. Those who were aware of Krause avoided him as much as possible. Surprise, surprise. He was described as being odd and off-putting.
No, he said,
which
oh
makes
boy.
sense given everything we have already established. Based on his political campaign, his Facebook posts, and general statements, Lorenz seemed to believe that he was all around better than those around him. that he
He
alone
might have
saw
been
the
if he
world
lived
for
in New
what it
York.
was and could effectively change the world for the better. But he was wrong. We're about to go over the 2-page statement that was initially sent out by Lorenz.
Oh,
But
boy.
Before we do that, we have to put a small disclaimer up.
Oh,
of
yeah,
course,
we're
do
not
endorse
heckin'
anything he
racist.
says therein, or agree with any of the points made.
No,
We're
we
reading this
aren't
because it
either,
gives
but by the
insight
way-
into his mental state, which we feel is important to understanding how and why crimes like this occur. So the following is the 2-page letter that Krauss wrote into various news outlets after the bodies were found in his backyard. To everyone who is suffering in this world, Arnold Schwarzenegger teaches that we should make yourself useful. I am open to
Bill's a
talking
beggar?
with all YouTubers that I can since they can present conversations over sound bites. I invented a brain saver medical device concept while at RPI. It is designed to oxygenate the brain in case of drowning or smoke inhalation. I won a $1,000 entrepreneurship prize for it. President Shirley Ann Jackson was fond of noting it in her many speeches. Pausing to note a few things about this. Firstly, is that it would be
He made it the fuck
wholeheartedly
up.
inappropriate for YouTubers to engage with Lorenz specifically. And secondly, he states that this device is just a concept, meaning that he basically
Concept of a
had this
plan.
cool idea for something, then never did anything with it. We looked into
Yeah, he has a concept of a plan, like well, just like Kamala.
meaning that he basically had this cool idea for something, then never did anything with it. We looked into if any moves were made to make the brain saver real, but what we found were a few AI projects with the same name, and an X-ray protection surgical cap. There's no evidence at the time of writing if this idea ever came to fruition, or that he ever made moves to turn the brain saver from concept to creation, but his childlike pride over winning $1,000 over a cool idea is pretty notable. This is for some reason the first thing he brings up about himself, something that he wants people to know about before anything else. So he's uniquely proud of this, which does feel strange because upon inspection, he never made this. He just had an idea and people said, yeah, that would be cool. It's like if you won a prize for saying you want to make a device that cures cancer, that would
You
be
get the prize for
wonderful,
being
but
the
he
idea
didn't make
guy
it.
on the game
And given
dev
that He's
team.
53 years old, he should know that. I feel like it's really important that he knows that. We can assess from this small portion of the document that Lorenz thinks very highly of himself. He wants to make grand public statements because he knows that he is about to get a certain degree of public attention for his parents' murders. He wants to emphasize how brilliant he is, but unfortunately his first piece of evidence that he shows to illustrate that fact does the opposite. Any rational adult can see that, which is indicative of him having some delusions of grandeur. He believes that people will view this as a massive accomplishment, that he is on the same level as a doctor or a dentist. Or a scientist. That's what I meant, scientist. But you know what, dentists are important too, manage a lot of pain. But let us continue. I solved the problem of universals. Philosophers will know what that means. I invented a private cash device called Panobo, managed by Pinda Technology Inc. It is a cash solution to the dangers of central bank digital currencies. Pausing once again, we looked into what Panobo is, and this is the website. We did not click on any of the links on the site because I felt due to how poorly it is made and laid out, I was going to get my data stolen. However, we did go to the certificate tab of the website, where it states that Lorenz,
Probably a good idea
rather
to
than
not
being
click
the
any of the
inventor
links.
Panobo, is merely a lead investor, and that he made the website himself. It's kind of cool. So this is the kind of work he puts out, which leaves a lot to be desired.
Pim Pam says, wasn't there a New York shooter shut up a market because of something similar? Look at Joe's reasoning involved infographics about them. The Buffalo shooter? I think that's what you're talking about. I didn't read too much into what the guy's manifesto was, but I'm pretty sure that was over the Joes. It was either the Joes or the Indians, but it must have... No, it would have been too long ago for it to have been Indians.
And if I had a sponsorship with Squarespace or whatever other website building platform, I'd probably use it now. Again, it's notable how Lorenz speaks about Panobo versus what it actually is. In his mind, because he made it, it's a solution to a massive problem. He sees himself as a genius entrepreneur and developer, fixing problems that most people don't even realize exist. But he continues, everyone has a stake in this and more. The most important law in America is the NYS Ratification Law, 1788. It teaches that the people may resume the powers of government whenever it is necessary
I prefer
to their
1738.
happiness. Number 1, our happiness is law. Number 2, the law is what is best for the community. And number 3, is it best for the community to have our government in the hands of domestic enemies? No. This is why we need a board of trustees to assure self-government, as well as the law and quality of life. With this law, we can have irregular constitutional change with after-the-fact public support, as Jefferson taught. On the basis of law, I declare the creation of the Board of Trustees of New York and one for the federal government. I am the initial trustee of both. Great. But he's on the Board of Trustees for New
you're
York
running
and
everything?
the federal government, so he's in charge of everything, so he cannot be found guilty of murder. I guess this video is over. Subscribe to our Patreon.
I now declare myself not guilty.
The video continues, but we're now stumbling into a pretty pressing issue, and that is the fact that Lorenz believes somehow he has the knowledge to save America. What we begin to see here is a dangerous psychology of self-anointed saviors, men who start with ideas that sound like attempts at reform, but gradually devolve into grand illusions of world-changing importance. He believes that his own political ideals and notions are so revolutionary that he should be placed in charge of all the decision-making. Lorenz's written statement reveals a man who no longer sees himself as a participant in society, but as the only one capable of rescuing it. He positions himself as the singular voice of reason in a nation he believes has gone mad. This kind of thinking is not new, nor is it unique to Lorenz. It's the same mindset that fueled figures like Nathan Larson, whose own manifesto reads like the ravings of a man trapped inside of an echo chamber of his own creation. For those unfamiliar, Larson was an internet figure who gained brief notoriety for running for public office on a platform of openly advocating for child abuse, and later acting on those same beliefs by kidnapping a minor he groomed online. He lived entirely in digital shadows, surrounded by people who mirrored his sickness. His quote support network
So like
was
if
an
Nick
illusion
Bates
of
became a
forum
politician
posts and
then.
usernames, and his ideology became a substitute for genuine human connection. Because there was no one to tether him to reality, they became swept up in grand illusions about themselves. They are simply unique and better than those around them. If you're interested in our coverage of Nathan, I will place a video we made on him in the description box down below. Lorenz's delusion presents itself through the belief in his intellectual superiority. He sincerely believes he's been chosen by fate to fix the broken machine of modern civilization. It seems that Lorenz's focus is on how to improve the world from his point of view, which can be a noble pursuit, but because he is so detached from society and then reality, he's under the firm belief that only he has the power to fix everything, that everyone else is either too stupid or too corrupt to make the changes that he would make. It's a fairly narcissistic perspective, and one that often leads down a path of death and destruction. When someone starts believing that only they have the power to save the world, the next logical leap is that all of their actions, no matter how depraved, are justified. If you truly believe that everyone else is too stupid or too corrupt to fix what is broken, then any action you take, no matter how extreme, becomes righteous in your own mind. He continues, I must note that a domestic enemy is an oath-bound officer or official who betrays our sovereignty to the British and their colony Israel. All Zionist politicians are domestic enemies. By this, we attain a national repudiation of Zionism, which the public desperately needs and increasingly wants. We need a board of trustees to save our country and restore our sovereignty. Rhodes Scholars are domestic enemies. Kathleen Hochul aided and abetted an enemy into high office. Rhodes Scholar Delgado. This makes the governor a domestic enemy. Her privilege to hold office is void, as are the senators who approved this nomination, as is that of Letitia James. I don't know why Donald Trump can't say that. Could have gotten out of his problems a long time ago, but he wants attention. Unfortunately, Donald Trump said it sounds good for the U.S. to fall under the British Empire.
Sounds good.
Donald Trump
Doesn't
repudiated
work.
his oath of office by repudiating our form of government, as well as our constitution and our sovereignty. Repudiation is resignation. Elon Musk's son was right. Trump is not the president. His military orders are illegal.
yes, he is.
Trump did not prove that politics is negotiable. Everything runs on money. Churches, corporations, and colleges. They will dance to Trump's tune for money. I would like to get Trump back on the right track. First, he must be rehabilitated. Without that, his oath of office is void. Justice Roberts is a domestic enemy for giving the oath
We need to
Trump,
mentally
knowing he was found
rehabilitate
to be a
Trump.
domestic enemy in Colorado courts. Domestic enemy budgets are legal budgets, and the bonds produced are legal bonds, poison bonds. This violates
We're gonna send him
securities
to a
law
spa or
for all
something?
who trade U.S. debt. This is why you need a board of trustees to clean up the crisis. The board of trustees will have prosecutorial immunity. In return, I will answer all questions in this police manner. I would like to thank the investigators for their patience and abilities. Okay, so pausing once again to state that this was the main crux of what he wanted. All the political ramblings and statements were all meant to justify the fact that he believes he should be given prosecutorial immunity. His goal is to convince the general public that he is their savior, and that he alone has the know-how and ability to look at the system and fix it. And the cost of him doing that is the public ignoring that he killed his parents and buried them in his backyard. He frames this almost as a favor to the public and the police, that we would hear that.
Well, it wasn't just he sees it as not just a favor or a public service to the public. He also sees it as a favor to his parents. I'm gonna get into that a little bit later.
He won an award one time and made a non-functioning website that looked so terrible that no one would ever use it, and let him off the hook for parenticide. That kind of logic doesn't exist in the realm of reason. It sits between narcissism and delusion, as Lorenz's self-image has become so inflated, so detached from consequence that he no longer perceives guilt as real. To him, this is just a misunderstanding, one that most people would understand if they simply listened to him, the smartest guy in the whole
Why
wide world.
don't you
It's not
listen
hard
to
interpret
me?
This as a break from reality, at least on some level. However, while Lorenz's behavior appears delusional on the surface, it doesn't necessarily indicate that he's detached from reality in the clinical sense. A break from reality in psychological terms usually implies a person can no longer distinguish between what's real and what isn't. He understands what's real. However, he's interpreting the world and his actions through the warped lens of his own ego. So while his behavior may look delusional, it's actually the logical endpoint of his personality structure. He isn't broken from reality, but he's attempting to bend it to his will. Extreme narcissists like Lorenz often build an internal logic that is perfectly consistent within itself. However, it just doesn't align with the rest of the world. But alas, he unfortunately continues. When the public is in favor of a board of trustees, for the right reason of protecting our sovereignty, the board of trustees will pay everyone
Suspect
in
stated that he
support
told his parents to
$4,000.
buy the figure.
Great. If we hand over political power to this guy, he's going to pay us $4,000. That would be so helpful. So never mind
that's
everything
his
else that I
plan.
said. He continues, I'm making myself.
I told you, that's his plan. He's gonna give everyone another stimulus for exactly $4,000. Wow. If fucking Ben Franklin of the modern era gave me $4,000. Look, I'm not gonna say no. 4K is 4K, but he says like that for every American that would just solve all of your problems. Exactly $4,000. Yeah, I guess I would have my bills covered for a few months maybe. I wouldn't have to worry about like, I don't know, my $80 Switch 2 game purchases for a while. my phone and internet bill would be covered for a couple of months. Maybe even up to a year. I don't know. I don't have a calculator right here. I can't do the math up right away. I can't do it in my head because I'm playing Kirby and I'm too dumb.
Unfortunately continues. When the public is in favor of a board of trustees, for the right reason of protecting our sovereignty, the board of trustees will pay everyone in support $4,000. Great. If we hand over political power to this guy, he's going to pay us $4,000. That would be so helpful.
That's what your
So
freedom's
never
worth,
mind
right?
everything else that I
$4,000?
said. He continues, I'm making myself useful for the right reasons. As long as I am innocent until proven guilty, I am fit for office. If the public doesn't want a board of trustees, I would like to be prosecuted under German law.
Oh, that's another thing of his.
Blacks would get a better deal under this kind of law than British law. Muslims and Jews have their special cutouts too. Okay, so pausing again, I had to look up what Warguild law is, if I'm pronouncing.
Yo, yeah, this is another gimmick of his that'll pop up in the interview. If he is to get prosecuted for his crimes, he would like to be prosecuted specifically under German law because he thinks that's more fair to him or something.
Cutouts too. Okay, so pausing again, I had to look up what Warguild law is. If I'm pronouncing that correctly, who knows? But it's an ancient law concept that translates to man price or blood money. It stems around the idea that there is a general price for everything, including someone's life. So say if one person killed—
Went to the casino and won double what I bet. Big ups, big ups. We do love a good Swole of 5 slots W. Great to hear, great to hear. They're trying to get me to come in on Black Friday for the bonus promo money, baby.
No, you fucking idiot. I'm gonna be working, and then I'm gonna be streaming, you fucking moron.
Killed or injured another, instead of facing imprisonment
You gotta
or
go on the cheap
execution,
slots,
they would
yeah.
pay a set amount of silver or gold to the victim's family. At the time it was used, early tribal societies lacked centralized governments or police forces, so blood feuds between families could spiral endlessly. One family would
had
kill the
Fields
other.
and the
The
McCoys.
other remaining members of the family would plan to kill the rest of the family, and so on. But if the offending family was forced to pay an amount equal to the price of the members that were slain, it was thought to stop the cycle of violence and revenge. Warguild law hasn't been used since the 12th century, but Lorenz, ever so brilliant, thinks that he can pick and choose his own consequences. He continues, I recoil at the thought of being
Man, things were
prosecuted
so
by a
fucked back then,
German-hating
huh?
regime.
Yeah, I killed your bitch, but I have decided for myself, and hopefully you agree, her life was worth, man, what's in my pocket? $19. And this is the 12th century, so that's worth like a fuck ton. So we're even Steven now, right? Hello, Night Zoomer. Hello, GPM. Hello, Enza Win. Have I heard the iDubbbz update? No, I have not. What is the iDubbbz update? GPM says, oh, Dingus Fire Emblem Warriors is too grindy. Got 3 characters level 40. Grinding the others take too long. Bro, they go, just to tell you, bro, they go way higher than 40. I'm just gonna warn you right now. It is a grindy game. I spent most of, it was one of the first Switch games I got, so I spent a lot of, what was it? It would have been college era Dingus. I spent a lot of college era Dingus days on that game.
By a German-hating judge. My true peers are family, friends, and fellow Volksavers, and good Germans who understand the concept of doing one's duty. And
yeah, I
those
like
who
Three
have
Hopes more.
experience with Warguild law. This might require a special law to accept, but we don't have a governor or state legislator to pass it. Every elected official has.
Oh, iDubbbz wants normal Twitch subs instead of Prime subs. Well, that's okay because he's not anyone's like primary. Even the people who like him. Like, would iDubbbz really be the primary, your primary streamer? Like, oh, that's the guy I give my Prime to. I don't know. Maybe he's at a couple of dents that do that. Okay, I assume 2 reasons for this. This is 2 reasons. The Dingus, big dick Dingus prediction. This is either because he gets a bigger cut from full normally paid subs instead of Prime subs. Prime subs probably pay him less. Or he's boycotting Amazon, but it's a fake boycott. He's too much of a pussy coward to stop using Twitch, period. You know, because Twitch is owned by Amazon. So he doesn't want Amazonian blood money, but he doesn't not want it enough to make him want to stop using the platform that he is on. The judge was anti-German, you say? Interesting! It was a kangaroo court! He's got the reverse bag.
Guys, I really don't want any money today. Like, I really don't.
Got 3 Hopes Warriors. Hopefully that one's easier to get. Awakening game and stuff. I gotta Google items to see where to grind. Fun game, though. No, it is fun. It's just a very much a turn your brain off kind of game. 3 Hopes has an actual story going on because it tries to retell the story of Fire Emblem 3 Houses just in a different way. It's not like a direct retelling. A lot of stuff changes with the plot. Some of which I would say is for the better and more fleshed out than some things in 3 Houses. Depending on what route you went. Like, I think Edelgard's route in 3 Hopes is better than her 3 Houses route. Even if that's even considering the fact that it pretty much doesn't have an ending. I don't want that money. I shouldn't say this. DSP wouldn't use it. Is it a reverse? The Jedi mind trick reverse Pygnosis?
Nah, you guys don't want to give me money. You guys shouldn't give me money. I don't deserve it. No, don't open up your Velcro wallets. I've done nothing to deserve your cash.
Be like it's basically a pity party bag.
Oh, like, I don't deserve your money. I haven't done anything to deserve it. Oh, it'd be so awful if someone gifted 5 subs right now. I wouldn't know what to do.
To accept, but we don't have a governor or state legislator to pass it. Every elected official.
Yeah, the Warrior
has a duty
story
to
for the first one is just there to be there. It's not canon, it's fan fiction.
Trustees, and I know what to do. This is why I am the initial trustee. I have paintings to sell to support the families I support in the Philippines. Each painting is $454,000. I agree to profit by nothing except minimal living expenses. Please care for Analana Arnaez and our Penda.ph and
what is this
Bonobo
video?
Biz team.
Oh, sorry. I
They
keep
can
zooming
accept-
in when I don't need to. It's because if you double click, it zooms in, and sometimes I click twice to pause. This is a politician. He is confessing to murder. He killed his parents and buried them in the backyard while running for president in New York. He had a little small campaign in New York to run for president. Said he would give everyone $4,000. $4,000 and said that we needed to rehabilitate Trump. But yeah, he was cashing in his dead parents' social security checks. He told the neighbors that they moved to Germany. He put out a manifesto. He got caught. They were, of course, Uncle Sam was wondering why these dead motherfuckers were still getting their social securities cashed. So they went to investigate, found the bodies in the backyard, and rather than say nothing at all,
this wannabe politicians, he couldn't keep his mouth shut and sent letters to all the news stations in the area, and CBS in Albany reached out to him, and rather than have an actual interrogation with the cop, he went to the CBS affiliate and spoke with the news anchor, and they just ended up doing an interview where he just, during the interview, flat out admits that, yeah, I killed my parents and I buried them in the backyard. Yes, it's all in the manifesto, which you should read right here on my suspicious website. But yes, there's a lot to this. We're not even. Oh man, we're barely into this. This goes into the whole interview. It's actually really good. The news anchor isn't trained like an officer is in doing interrogations. But I do think he does a good job. He gets a confession out of him. Like, objectively, he did a good job.
High-interest loans repaid in Panobo. You will find her on Facebook. Sincerely, Lorenz Krause. What is this, Carmen San Diego? What are the Philippines? Why are we going to the Philippines? Okay, so that was his statement, but the following day he would make his way to the news studio and would sit down with reporter Craig Floyd to talk about the bodies being found in his backyard.
Oh boy.
Something that is important to note before we start watching the footage is the fact that every other time we have covered an interview of this sort, it has been done by a trained interrogator. They may have been poorly trained or have done their jobs terribly, but at the very least, they make their money sitting across from criminals and have a general idea of how it should be done. That is not the case here, so we'll see how this goes.
All right, Lawrence, well, thanks for sitting down with us. We really appreciate it. We'll get to the statement, but first
I think the reporter did a good job. You can see for yourself.
And now the more recent events. Take me back to the summer of 2017. What happened to your parents?
Uh-oh.
Already, Chris is doing a phenomenal job. He talks to Lorenz with a certain degree of respect, which caters to his ego. Lorenz wanted to go to the
No, see, I told you he does a good job. It's like, okay, yeah, thanks for speaking with us. Yeah, fuck your manifesto. What happened to your parents?
news station to talk about his statement, how he should be put in charge of the nation's board of trustees, or whatever the fuck. But Craig is able to immediately pivot the conversation to being about his parents. He does so in a way that is so professional and courteous that it would be hard for Lorenz to become defensive. Even though this isn't what he's came here to talk about,
he's
more
concerned
likely to
trolling.
talk about his parents' deaths because Craig
Don't tell
is treating him
iDubbbz,
like
he's
an equal
concerned trolling.
instead of the ridiculous Ben Franklin lookalike that he is.
My mother wrote me a note, which the police must have now.
Oh, the note. You won't believe the note.
Road. I'm not Whitehall, Wolf Road. And she fell down on her face. And she had, when I saw her...
To paraphrase what he's about to say, he's gonna say his mom left a note, and the note said, "Oh, I'm suffering so much. You need to kill me. You need to grab a pillow and suffocate me right now. I fell on my face one time, and now I'm just suffering so much, and my health is ailing, and I'm basically already dead."
Are eternal.
What? Thank you, GPM, Guitar Punk Master, for a tier 2 for 24 months. Ladies and gentlemen, that's 2 years of GPM positivity. Ah! Thank you, GPM. Thank you for the tier 2 positivity. Whoa, one of the few dingus tier 2s. We appreciate you all the same. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that was the thing. No, it really was. The letter is, I'm in so much pain. 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 I'm in so much pain.
A week or so later,
thank you.
Yellow and green, black and blue marks on this, and she wrote that down.
Oh yeah, yeah. Don't do your subs through the app. Yeah, always do browser on phone.
That became a problem because when elderly start to fall down, the time comes that they start to, beginning of the end. And
so you hear that, right? She fell down once, and his rationale is that was the beginning of the end, so she needed to die.
My father.
That's where we're getting. That's where we're headed.
Cataract surgery, and he lost his vision to double vision, so he couldn't be he couldn't drive. So they were losing their independence and so forth. And my mother had a brother who had Alzheimer's, and my father had a sister who had Alzheimer's. They were both in nursing homes. My mother had a second sister who...
See, the preamble is to explain why he did it. Oh, everyone in my family is sick.
I didn't want to see them suffer like my sister
They
did.
put catheters into you. They rip your teeth out to try to keep you, the whole 9 yards. So this is in the back of my mind.
Pausing here as Craig interjects to keep the interview going. Had this been a police interview, they should have let the silence hang there for a bit, just to see if he would continue with his thoughts, or to increase the psychological pressure on the Wrens. But let's review what this sockless buffoon has just said. When asked about his parents' actions in 2017, when they were last seen, he brings up how his mother had fallen while on a walk. This, alongside the fact that his father had recently had cataract surgery and no longer could drive, indicated to the Wrens that their health and overall well-being was in stark decline. He viewed them having relatively small health problems as being the beginning of the end, and goes on to describe how each of them had siblings that went...
Beginning of the end is such a... It's such a disconnected, heartless, soulless way of putting it. It's like something like DSP would say, oh, it's the beginning of the end. Oh my god, it's time to put her down. It's like, no, he's not even... This is your mom. This is your father. These are the people who raised you. That's how you respond? You're like, okay, I may as well just unplug the life support right now. Like, what the fuck? Because they're gonna die later, and it's gonna cause me so much more pain and trouble. I may as well just kill them now. Who thinks like that? Who actually thinks like that? Like, unless this motherfucker was abused, and even then, you'd have way more problems.
As being the beginning of the end.
Is this why Phil had to put down Bugs Bunny? Bugs Bunny sprained just one little lucky rabbit's foot. It was the unlucky rabbit's foot. He sprained his unlucky rabbit's foot. Phil was like, okay, it's time to put down the rabbit. Because, like, let's be honest, Cat, it's basically just going to cause us nothing but trouble. We're going to have to pay for the hospital bill. Like, I already don't want to pay for Jasper's blood work. I'm going to have to pay for the medical bills. You know, we don't have insurance for the pets. Like, I don't care anymore about Bugs Bunny. He served his purpose. Let's just fucking kill him. This is so crazy. Goon says, hello, Goon. Dingus, I heard rumors that you will get the new Sonic card game when Pac-Man is added. Yes, I've said that publicly on stream. Yes, I will. It's going to $45 for Black Friday. So I will acknowledge on stream that I have seen that Sonic Racing Crosswords will be $45 for Black Friday. Now, I did say I would prefer a $20 discount. I might even go for $30. The thing is, Goon, it's still not going to come with the DLC. So $45 for the base game, but you still got to do the DLC. The DLC is $20, so it's still like $65 for the complete package. Pac-Man is paid DLC. I'm sure if I just hold out a little bit longer, mainly when Pac-Man is actually released, I assume by then it'll be like, it has to be at least like 40 by then, right? Maybe not 40, but like 30. Maybe the DLC will be discounted. I'm willing to wait. I am in no rush. What if they release it under the total package? They give out the complete edition with some extra shit. And it's like, if you already have the game and you want to get the extra shit, it's like, oh, I gotta rebuy the whole game. Then I'll be like, joke's on you. I don't even have the game at all, so I benefit the most from this. Depends if you want to miss the Pac-Man event and lose out on the title and horde. Look, if the Pac-Man event begins, I don't want to miss it. I don't know if they'll ever rerun the character. They probably will. But like, at that point, I'll just accept whatever price is at. But I just have a good feeling, because I know they're doing these in order. I got a gut feeling telling me that if I hold out a bit longer, they'll be a cheaper price than $45. It's a Sega game. All you have to do is wait.
Surgery and no longer could drive, indicated to the Wrens that their health and overall well-being was in stark decline. He viewed them having relatively small health problems as being the beginning of the end, and goes on to describe how each of them had siblings that went into nursing homes and required a certain amount of care. He frames nursing homes as if they are torture chambers, and shows quite a bit of visible disgust when talking about them. If we were to follow his line of logic, he means to say that his parents' apparently poor health and loss of independence in their old age was the motivation behind the murders, that he was putting them out of their misery like a bird, and almost being charitable by killing them, burying them in the backyard and cashing their checks. But it's notable that even in his retelling, his parents seem to be in fine health, Sure, his mother had fallen and given herself a few black eyes, but she was still mobile and active. She wasn't housebound.
No. She was
unable to take care of herself.
basically bedbound.
Meanwhile, his father had had surgery on his eyes and could no longer drive, but overall was generally well. Neighbors and records suggest the couple retained a degree of independence. They weren't bedridden, housebound, or incapable of self-care in the way Lorenz would have you believe. The discrepancy matters because it exposes a choice in interpretation. Ordinary aging can be read as dignified vulnerability or as intolerable weakness, depending upon who is doing the reading. Lorenz chooses the latter, and that choice tells you more about him than them. The only thing that stands out is the fact that at their age, they might have needed more help from their 45-year-old son who still lived with them. Maybe
that's
they'd
the
asked
real
him
problem.
to take more active roles in the home, driving his father to appointments or just taking care of the house.
Yeah,
they
he
didn't
couldn't do
require
that.
care per se, but they just needed help with some tasks
Found
every
your
now
weak
and then. When a 45-year-old adult, Ben Franklin IRL, is still living at home and becomes the primary helper for
Thank you, infamous KSD 10-bit cheer. Dinger, as a true crime connoisseur, do you think you get away with murder? Absolutely not, no. Because here's the problem. I won't be the only connoisseur of true crime. Everyone will find out about my crime, and then there'll be autistic people on YouTube trying to dissect my every move. I won't be able to outsmart them. Remember, JF Garepi tried to do it, and then he started getting A-logged by fucking wine aunts in Canada. So no, I would not get away with murder. Sonic Wood All DLC is 63 for PC or Epic Store, so I think that will be the sale part for the most part until next year. Yeah, Sonic's not gonna. We already got confirmation Sonic will not be added till 2026. So yeah, I don't even have to worry about it till then. They didn't specify what month, but they did say 2026. That could be January, that could be February, that could be March. I wouldn't fuck it up, I'm too clumsy. I got butterfingers, I just get my fingerprints everywhere. Is JF Greppy in prison? No, he got away with it. They basically gave up on the investigation. He claims he's been actively cooperative with them, and the police have had no updates on the case. It must really sting if you're if you're one of Mama JF's family members.
For his aging parents, the dynamic flips. Tasks that once fell onto the older generation are now rooted to the child, and one would hope that someone nearly 50 would be reliable, or something. But that was too much for Lorenz. He viewed them relying on him, possibly for the first time in his entire life, as them being helpless and pathetic. And that was enough for him to take their lives, it seems. He casts nursing homes as grotesque institutions, and in doing so, frames his act as a merciful alternative to that fate. He's genuinely trying to state that he is a good guy for killing his parents before things got worse for them. That helping them take care of their daily lives, getting them a live-in nurse, or putting them in a care home would be less preferable to their death at his hands. But there is something else that's interesting about Lorenz, and that's how lame he is. I don't mean that to be cruel.
He's lame.
Rather, this is a man who wants to be placed on the Board of Trustees for America and New York. He wants all decision-making to be run through him, because he is the only one brilliant enough to think of some real solutions. And yet, when he was given access to the biggest platform that he could get, he showed up looking like just some guy who went on a run. Like just some runner who didn't know he was going to be interviewed this day.
He's just some
He
guy!
presented himself and what he wore to tell the American people to give him control of the government. You know what, sure, give this guy emergency powers like he is the fucking Senate, and maybe he'll strike up a solid trade relationship with the Naboo. How about that?
So you didn't want to see them deteriorate and go through that, did you?
And I'll mention, the police know about my sister and having to see my sister die from cancer. I was 16, she was 14. Go through 9 months or so of, the agony of cancer patients.
So did you kill your parents as a mercy killing to put?
You like how he doesn't even. I told you the reporter's pretty good. He doesn't even let him get away with his interpretation of it. It's like, oh, so you're saying you killed your parents because they told you to do it. So you did it as a mercy kill. You just loved your parents so much. It's like he kind of plays into it, but it's like you know what he's after. I think you can get away with murder, but it would be just do it. If you kill someone you want dead, that's already getting you investigated. Oh, goon just means like just go on a road trip to some state you will never revisit ever again, hopefully. Go to Idaho, go to
go to a ghetto in Idaho and just shoot someone walking on the street at like 2 a.m. and just drive off as fast as you can. In fact, already be going at 80 miles per hour, have the gun out, you're riding shotgun, your buddy's driving 80 miles per hour, you're driving down the ghetto streets, you see the guy walking, and you just shoot. You go for the fastest shot you can do. You will not be caught on any ring cameras or store cam. You're going too fast, and that's how you get away with it. You just never go back to Idaho. Suffer, potato farmer.
Go through 9 months or so of.
Oh yeah, don't bring a cell phone.
Cancer patients.
So, did you kill your parents as a mercy killing to put them out of their misery?
How are you gonna answer that?
With us.
I know.
You can be honest.
The statement that I put on your website.
The statement doesn't mention that.
I know.
Oh, the statement doesn't mention that.
From you.
Yeah.
What did you do to your parents?
Statement doesn't mention that. What did you do?
Property.
You buried them in the backyard.
He admitted it.
Of that house in Albany.
Right.
What?
At what? Hear from you.
Yeah.
What did you do to your parents?
I buried them in their property.
You buried them in the backyard.
Easy
of
money.
That house in Albany.
Right.
Well, F-Zero's coming, guys, I swear.
Did they become deceased?
I need to see a calendar sometime August 2017.
And did they die at your hand? That's the question.
Right. I'll have to leave it for that statement.
But that's not in the statement, and I think it's important for people to know what happened to your parents.
Oh yeah. It's
They were
very
your parents.
important that they
You
know the
loved them.
truth.
They were deteriorating. What did you do?
I will.
Don't tell me you're going to leave it to the statement, because it's not in the statement. What did you do to your parents?
What did you do?
Lorenz
What
wants
did you
to talk.
do?
He's
What
excited
did
to
you
have this
do?
platform,
Tell
as
us
evidenced
what
by
you
the
did.
Sly, shitty little smile he has on his face every time he starts a sentence. And that's why this sort of pressure being put on him works. If he was genuinely trying to avoid talking about his parents' deaths and his role in that, he would have stopped the conversation the moment it was brought up.
Yeah, he wouldn't have even showed up. He wants to talk about what he did to his
Had
parents.
this been a normal police interview, the interviewer drilling him this way would not have been nearly as effective. But Lorenz's ego is telling him that he's in total control. He believes the general public is watching him speak with rapt attention and agreeing that his mother falling over once was reason enough to murder her. Yeah, Lorenz, this is great. In his mind, the interviewer could not possibly...
Like a person with survival instincts here would just end the interview, or they would not have showed up. They would not have sent letters to every news station in the area begging to share their story. This guy obviously wants to hear himself speak. So when he gets pressed like this, he still wants to speak. He thinks he has control of the conversation. He thinks he can steer it in a way that could convince the reporter that it was, all in the name of goodness, the goodness of his heart, mercy killing his parents because his mom fell down one time and his dad had like a little surgery or something. Like they could still move around, they could still walk, they could still do tasks. They just need his help every now and again because they're getting older in their elder years. If Phil still lived in Connecticut, he'd be in the same situation right now.
Get him to say or do anything that would make him look bad because he's so much smarter than they are.
It's like Phil saying he can't tell you what the goal is. You have to use the goal command instead of like when he could just tell you what the goal is. I already said that in the highlighted video. Go watch that. I'm not repeating myself.
My goal is for the American people to recognize that there's 40 million boomers. They're all going to go through the same kind of problems.
He wants to kill all
it affects
boomers.
all of us, and we need to
That's what he's saying.
widen up the law so that people can deal with these kind of problems in a humane way, in a whatever way that people can deal with.
Go to Canada if you want to die humanely, you fucking weirdo.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that it's not humane to murder the elderly. Pretty wild take, I know. But that is not you doing, quote, your duty to your parents. That is you deciding that the elderly have no quality of life and murdering them so you won't have to help them in any real material way. The way he frames this is so sinister because he's attempting to claim that
why his
what he did
politics is just
reasonable
stealing from a
solution,
modest
one that adults
proposal.
should consider as their parents' age.
Remember a modest proposal? The dude was it was a little satirical article. The dude arguing that we should just kill all babies.
You ended their lives.
Yeah, let's just eat babies. Why not?
I won't.
Let's kill the elderly. They're useless.
Saying that word. I want to hear you say that word. You ended their lives.
I have
to give them mercy. You're saying.
I have to plead my Fifth Amendment rights until I can disclose it with my statement there.
Did you have
It's a bit late for that, buddy.
Whatever you did was wrong.
I would never have done such a thing if I.
Oh, yeah, dude, I'm sorry, Jay Frosty. I think you're right. It was the homeless, wasn't it? Am I thinking of another one? I'm pretty sure it was like a similar article where the dude argues about eating babies.
Yeah, actually, yes.
Did it knowing it's wrong.
So you believe what you did was right. You believe taking your parents' lives was the right thing to do for their sake.
If I did it, absolutely that.
But you did do it. You're saying to us that you did it.
You're telling us you did it. You're basically saying you did it,
Something
bitch.
we've noted when we've covered narcissists in the past is that they tend to believe they are smarter than they actually are. They believe that when they speak, most people simply agree with them, and that if they are given a large enough platform,
It's time
people
to
should
listen.
support them. But when people actually listen to them, the opposite tends to be true, so much so that people wonder if the person is mentally all there. Lorenz is trying to speak in riddles here because he doesn't want to outright admit he murdered his parents, even though he has already admitted that fact. By admitting to burying them in their lawn and stating that he did what needed to be done to honor them, he is admitting that he took their lives. There is no other way that statement can be interpreted. Moreover, he was the only person with the means and motive to have ended their lives. He believes that he is preserving his innocence in this interview, even though he had already admitted to the murders, and is incorrectly trying to double talk his way through this.
If you want to know.
Lawrence, I appreciate that. I'm going to talk about your statement, but show me where in this statement it says that you killed your parents. It doesn't. It doesn't talk about the fate of your parents here. You keep talking about the statement answering my question, but the statement does not answer my question. It's the question people want to know. And I think they need to hear it from you.
See, I was right. Okay, Easy Money posts a link. It does involve children. The children of homeless people. Yes, let's just eat homeless babies. Yeah.
Waddle do.
Was an Adult Swim Flash game I loved based on that? Orphan Feast. Only Adult Swim game I played was the Aqua Teen Hunger Force was. I remember one you played as Meatwad, and you had to kick around Carl's head. Chill Day, Pokemon Fun and Leave It Alone / Chill with Phil. Daily Wrap, November 21st, 2025. Alright, we'll get to it after this video. We're halfway through.
People want to know. And I think they need to hear it from you.
Yes, there's time for that.
And I think now's the time. Did you kill your parents to put them out of their misery?
My concern for their misery was paramount. It was a huge burden to...
You mean your parents were a huge burden? No, you mean your parents were a huge burden on you. You wanted their money. You wanted their Social Security.
You know, this is a horrible situation.
Lorenz is directly admitting here that taking care of his parents, the way they took care of him his entirely functionally useless life, would be a huge burden. So he killed them. It wasn't that their quality of life would go down a little bit, or that they had lost any real sense of independence, but they were putting too much responsibility onto his shoulders, and he didn't like that. So this man is pretty pathetic. I don't know, what good are you if you can't be relied on? I mean, in a basic way. So how is this guy going to help the rest of the country when he can't even be bothered to help his parents? I mean, you know, elephant in the room,
He said $4,000. He explained it. I guess his parents don't get the $4,000. I guess he'll get the $8,000 from both of them.
But it isn't about you. It's about showing up for those you care for. If it's too hard for you, then you shouldn't expect to live with your parents well into your 40s and coast through life on the backs of other people's hard work. Moreover, when discussing his parents, he has no emotional reaction.
Your future stepdad,
There's no
more
sense of
like your
remorse,
fucking dead
no
stepdad.
Sadness they have passed. It's like he's discussing
Your
a
murdered
movie that he saw the other
stepdad.
day, not the murder of the two people who supported him his entire life.
Sure, so you alleviated that burden.
You're a good questioner. I have to protect my Fifth Amendment rights on this until the right time.
I'm not an attorney. I'm not an officer of the law. You know, you don't have to say that to me.
Oh, yes, but I mean, whatever I say here is going to be.
You don't have to say that to him, but please go on.
A higher authority anyway in the long run. So I think you can tell us what happened.
You're gonna get felted anyway, but just be honest.
At the same time in the same place. What method did you use?
All of that, all that kind of stuff, I would answer later with that deal with the American people. But I can't.
So when you win the presidency, you're gonna address them about when you killed your parents, but it was based?
I want their feedback on my statement.
I want your feedback? I need your feedback on how I should approach this with you guys when I win. You want me to do like a fireside chat?
Tell us what happened.
I put things in the right order. They have to be in the right order. But it's very important that insofar as exculpatory material, the police have that statement from my mother.
This doesn't make any sense. He clearly came here for attention, but you don't want to just tell us what happened? Here's that attention you ordered. How'd you kill your parents?
She mentioned she was getting.
Oh, no, I'm not ready to talk about that yet. I have to win the presidency first.
I don't know what that would be.
Notice that the note he's talking about is about her falling down, not her saying she wants to die. If he had evidence that his mother and father consented to their own deaths, that would be an entirely different issue. But all he has is a note saying she fell once, which is nothing. I have plenty of those, and you don't see my brother killing me over it.
Not yet.
Secondly, he states he wants the American people's notes on his statement before he decides if he wants to confess to the murder or not. He's itching to know if people are generally open to the idea of giving him prosecutorial immunity, as well as a position of power in the government, or if we are open to him paying some large fine for murdering his parents. Well, I think I can speak for everyone when I say no, Ben Franklin. We're not going to be doing anything like that here. So I don't think you get to pass new laws and consequences just because you feel like you're smarter than everybody else. You don't get overarching powers over the government because you were told you were brilliant once on a forum. So I don't think most people will agree with his assessment of any of these facts. We don't agree with his line of thinking and, frankly, pun intended, the callousness in which he sees people as dangerous.
That was the prelude that helped set things in motion.
That was the.
That started your parents' downhill trend, health-wise.
Yes, but also the letter from her to me said, "Do something," or this. You need to know this in a way that
your parents asked you to kill them, or
yes.
to take their lives.
Say yes. Say yes.
In a merciful
Say
fashion?
yes. I need to hear.
They want me to take responsibility for things.
Hopefully the contents of this note becomes public,
he is a politician.
What it sounds like is that she was asking for help.
Shut the
she wanted him to take responsibility for his own life, to earn a good
I
living,
just
and to
interpreted
help the
that
family as they entered a new phase
killing
in their
her.
lives. She wasn't asking to be killed by her child. She wanted help with basic tasks, and he felt like that if he helped her once, he'd be stuck taking care of the two of them. So he decided to end their lives. God, this guy.
Amran, I don't wanna spoil things, but you might be surprised.
Guy stinks.
They asked you to take their lives. To do what they couldn't do?
Implicitly, but not explicitly.
So you were just granting their wishes?
My mother, after my sister died,
I'm drinking
my
coffee.
mother gave me these,
not coffee, I'm drinking brisk tea.
Do not resuscitate things.
I drank coffee earlier.
Few months, and she wanted to die, given her grief for my sister, her daughter.
And you love your parents and you wanted to honor their wishes?
You know, there's something special about our family that we can somehow read each other's minds, and so being things explicit isn't necessarily, you know, I could complete my grandmother's sentences for her, and she would say, well, you know, so, I mean, the context of all this.
So if his grandmother, he said he can complete his grandmother's sentences. If his grandmother's sentence started with, "Oh, I can't take this anymore. I just want," he would finish the sentence by saying, "To die," and then proceed to kill her.
It became to bear on me.
Did one parent, did your mom or your dad, more so than the other, ask you to take their lives?
They didn't explicitly say that, but they made it clear that
they made it clear.
I think if they wanted to make it clear, they would have explicitly said that they wanted to die.
He states that his family could read each other's minds, which makes proving that his parents wanted to be murdered a bit tricky. His parents kept implying that they wanted to die by doing things like asking for help and getting old. They told him that they were struggling a bit more due to age, and he interpreted that as them begging for him to kill them. But there's no evidence of this. Most families or people who spend a significant amount of time together often feel like they know what each other are thinking most of the time. That is something that comes with a lot of quality time spent and a general understanding of each other. This is not some special thing about Lorenz and the Kraus family. It's just a basic friendship
switch back
or
to the
community thing.
regular overlay. It's been
When it
45
actually
minutes.
happened, when your parents died, did they know it was happening to them?
Oh, yeah.
And they knew it was at your hand?
But, yes, no one else's.
Right. So they realized what you were doing to them as it happened?
Yes.
They knew that this was it for them, that they were perishing at your hand?
Yes. And it was so quick.
How did you do it?
Yeah, I can't talk about that.
Well, you've just told us that.
Right. You may as
it was
well.
At your hand.
Right.
Were there drugs involved? Was
No.
there a suffocation? You suffocated them? You suffocated your parents?
So in like less than a minute, he goes from "I can't tell you" to "Oh yeah, I suffocated them. That's how I did it." The interviewer keeps masterfully coming back today, so you killed them. Post appointed. That's why I'm saying he's so good at it. He is good. He's not trained in it. You know, he's still an interviewer. He's a news guy. He's not like trained in it in the same way that a cop is, but he knows his shit. I agree with it. He did a good job with this.
Was that you suffocated them? You suffocated your parents?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this guy can interview Dave. If only Dave lived in Albany.
Basically.
Less than 10 minutes. It took Lorenz less than 10 minutes to fully confess to the murder of his parents, even though he said 2 minutes earlier he didn't want to say if he did it or not. He's a little shy guy. And he goes further to state that he suffocated them.
I didn't kill
so not
Mama
only were
Dingus.
they killed by their son, but he chose a method of killing that would take a significant amount of time and cause a great deal of suffering. But he thinks he did his duty. Great.
Which
We're
parent
doing
did you-
our
did you
duties.
suffocate
Yes.
My father, and after he died, my mother put her head on his chest, and she was there for a few hours, and then I finished her.
I would be interested to see if the autopsy matches what he just said, because the story doesn't make any sense. He killed his father, then allowed his mom to lay in bed with the dead body, then after a few hours killed her. This feels reminiscent of Tony Todd, the man who killed his entire
mercy
family
killing.
in Disney World's Celebration community. He created this elaborate story after the killings about his wife, and how she actually was behind the whole ordeal, and encouraged him to kill her afterwards, and said that she would forgive him.
Yeah,
Their
no, the
stories all
interviewer is
emphasize the fact
disgusted.
that they are such good people,
But he still
who are
wants
just
his
doing
scoop.
what their loved ones wanted, and therefore shouldn't be penalized. If his parents wanted to die, where's the evidence? Why didn't they write a note or take a video on his phone saying they wanted him to end their lives for them?
Oh, well, he hasn't typed it up yet, so he made it up just right the fuck now. So that'll prop up after he leaves the building.
And consent to
Assuming
it.
he's
Why didn't
able
they
to.
simply end their own lives instead of forcing their son to do it? So far,
like a
even his
TCAP
story
thing. He's
is just
arrested
that
as soon as he
knew
leaves the building.
telepathically that his parents just wanted to die. They told him without really telling him, and we should just all trust him when he says that. I mean, what are the chances that he would meet someone else and they would tell him they wanted to die with their minds? What are we even talking about?
And then what did you do? Did you bury them immediately?
No. I didn't know what to do after that. I was thinking what to do. It took me several days to realize I can't do this, I can't do that.
You had them
Just
rotting for
buried them
several
on the property,
days?
And it was wide open sunlight. I remember my
It took him several. This is
sister,
genius. Valedictorian, apparently, alleged valedictorian. He took him several days to think of just just bury them in the yard.
A lamb was given to her upon her funeral, but that lamb showed up, and I put it on my mother's grave, and the police must have that now too.
You call it a grave? You bury them in the backyard? You see it as a
No,
grave?
Jay Frosty, you're right. Mercy killing wouldn't have made a goddamn difference. But what you're missing here is some of his policies. Were he to get elected, he hasn't brought them up yet.
Well, I buried them, and I put a thing around my mother's grave, and and I planted a peach tree next to her, and I put that there.
Oh yeah, that makes it so much better. I planted her favorite
What did
fruit
you
tree
think
next
as
to
you were
her.
doing it? as you were taking their lives?
This is for my channel,
What was going
bitch.
through your head?
This is for my channel, bitch.
Not thoughts, action.
Wow,
make sure
that's
it's
kind of
done
grim.
and not-
I wasn't thinking just action.
Not fool around. Not make
So he
mistakes.
was focusing on the deed.
I'm sure the police are going to say, what an incompetent idiot.
You know, if it's suffocation, right? Like, unless you got the pillow over him, like you stare the person in the eye, you gotta be filled with rage to actually go through with something like that. His response was, "I didn't have any thoughts, just action." So he was just focused on like strangling his own mother to death, looking her straight in the eye as life exited her.
I am my dad. But, you know.
Why would the cops say that? From what he has said thus far, he did end their lives swiftly. Or as swiftly as suffocating someone can be, I guess. If he believes the cops are going to say he was an incompetent idiot for how he took their lives, that would mean that it took longer than he said, or that he attempted to dispose of their bodies in a different way originally. He's being direct, but he's not being honest.
Did they both pass away peacefully?
No.
Did they struggle as you did it?
You think? You think so? They think they struggled?
I would say the last minute.
What? It's my good pal, hey, __ Carl. With the tier 2 re-up. And he says, hi. And I say, hello, Carl. Big ups, Carl. I was wondering where you were. I was crying. I was scared. I was like, where's my good friend Carl? I haven't heard Blooper's voice say, hey, Carl, in so many streams. We're doing true crime with the new Kirby air writers, Carl. This is a politician in New York who killed his parents and cashed in their social security checks for years after the fact. Uncle Sam noticed and he was felted. And he's an attention whore, so he went to the CBS News affiliate in Albany in order to tell his story. And it took less than 10 minutes to tell the interviewer, the news anchor, that yes, he did kill his parents and suffocate them, but it was for a mercy killing, so it was based, actually. And he buried them in the backyard. But don't worry, if you elect him, he's going to give you $4,000, and it'll smooth it all over. And he's a liberal! All liberals do this!
No. But they're, you know, I think my father died very quickly, surprisingly quickly.
His daughter died. His father died surprisingly fast. I said daughter. His father died surprisingly fast.
You know,
you think he would put up a bigger fight? He was old. Another hype train. Wait, hold up. Wait, thank you. Hey, __ Carl, the tier 2, and Beer Joe, 9 months at tier 1 for 18 months, and he says, big up Stingus and chat. I wasted so many hours of my youth on City Trial back in the day. How you liking the remaster? It's technically a sequel. It's not a remaster. You know, everything's new, but no, I get it. Game good. Get Switch 2. Buy game. Very good. It's a shame it wasn't nominated for anything at the Game Awards because it missed the cutoff date by like 1 day. Well, it was within the cutoff date, but it was before the nominees were announced, so I feel like if they did nominate it for something, people would have gotten pissed off. Maybe next year. But a very good game, very fun game. I beat the story mode on Wednesday. It is a roguelite style, so you are, you know, you got incentive to do multiple runs and shit. I'm doing multiplayer right now while doing true crime. But yeah, thank you. Big ups for the re-up. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. But Anta will win 0 words. Stay felted, attendees. It's rigged. It's rigged, I tell you. Jeff Keighley he wants to teach Nintendo a lesson. So Nintendo's not going to win any awards. It's very shameful. But thank you for the hype train, guys. You could win big. Let's get the hype train going. Wah! Big ups, Billy. Billy says, a thief was electrocuted while attempting to steal electrical wiring. Now his family suing the charging company for $3 million. $3 million. They should have sued for $6 million. Because that's an interesting number. Yeah, thank you so much for the hype train, guys. Second hype train tonight. Thank you.
Went quickly, too.
So this may be just because he doesn't interact with real people often, but the way he phrased that is highly suspect. If both his parents died surprisingly quickly and hadn't really fought back, whatever that means, he wouldn't have separated them that way. This is an uncomfortable subject. He would be looking for the quickest,
Perez.
easiest answer he could get
Dingus
so
better
they could
watch
move
out.
on to his stupid
His
written
next
statement.
finger could
But
be the
he doesn't do that.
last one.
He says that they didn't fight back for the last minute he was suffocating them.
Oh,
which
Papa
means
Dingus
they'd
is
been
fine.
fighting him before, and then separates the answer for how long it took to end their lives, but ultimately resolves to say the same thing. One of them did not go as quickly as the other, and from his answer, it seems like he struggled to kill his mother, but easily killed his father.
Did you realize what you were doing as
This guy looks like a
righteous as you may
freak.
have
What the
thought
fuck?
it was illegal?
Yeah,
And
that's why he was running in New York.
You knew you were breaking the
Oh,
law.
you missed it too, Carl. So he runs a website called quote. I am quoting the website that he formerly owned. He ran the website banjews.com, and he posted his manifesto on there. So he is a Jewish person hating liberal.
You knew you were.
Well, that's what I'm
He claims
saying.
that they
We have to
that they
squeeze
caused
the
9/11.
law to fit the humans, not us. The humans to fit the law, and we have 40 million.
16
boomers.
players,
They're all
VR Joe.
suffered a horrible death, typically.
I am Joe the Hammer.
My mother always. If somebody died in their home, she would say, "Great, the person died with their boots on," instead of going to a hospital and going through a meat processing factory kind of thing. So they were but they were both children of World War II. My mother was born in '42. She was a toddler. She told me she would follow funerals behind the horse and wagon.
What the fuck are you talking about? Why did you kill your parents?
My father was at age 12 in a communist country.
Basically, Carl, his reasoning is it's a mercy killing because his mom gave him a note that said, "I'm suffering," and this note has never been produced, and he interpreted this possibly imaginary note to mean that he actually said it's the beginning of the end, so okay, I may as well just get it over with, and I don't want to prolong her suffering. He said beginning of the end. Imagine your mom is like, and she just took a tumble. She took a tumble and then gave this note to him that was like, "Oh, I'm suffering so much because of this one tumble." And then he read that and was like, "Okay, she wants to die." Oh, his excuse for the dad was the dad like had a surgery recently or something, and he was also suffering.
Concentration camp for 3 years. So they had very serious lives. Given, the globe, genocidal British.
Oh, do not resuscitate if it gets bad. But yeah, there's like no proof that this note exists.
Not fooling around on things. They were serious people.
When you were doing this, did you think about the
Thank you again for the hype
financial
train, guys.
ramifications, the fact that you would continue to take their government money?
Once that happens, then what do? The government is pissed because I took the Social Security money and gave it to people who were starving in the Philippines.
Okay, so the news anchor is asking, why didn't you report this? Why did you continue? Why did you explicitly continue for years to cash in their Social Security checks long after they died? His reasoning is thus. Allow me to explain. He gave money to the Philippines to needy people who needed it, so that made it all okay. Like, it went to a good cause, so it was all okay.
Okay, then. Be angry about that. But the police know all the money that I had went to people to help them. Thousands of dollars. I gave almost, not all of it away because there was still a lot left. But I gave away, I didn't play with the money, I gave it away. I didn't enrich myself.
But he did enrich himself because he used the money for himself. Sure,
He
he gave
lied.
some of it away, but he used the money to fund his own stupid life. He didn't have a job, he didn't make his own money. He just kept cashing their checks because he had a right to, I guess.
Right, I'm just
Also,
supposed
the
to
government
believe
is not
literally-
mad at him because he did so much.
Yeah, I'm just supposed to believe 100% of all the checks he cashed in, all of it went to the Philippines. He had no job, no other way to sustain himself. None of it was cashed for nefarious purposes.
self-fulfilling, self-enriching purposes going on with these checks. It just all went overseas to the Philippines. Yes, you're just supposed to believe this, interviewer.
Charity work. That's a false statement that he's putting forth in order to feel like he's done nothing wrong. He committed fraud after murdering his family, which is clearly illegal. His entire argument is that, yes, he did kill his family. Yes, he broke multiple laws willfully. But he's such a special guy with such special thoughts, he should be given a pass. That the laws should be bent and twisted around him, even though laws are generally guidelines to engage in society.
Does that justify what you did?
Uh-oh.
No.
Be careful.
I mean,
No.
This is not a kill for money case, is important to say. It's in fact, I was helping people before that just fine. So it didn't. The issue of taking my parents' money for other purposes related to that doesn't fit. That's why the police, they had a theory going which we talked about on Tuesday, and they wanted to try to say that
he might actually be Christian.
Taking their money to give away to other people, but it was that the other part is the primary situation.
Someone called that blood money.
Right, and I was giving it away.
But it's still blood money.
Well,
No answer, no response, no response.
If you kill to take somebody's money away, that's blood money. But if you what was I supposed to do with this money? Again, I couldn't tell anyone.
Not cash it.
The government needs to have an office where you can say, this is something...
Okay, this is what I was waiting for. I was waiting for this part. So, Jay Frosty said earlier, it would not matter if it was a mercy killing, because mercy killing is still illegal. This is his new platform. If you elect him for president, he will create this office.
What was I supposed to do with this money? Again, I couldn't tell anyone. The government needs to have an office where you can say, this is something that happened, and here's how it happens, and they need to deal with these kind of problems in an open way.
If you elect him for president, he will commission an office, a federal office that you can go to, where you can confess to killing your parents. So the government, but it's a mercy killing. It's a mercy killing. So they can respectfully and politely rescind their social security checks to keep you from cashing them in this very circumstantial situation. He'll be creating jobs. Think about it.
Everything in this country is hidden away, and this is a societal crisis. Again,
it's a societal crisis.
Deal with this, and maybe a multiple of that given their friends and family. So I mean, it's a reality of human experience, and I just wanted to say.
No, I think it's your schizo fan fiction.
In 2020, there was this YouTube channel called Tribe of the Fox, and they did a video called The Mannerbunde. And
now he's bringing up random YouTube
times,
channels.
They had men
it is a schizo moment. It is.
So they wouldn't have to suffer. And of course, the ancient Greeks always believed in dying on the battlefield.
Now we're bringing up the ancient Greeks.
In a bag of bones, like a bag of bones. So I mean, culturally, America is totally.
Yes, every year there are more and more elderly people who need specialized care. But them needing that care or being in a home does not mean they have no quality of life and do not deserve to die. Moreover, America is not culturally backwards, or whatever he was about to say there. He clearly has an affinity for history and ancient times. He brings it up constantly. He's of the belief that things were simply better back then, which is a common belief for a lot of people, but times always seem better than they are now because we only know our daily problems that we have. Hindsight is 20/20, right? But things are, objectively speaking, better now. The life expectancy of most people that he's talking about was way lower, with the flu and common cold just taking people out like the trash. Infant mortality was exceptionally low, and most women who gave birth faced complications that would lead to their deaths. Though our society does have issues, and there are always problems to be solved, killing the elderly the moment they cannot work or trip and fall is not a solution to anything. Call me crazy, but just saying, don't at me. Similarly, what the fuck does he mean that there should be a government office where you can go to and admit to killing your family members without punishment? Or what would that even look like? Everything this guy has said has been
I would
so
work there.
stupid, yet he's so smart. And somehow he walks around with the confidence of somebody who's accomplished anything.
They didn't die on a battlefield, though. It sounds like they died in their beds with a pillow over their
Yeah, there's
faces.
voluntary killing in Canada.
But you could put it that way.
But you have to, like, prove it.
It wasn't a battlefield.
You have to be under very suffering circumstances.
Well, right. It's not. I mean, the preference of people of the ancient Greeks was to die on a battlefield rather than die so infirm that you have nothing.
Was it a pillow that you used?
No.
What did you use
I'm
to
at the front desk and I'm just handing out letters and pardon and I'm high fives. You did it! You did it, buddy! You did it, Ben Franklin! We got away with it! Yo! I'll be on Fortnite later.
Okay, then.
From my father, my hand, and from my mother, a rope.
So you strangled her?
Yeah, that would seem better.
It was strangulation, not suffocation?
Well, it's the same. No, denial of oxygen.
Okay.
But also blood circulation.
So you cut off the oxygen to both of them. That was your method.
Yeah.
You just be an 18-year-old depressed kid because it's kind of fucked up. I think it's a extraneous circumstances. You have to be like actually suffering physically. I
did the
believe.
right thing for them based on the situation. I did my duty to them as a son.
Mementals don't count.
And that's everything fell into place. I don't know how it
Fortnite dingus is a scary thought. That's the bad timeline.
And, so no,
It's the Switch 1 version of Fortnite on the Switch 2. It's not even the Switch 2 version.
One does one's duty and one is done. The issue of regrets, I can't say this. It's a regrettable experience, a regrettable situation.
This is a regrettable situation,
Life is
bitch.
horrible. It has horrible moments in life.
Yeah, I'm sure it was horrible for your mom when you choked the life out of her.
I just want to make sure I have it correct because I'm a journalist and facts are important.
I can care about
you
the
used
facts.
a single hand to kill your father?
Right.
Oh my god.
Tell
me exactly how you did it.
You choked him. Okay.
Lorenz chose one of the most brutal ways of killing his father. Choking someone to death is a highly intimate and aggressive act. You have to maintain prolonged pressure on the person's throat, enough to cut off oxygen, and you're looking in the person's eyes while you do it. Most people
looking
who
back at
strangle
you.
their victims report feelings of extreme rage towards them, and for Lorenz to kill his father that way is telling. We noted earlier that when he talked about where his parents were buried, he put a lot of time and attention to decorating and honoring his mother. Her grave had a lamb on it. He painted a peach tree in her honor, and seemed to take a lot of time to make sure her site was maintained. Similarly, he talked about how he read his mother's mind, and how she wrote him the note to say it was time for her to die, despite never actually saying that. Everything seemingly goes back to her, but never his father. For Lorenz to kill his father by strangling him with his bare hands tells us that he felt extreme anger towards him. He could have drugged him, shot him in his sleep, or picked a more painless method, but he chose to look the man who took care of him his entire life in the eyes as he choked him to death.
You did the same with
Yeah,
your mother,
it's
but with
pretty
a rope.
fucked, isn't it?
You choked her with...
No. Just a rope.
Right, I'm sorry, but I meant you choked her with a rope, though, instead of your hand.
Right.
Okay. Are you on any medications today?
No.
Are you high? I just want to validate that what you're saying is like you're not influenced by anything.
But I'm trying to keep my eyes open. That's okay.
Okay, but
This would have been the moment. This would have been the moment to save himself. To just say you're high.
Correct.
You're confident in what you said and clear of mind.
Oh fuck! Why did you say you weren't on anything?
I would appreciate. I hope that you could put this on YouTube. The whole thing.
I'm sure we'll put this on.
Oh yeah,
Are you
please.
ready to face the
Please
consequences now?
put this on YouTube, please. The people need to
I'd like
know.
the American people to also read my statement so that everybody can have something to appeal to on this.
Please read my
I know my
statement.
statement is.
Please read my statement. My statement. Did you read my statement?
You know, I'm not really concerned about the police or the courts or anything. There's something much bigger.
No,
in
I
life.
think the police and courts will be very concerned with you, buddy.
Okay, but again, just to be certain, in 2017, you took your father's life.
Correct.
And then moments later, or a short time later, you took your mother's life on that same day.
Right. Well, see, that's the thing. It was
You
late
just
at
said
night,
yes.
it was like late evening on one day into early morning next.
So within hours of each other. What did you do between the taking of your father's life and the taking of your mother's life?
Masturbate.
I'm trying to remember because there was.
Trying to make up a story, more like.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Did you sit with your mother? Were the three of you together in one
Well,
room?
before they died, my father was here, my mother was here, and I told them what happened to me and my sister after she died. And my sister.
Oh
died
my
in
god, I
house,
didn't
too,
even know I was on the Sands machine.
When she died.
Oh my god, I'm
From
running the
cancer.
Undertale machine.
But she died in May of 1988, and then in that fall was I was doing my 11th grade.
True, Zuki Wookie. He could have possibly been held back by some antipsychotics that he stopped taking.
Then, and there was I had to do a paper in a big test. So I did an overnighter to do that test, and then tried to do a second overnighter to finish that paper or something. And I crawled into bed at like 2:45 in the morning, and sometime then after, I popped out of my body, and I started floating up to the ceiling.
Okay,
I saw the
now
nooks and
he might
crannies,
actually be high.
and I acknowledged that the nooks and crannies of the ceiling, and then the whole world disappeared. And I was in this big black void, and it was rushing by, and then I saw my sister in a doorway
Yeah, that's when you knew your parents had to die.
It was like a near-death experience kind of thing. And so I told my parents about that experience. And I told them, it's time, go find Rosa. My sister's name was Rosa. And so my father just died quickly, so quickly.
Oh,
and I told
1 point off.
Find Rosa. And, that's that.
So that was nonsense, but at least he's content with what he said. And when you really think about it, that's all that really matters. Remember, if we make a board of trustees with this guy in charge, he'll give us $4 grand by the end of this.
$4
And then again,
grand!
just take me through after your mother died, how long was it before you buried them? Approximately.
2 or 3 days, actually.
So your parents' deceased bodies were in your house with you for 2 or 3 days.
Right.
And then you decided you had to do something to cover up your crimes or to
cover it up.
Bury them and send them on their way?
Right. I mean, I needed to.
Yes, I did need to cover up my crime. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, basically.
Basically.
Was the burial to cover up your crime? You didn't want to be found out.
Right, of course. I mean, what to do? So again,
Here's the thing.
The
yeah.
thing to do just occurred to me. Oh, she can fit here and he can fit there, and then just do it. And it was done, and that's that.
Have you lived
Hey,
with
Rebsy.
fear of being found out all these
Oh,
years?
the ship's made out of gold.
I struggle to do other things with my life to try to make something great out of it, because if that's what I know that they would not want me to rot away to death in prison over this.
No, don't worry. I think you will.
I have a duty to everyone to make the best out of my life, and in the end, do what's best for the people of Germany, really. I call it being a Volkshaven. It took me years to understand all this.
I don't think the Germans want you either.
I learned a lot in the
Even
last
knowing your stances on the
8
Joes.
years that I never knew before, and I learned self-educated in so many ways. So I did not. The issue of being caught is. I was able to buy time to solve huge problems. That's worth it in many ways.
But he didn't solve anything. In fact, he never did anything of consequence his entire fucking life besides killing his parents. He used his parents' money to help other people, but he didn't earn that. He won an award one time for an idea that could have helped people, but then didn't do anything. He never took steps to actually turn that into any reality. And he made the worst goddamn looking website I have seen in a long time to try and decentralize the banks. Did that actually happen though? No, because it's a website and not an actual solution. He believes he's so special because he has some vague idea of how to fix things, but so do most people. You don't get rewarded because you think you could find a cure for cancer, just maybe. You actually have to put in the effort to finding the cure. So he's done nothing with his life since his parents died. He's coasted off of his own mediocrity and the fact that no one ever took notice of him. He's unfortunately the exact opposite of exceptional, because had he even been slightly competent, someone would have noticed his crimes sooner.
To the American people, to me, and to them, to their legacy, to their,
Do you think people are going to accept this rationale?
They probably won't.
And feel for you?
Well, at least he's slightly aware. Yeah, no, I don't think people are going to believe me.
You're going to have to find
They're lost.
time, or else they're going to end up like me. That's the reality.
Are you telling other people that when their parents start ailing, they should take their lives?
Yes. Yeah, say yes. That's what you mean.
Bring them comfort at the end of life when they believe they need to.
So yes, if you feel like taking care of others is a burden, then you shouldn't be a 53-year-old with nothing to show for your life besides what your parents gave to you. You should, dare I say, be on your own, not relying on others, and forming your own path.
But again, just to be clear, you took both your parents' lives.
This dude killed his parents, but he says it was worth it. It was a mercy killing.
The criminal consequences.
Oh, of course.
And he ran for president.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm sure they're gonna. It's a process.
And cashed in their social security checks, and he wants to give you $4,000.
But to influence that process, I would beg the American people to read that statement.
No, guys, please read the statement.
And said that I won a Little League Baseball MVP award once, and therefore I should be given control of all of baseball. That would be demented. But he thinks he did a pretty good job. So let's see how that works out for him.
Just thank you for being with us.
I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
That's the interview.
The fact
Pretty good,
that
right?
they edited this together like this is so funny to me. Feels like a bit from The Office.
Thank you for seeing us again, Lawrence. Since you told me yesterday that you killed your parents,
now
you
he's
feel
in
a sense of
jail.
relief today about that.
Not any extra relief. No, not at all.
No, I'm not actually. I'm not actually feeling better about that. No.
That does help. I think.
It is pretty good editing, isn't it? The immediate jump cut. He's in prison. I didn't watch the rap yet, Aqua. This video's run a minute, but it's been worth every second. Oh, my bad.
To do this.
I'm sorry. Something was up with the scene on this scene. Sorry. Let me rewind a little bit. Thank you.
Solution to caring for family members and let him off the
I just
hook
wanted to
for
zoom in
murder.
on his
That all
jumpsuit.
seems reasonable to him, even though he is actively in prison, looking like, again, Ben Franklin IRL. So here we are.
That's important to me.
But I think people out there care about your parents and what happened to them.
Yes.
Can we just go through that again very
Yes, they
quickly?
do. Yes.
That night that you decided to take their lives, did you know that day, the day before, when did you know that was the time to do this?
My father laid back and was ready. He knew.
He was ready.
I just want to say a message that there's a legal defense type of thing, and then there's a political
Legal defense type
and
deal.
The most important law in this country is New York State ratification law, which says that the people have the power to reassume the powers of government whensoever it is necessary to their happiness. And one of my goals was to create a board of trustees for New York State, and to create that initial trustee, someone needs to know what to do. So I'm making the claim that I'm the initial trustee of the New York State Board of Trustees, and they would have prosecutorial immunity. And so I appeal to that as having prosecutorial immunity.
Okay, so I'm gonna go commit a bunch of murders. Don't worry though, once I'm caught, I'm going to say I'm actually the king of the world, so I can't technically be prosecuted. I'll let you know how that works out. But in all seriousness, the fact that this man believes he can convince anyone of anything is ludicrous. Possibly even, dare I say, unconscionable. How you present yourself matters, and the fact remains that he cannot get his points across confidently. He's attempting to fight for his freedom. This is the most important thing to him in the world at this present moment. And he sounds so timid, like he's a mouse. He has no charisma, no energy, no pop, nothing.
For this case,
it's pretty much a certainty that's not going to happen. You also talked about wanting to be tried under German law.
Well, the ancient German law, yes.
Is that still something?
It's almost a certainty that you won't be president.
There's nothing wrong with asking. I mean, you never know if you'll get a yes. You can get a yes. And this country is unstable right now. You don't know what could break up.
I think you're unstable, brother.
I do think the country should break up into pieces.
Yeah, I feel like if I just ask for them to try me under German law, they will.
Make it better for everyone. Even the Washington Post suggested that.
The court of public opinion seems to say that they're not happy with what they heard from you yesterday, that they think it was a cold-blooded crime. Do you understand people?
This is why I have to ask. If you ask, you might receive. I'm not going to get what I want if I don't ask.
We all are
I proved this the other day,
We're all
guys.
going to need help, and we're all going to have to decide how to deal with these kinds of problems. And with 40 million boomers getting into that stage of life, they need their options open, and their families need their options open.
But who are you to decide, other than being their son? But is that decision up to you? Can you play God?
You can do your duty to your parents as they give you feedback, information, etc. And so it's really not a decision of God. It's whether it's a matter of what kind of lives are you trying to give your parents under.
It was stuck to be 50, now you're going to string the end of the fucking sentence without stuttering like a dead. He actually has a stutter, so my bad. He just comes off as anxious and stupid.
Falls and then ends up
No,
in the hospital.
I think you're right. That's you're valid. He is a dead.
Process them along, and you'll have no way to recapture control.
You don't have to feel bad. He is
dented. In the
dented.
hospital. They weren't hooked up to a machine. Their lifeline was you.
He was sheltered.
And you snuffed out.
He's
their
an
lives.
introvert.
You have to understand that the end was coming.
The end was coming. I had to do it.
You have to decide when your time is up.
I decided that their
the end
time
is
was
always coming
here.
for everyone. In fact, it's possible that I could die before this video comes out. It's possible that someone watching this just experienced a tragedy or learned that they have a terminal illness. That's life. We know one thing is true for all people.
Life's
and that
unfair.
is, death comes for everyone. But that doesn't mean we have to bum rush death like it's the stage at a Metallica concert. Am I right or am I right? And it certainly doesn't mean that the elderly deserve to be killed once they require a bit more care.
Did they decide or did you decide?
They were giving me hints to this effect.
That doesn't sound like they
Hints enough
decided.
to go and decide to take a life?
It was information like a plea that this is the beginning of the end for them.
Well, it was the end for them because you made it the end for them.
Okay, I'll have to keep.
Refer to my statement.
What can you tell us about your parents? What kind of people were they, your mother and your father?
Nobody even knows. This dude didn't even know his parents.
My father was more.
We know barely anything about them.
But my mother.
You know, he had such a fucked relationship. We don't know anything about what kind of people they actually were.
I sort of measured myself as.
That's how much of a fucking dick of a son this dude was. We know nothing about what the parents actually were like.
And usually that kept me on track to being doing good in school. And my father was. Not so much important.
I need you guys' feedback if I should kill my parents or not. All right.
This answer is telling because it shows how Lorenz saw his parents. The only thing he can remember about them is small things that they said to him when he was a child. He doesn't talk about how his dad liked to fish or that his mom was overbearing. There's no real mention of what these two people were like, which is a shame because they deserve to have their memory honored. He only engages
He doesn't
with them in
care
terms
to
of how
honor
they
them.
affected him.
Were you not as close with your father?
I was close with them in different ways.
So no.
But I wouldn't say that I was not as close with my father. I always felt closer to my father, I think.
Why did you decide to kill your father first?
Yeah, you were close to him when you choked him to death.
Yeah, I can't talk about that. I'll listen to the advice of the lawyer.
If you listen to the advice of the lawyer, you would have done the interview.
What have you been doing in those 8 years?
Trying to make good on their lives by trying to.
He's so soft in a specific way that he has to come from a healthy household.
Which never existed.
Yeah, I don't.
before.
Look, he tried to say some shit like, "Oh, this and that, my childhood." It's like, no, you probably had a very normal childhood. You were probably coddled, and that's why you are the way that you are. That's why you can't string a sentence together.
Basically Americanized, but I understood that the essence of German culture is folk teleology, which is a philosophical term.
Don't you think your parents might have rather continued to live as opposed to you helping German culture?
My parents always believed in doing their duty. My mother always said, I do this out of duty to you. It's not as concerned with love and life as you might think it is.
Was it a loving relationship you had with your parents?
Not in a loving. I wouldn't characterize it as loving the way that you might say it in America. It was harsh.
It was harsh.
Oh yeah. As a kid, it was very harsh.
So was any of the decision to take their lives in retribution for that?
No.
The fact that you had a harsh upbringing?
No.
Oh, so harsh.
Sorry.
They told him no once.
All right, thank you.
Scott's face here is very funny, but I believe it was in retribution. Let's say that he's right. He felt like he had a duty to his parents to end their lives humanely. They were getting too old, they wanted to die, and they had given him little hints about wanting to be murdered. Why would you then choose to strangle your father with your bare hands? Why would you choose the most intimate, aggressive form of murder instead of drugging them or shooting them when they were asleep? He wanted to kill them and he wanted them to suffer. And he thought he could get away with it by writing some nonsensical speech about why he should be in charge of everything, and it's just nonsense, it's just noise. As of today, the case is still ongoing, with Kraus pleading not guilty to all 7 charges, including 2
not
counts
guilty,
of second-degree
it was a mercy
murder
killing.
and 1 count of first-degree murder.
I will win
He
the
seems to
presidency
believe
and
that
pardon
despite
myself.
his televised confession, he'll be able to show that what he did was actually perfectly reasonable and the proper solution to anyone having to take care of their elderly relatives. At the same time,
Yeah, just a modest
his attorney
proposal,
filed
that's
a
all.
psychiatric defense notice. This notice is a form of defense attorneys submit if they want to introduce psychiatric evidence or argue for their client's diminished responsibility for an alleged crime because of mental disease or defect. But while that was occurring, Kraus had written a letter to the Times-Union apologizing to the people of Albany and writing in detail about why, if he is found guilty, he should be beaten with a belt. Sure, the full contents of the letter have not been made public. And that is where the case stands now. Kraus is
Still
an
attention
absurdly
whoring from the
disgusting
news.
person, and thankfully, he'll likely be spending the rest of his days in prison. With that said,
Just
let
beat
us
him
know
with
what
a
you thought of
belt
the
in
case in the
prison.
comments down below. As always, if there's a case you would like us to cover or a story you want to bring more attention to, let me know by emailing me at dreading.official@gmail.com. Have a great day, and remember, stay safe.
Safa Germans, it's another Joe victory. Safa. Oh man, what a really good story. I had already seen the interview beforehand, but that was very good. Very good story. I can't believe literally all liberals act just like that guy, and they now have to answer for that guy's crimes. The Democrats are at it again! Ah! Okay. I have stalled the daily wrap long enough. I will mute the game while the daily wrap is ongoing. If I can open it. Basically, it took leftist thinking to its natural conclusion. All their genocide. Well, he forgot the part about drinking baby blood. I guess that comes in his second term. Chill Day, Pokemon Fun and Leave It Alone / Chill with Phil. Daily Wrap, November 21st, 2025. Yes!
Good evening, everyone. Phil here. Welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Friday, the 21st of November, 2025. So, my final streaming day of the week. the final day of normalcy before a week of crazy
normalcy.
fun, weird special events, and holiday
The end of
festivities
normalcy.
next week. How did today go? Well, it went pretty good. Let's talk about it, shall we? So today, we started off with a level 1 podcast, and great discussion, because today what we really needed to hammer in was, what are we going to be doing next week for both the American Thanksgiving holiday and Black Friday?
Chugging
And
bleach.
so we started off discussion of how certain playthroughs like Super Mario Galaxy 2 and Tormented Souls 2 have returned, how certain playthroughs are doing well, how to fit them into the schedule, etc. Then we started talking about the holiday events. Now, obviously, if you want to hear the whole live discussion and all the detailed ideas and things we came up with, check it out.
The Daily
In a
Wrap, but he
nutshell,
tells you to watch another video
on
instead of
Thanksgiving,
recapping.
which is Thursday, the 27th of November, I'm only doing one stream, and it's going to be like a little bit of a chill session, and then Pokemon.
It's going to be a stream where he
Legends
cries.
ZA. In
Thanksgiving.
fact, it very well could be we finish the game that day, because we're nearing the end of the story from what I'm to understand. Okay?
He looked ahead. He
There's
spoiled
no
the
late stream that
story.
day because it's American Thanksgiving. I'll be having dinner with my
American
wife and
Thanksgiving as
relaxing.
opposed to Canadian
Then,
Thanksgiving.
On Black Friday, which is Friday the 28th of November, there is a marathon. And here's what we're going to be up to. Some Black Ops 7 gameplay, some American Truck Sim gameplay, while inebriated, because as you know, during
It's a
marathons,
marathon,
when I
but
hit
he
a
plays
certain
the games he's already
$100
playing.
threshold, I take a
Ah.
shot. So depending on how many shots I take, it could be a pretty silly event where I'm trying to play
Like
the
that
game
one real
inebriated and
shitty
stuff
Super
like
Bowl
that.
stream.
In addition to that, I'm going to have a Feasting with the King where I'm going to be having Thanksgiving meal leftovers. Here, you're going to get to see what I actually had for American Thanksgiving a day
Oh my
later.
God.
You get to see what my wife came up with, and we'll have a little meal together.
Oh,
And
wow.
that day, we're going to go on Amazon and see what's on sale. Some ideas, a new controller, a new Lego build for my background that we can maybe build in December.
We're gonna
or
look at Black
January,
Friday
'cause
deals
they'll be on big
late?
sales then. We can maybe get one of the more expensive ones at a huge discount. Thinking about looking into upgrading my setup. For example, what would it cost to get, say, a real corner angle desk that I could put here rather than these two separate ones? What about a new chair to go with said desk, because this chair isn't even height adjustable and it's almost 5 years old now? What about a new monitor, a gaming monitor to go right here, so this way the monitor's in front of me. I can see it better instead of trying to see all the way across the room to my TV. Another monitor to go here, so that way I'm not trying to see this monitor that's a million miles away over there and not squinting at it anymore. Maybe a widescreen, maybe a dual monitor setup. So it all depends on things like pricing and things. It also depends on how well I do that day. Because here's the thing.
It depends on multiple factors, but only lists the
suggesting
price,
this, I kind of
which
honed
would be the
idea.
only
My
factor that
detractors have
matters.
already clipped it
Uh-oh.
and completely misrepresented it, because that's what they do. So here, let me tell you the truth of what happened this morning. I said, well, how about on Black Friday, dependent on how well supported the stream is, let's say I get a ton of support. Well, then if I get a ton of support that day, maybe I'll just try to buy all that stuff on one day because it's all on sale. And then people were like, well, then why do you have to do it dependent on how much support you get that day? And I said, I didn't. I don't. That's not the point I'm making. I could slowly upgrade my setup by myself, but then I have to do it slowly over time. I'm not going to drop thousands of dollars in a day and empty out all of my bank account and, you know.
But it's for
I'm
your
not gonna do
business
that.
and you
That's
can write it
stupid.
off.
Instead, what I would do is
It's for
maybe
business
get
purposes and
one
I still
piece
own it.
one month, one piece the next
It's for
month,
business
one
purposes
piece
and
the
I
next
still
month,
own it.
And then slowly the process would be to upgrade. I'd probably pay more doing it that way, but it would be more affordable and make more sense like a normal person. I'm not just going to drop all the money at once. But if I get a lot of support on Black Friday, and then I see that the prices are really good on Black Friday, maybe then I would buy it, right? So that's what I said. But of course, my detractors take that and clip it and say, Phil is demanding his fans give him thousands of dollars on Black Friday so that he can buy a desk and new stuff. And none of that ever happened. And all you got to do is watch the podcast.
Well,
in
you're just a
context
coward. You can't
to see
commit
the
to it.
discussion.
I'm going to
But
say,
that's how
I'm
these idiots
demanding
make their content. This
thousands
is
of
why guys
dollars
like
from you
Ashman and
guys.
Dolan
We're going to hit
see
the desk
out of
goal
context
finally.
nonsense
The
and
dingus
believe that
desk
that's what happened
goal.
when it's not. In fact, I haven't even said at all that I'm going to buy any of that on Black Friday. I just want to look at some prices. I don't even know what a good desk would cost, what chairs cost today. I don't know what these gaming monitors cost. I just want to look. And then you go from there. But I guess that's too much to ask because, again, these idiots have to turn everything into
I like
something
how
it's
his
not.
voice crack
that'll be a
victim
good thing to bring
segment.
up on Monday.
I'm not even doing anything bad. I'm just
So it
wanna
was a
look.
good podcast,
I
and then
just
we
wanna
jumped
look.
into Pokemon Legends ZA, another outstanding stream where multiple people wanted to get Pokemon
I didn't check his
named and
logins
brought
today,
to the
D-Seth.
party, which they did. We explore We had 2 or 3 new
He
wild
explores
zones
every
to
stream.
unlock today. We had a bunch of side content, and we advanced the plot. In fact, the plot has now gone into a new plot line regarding, I guess, direct ties to Pokemon XY from back in the day, which I never played.
He did
so
play
I didn't
it.
know, and people were like,
He
"Oh
did
no, Phil,
play it.
you're actually now in a location in this mission
He did
that's
play
from
it,
Pokemon
though.
XY." I was like, "Oh, I didn't know that. I guess that's pretty."
He did play it. He did play it though. He did play it. He did a Pokemon Y. It's still on his channel. It's on DSP Gaming. You can look up Pokemon Y test footage, and if you bring up that video, it's him in the post game. It's like he played it off stream, but he actually played it. Like just because you're a streamer, you play a game off stream, that doesn't mean you didn't play it. He did play it. He just doesn't remember because he's old.
Cool that this is essentially the sequel to a classic Pokemon game from back in the day. I didn't realize that.
Really? He never, at no point did he
we had a
realize
great
that.
time.
Nobody, I
Support
guess
was
nobody told him.
outstanding, and get this, support was so good that I said, guys, because we exceeded the goal today, and we made more than the difference from what was missing from last night's Tormented Souls 2 stream to hit a goal then.
2 goals.
I'm going to count it as if we hit the goal last night. So I counted it as 2 goals, despite the fact that we didn't truly hit $300 of support today. I said, we'll count it for last night because you guys were so awesome last night, and Tormented Souls 2, is a great game, and I want to keep playing it. We'll do it anyway. People appreciated that. It got us to 8
Thank
out
you
of
for
10
the
goals,
dirty deal.
okay? Then tonight's late
Such
stream
a
was the
benevolent
conclusion of Leave
streamer
It
on your
Alone.
old
I had
haunches.
been told there's only 20 minutes left in the game. That was pretty accurate. I think we beat it within about 30 minutes. And then we just did Chill with Phil for the whole second half of the stream. It was about an hour and 15-minute Chill with Phil. Great conversation, great engagement, lots of stuff discovered. Some ideas came up, some interesting stuff, and support was great. I'm not even kidding you. We made about $190 on tonight's late stream.
Wow, I wonder
just because
why.
It was chill content. Just
Why?
hanging out
I
with me
wonder
and talking
why.
most of the night.
I wonder why he made that
You can't make it
much.
all.
No,
These
I
days,
can't.
It seems more people just want to hang out and chill. They're more interested in that than to see me just sit here and grind away at games all day. And I appreciate that. Because listen, I am still going to grind at games. I'm going to try to get better at Call of Duty.
No,
We're
you're
going to,
not.
have challenging gameplay coming up in the
Define
future.
get better.
It's happening. But the fact that people want to hang out with me
Damn,
and have a
DDD.
good time and relax is equally meaningful. Because that means I
Equally
can have
meaningful.
days like today, which it was just a fully relaxing end to the week. And it was ridiculously well supported as well. Thank you so much for that, everyone. Okay? Now, I'm off from streaming tomorrow. Big week coming up. Remember, on Monday, if you want the skinny on what's going on Monday, check out the featured video on this channel. On the main channel page, it will explain everything. But Sunday, we got a fun, chill podcast. We'll get caught up with each other, talk
MDC,
about what
dude.
I did on my day off, talk about what's coming up in the week, game news, etc. And then Call of Duty Black Ops 7 continues. My goal for Sunday's stream is simple. Let's get an assault rifle build. I don't have one right now. I don't even know what the good assault rifles are. So I'll take your advice. I'll set one up. I'll try to unlock
Let's hit the
actual
assault
good
rifle
attachments
goal.
for it so I can actually excel. That is what everyone is doing. Everyone who I'm losing to online is just running and spraying with an assault rifle and melting me. So obviously the assault rifles are the best thing in this game. And I want to do it for myself. I want to see. So we'll see. We'll try to get that set up for Sunday stream. And then Sunday night, my weekly American Truck Simulator chill late night stream. Okay? Thank you all so very much. Enjoy the content overnight. See you all on Sunday. Be safe, have fun, and I'll see you in the morning bright and early. Peace out, everyone. Good night. See you Sunday.
All right. Pretty subpar rep, I'd say. It could have been worse. Could have been worse. That back in the corner there. How would I rate the streaming week? Pretty bad, I'd say. Pretty bad. Mario came back, right? That was this week. Tormented Souls 2 came back, right? So like games are coming back and they're being finished. But Pokemon's like the worst thing. It's so bad when a truly boring game like Pokemon is the one that makes the most money on his streams because then it's the one that he plays. Oh wait, you don't get a pick. You don't get to pick. You're just told it's high jump. What? Well, now you know to work on your jump. I personally am fearful multiple games coming back from hiatus is surely a sign of the end times. It means he's getting desperate. Yeah, but Pokemon sucks. It's boring to watch. I was talking about it with Saru earlier. 140 viewers, like more than an hour and 30 minutes before the end time for his day stream is pretty tough. It's pretty tough. Nobody wants to watch that. Don't worry. The audience for Pokemon may not be big, but it is consistent. There's a consistent crowd for Pokemon that is always attending, engaging,
and supporting. So we'll see what comes of the streaming week. I for one am glad he's not live tomorrow. We can all get 24 hours and some change away from him. Then he can come back stronger than ever next week. I can't wait for his Black Friday stream where he shows us what he ate for Thanksgiving. What a hoot. You can hear the excitement in my voice right now. That's what Stereo said. I didn't see it because I was clocked in, but he says he looked at it. It was over an hour from ending the stream. He only had 140 people watching. More than an hour and 30 minutes from the stream ending. We were down to sub 140. I mean, like, we've seen him at fucking double digits. We've seen him at 99 before in the middle of a stream. Not even like the stream just started. We've seen him in the middle of the gameplay with fucking as low as 90, 95. I think it was the night that he was doing, I think it was the night that Denton Zone was premiering. Oh, no, it was some other night. It was a night stream, though. Alright, I'll put the next True Crime on. Well, we'll definitely get a shorter one. I got a lot of short ones in here that I gotta get rid of. A lot of these next ones are gonna be body cam ones, just with Shredding's commentary. Kick viewership is consistently 70-90. Oh yeah, of course. The Kick viewership's always low. I mean the YouTube viewership. Kick viewership, you would want to go down as low as single digits. Might be a bit of a taller order than YouTube views going down to double digits, but I think it's doable. The Cake Trolls just gotta stop going to his chat and go to Raw Phil, baby. Oh, I knew there'd be one up here. No, they disappeared right as I was getting near them. Alright, let's see. Can I maneuver to the next video? Oh man, I have another good one here, but it's also an hour. I should do it though, I should do it, because it's just as crazy as the one we just watched. But let's do a shorter one first. Alright, this guy has, I guess you could say he's a dingus in his own way. I don't know if I would act like this if an officer approached me.
If you find yourself in chaotic...
This one is entitled, Teen Accidentally Turns Ticket into Jail Time.
...situations often, you have to ask yourself why. Because while bad things do happen
Why?
to good people, true chaos doesn't follow every single person. It's easy, even comforting, to believe that life is simply unfair, that the world keeps dealing you a bad hand. And yes, sometimes that is true. But if you're constantly arguing and fighting with people, cycling through friendships, losing jobs, or finding yourself misunderstood again and again, at some point, the odds stop looking random. The common denominator in every situation you've ever been in is, unfortunately, you. When we try to externalize blame, we preserve our sense of goodness. We tell ourselves that the system is rigged, that others just don't get us, and that everyone in our lives is just out to get us for no reason. But some part of you must know that that's not true. If you were to audit your life honestly, patterns would likely start to emerge. Maybe you realize that you tend to start fights with your friends over small misunderstandings and end up hurting them in the process.
Basically,
That your
just
boss
realize
doesn't
you're the
simply
problem.
have it out for you.
Right.
They just want you to do your job and not to be on your phone the entire shift. And that the constant drama in your life isn't something that happens to you, but something you unconsciously cultivate, forcing those closest to you to engage with chaos whenever you enter their lives. But the hard truth is this. If your life feels perpetually chaotic, you might be the storm. And I use that phrase specifically, perpetually chaotic. And that is certainly true with today's subjects. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading. Or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we're going to be ending our Hollow Week celebration with another body cam video, this time reviewing the footage from Midwest Safety. When we first started reacting to body cam footage, this was one of the videos that
Remember, an officer approaches you. Remember to reach into your pocket as fast as you can, as radically as possible, to hand the officer your ID. Exactly. That's what I would do.
That people sent in the most often, and for good reason. The people featured in this video are infuriating, and how it builds kind of feels like a TV show or a movie. With that said, if you want to watch the video in full, sans our commentary, a link will be left in the description box down below. Midwest Safety and channels like theirs are the reason channels like mine can exist, and I highly encourage you to go support them.
My channel's
But
a
before we
favorite
get
of
started,
Sarah's.
I did want to take a moment to thank you for all of the support. Uploading every day of the week can be stressful, which is why I don't do it very often. But every time I do, you all seem to really enjoy the videos. So ultimately, it's our small way of saying thank you for all the kindness you've shown throughout the year, and I hope to be able to do it for years to come. So with all of that said, let us begin.
While an officer investigates a black Honda Civic he suspects is stolen, an unwanted guest inserts himself in the officer's business.
Is there a reason why you're coming over here?
No, I'm just admiring it. It's a nice car. See the wheels? Real nice.
Look at this guy.
And you can keep on going then.
Hey, it's not illegal to be in a public space.
This is basically me.
Me a tow, please. I'm at Target for a
It's
black
not illegal
Honda
for me to
Civic.
be here, you
The boy
guys.
featured in this video is obviously antagonizing the cop, though he is absolutely right that he has every right to be in this public space, and isn't technically being aggressive. He obviously did not approach the situation looking for
I think the best descriptor for this kid is twerp.
or any sort of resolution. Instead, he mocks the officer, pretends to be admiring the car, and speaks to the officer as if he's an idiot, which begs the question, what is he seeking to achieve? It bears mentioning that he's with a girl who looks roughly to be the same age, meaning that a lot of his behavior could be explained away as him attempting to look cool in front of this girl. Unfortunately, when women are involved, teenage boys tend to make themselves look like assholes, thinking that it will earn their favor. Maybe he knows that she doesn't like cops, or he's trying to look like a badass, but he just comes across as a little twerp. And as we will come to learn,
See?
the car does
He's a
belong to
twerp.
him, meaning that it would be in his best interest to talk to the officer and resolve the issue. He should be seeking resolution, but instead he purposely needles the officer as if he were his sibling. If you ever have to interact with the police, regardless of how you feel about them in general, it is always in your best interest to be forward, courteous, and kind. These are people who have the power and the authority to make your life harder legally, and there are plenty of cases in which officers have abused their power. So getting on the wrong side of one is a recipe for disaster. I'm not saying it's fair, but that is the current system. That is not to say that those officers are justified in treating someone terribly because they were rude to them, but simply to state that your safety should always be top of mind. In fact, that should be the case for the majority of your interactions. While it might be more fun for you to be shitty towards strangers and drive like Trevor from GTA, you never know who has the ability to kick your ass. But this kid has unfortunately not learned that lesson.
Look how nice and shiny this dude's wheels are. This thing looks slow, man. You waiting for something?
I'm towing the car.
Why?
Because it's got no plates and the VIN's covered. Not
Why?
yours, huh? No idea.
You're looking at me like I'm doing something wrong.
You're chilling in a public spot, man. You can do whatever you want.
I know.
I'm gonna like this
Cool.
cop.
Man, this cop's trying to tow this random dude's car. What a shame.
Yep, what a shame.
It's gonna be real expensive for that guy.
Yeah, I guess so.
You wanna get your hidden ass shoe off that rim?
Is this your car, man?
No, I got it.
Because we can, like, solve this real quick just by you opening the car, removing the VIN.
The teen continues to antagonize the officer, even though his date truly does not look impressed.
Or like
If
A-log
anything,
the
she
officer.
seems bored because they likely were going to leave the area for a bit, but now she has to deal with him pretending that this isn't his car. The officer informs him of the issue fairly early on, and it's an easy fix. Should he open the car door, show the VIN, thus proving it's not stolen, he'd likely get a fix-it ticket or a small fine, then be allowed to leave. But he doesn't want to do that. So let's parse this out. He wants to get in his car. He doesn't want the car to be towed. And of course, he doesn't want to deal with any of the repercussions for not having any plates or a VIN visible. That would likely require the officer liking him enough to let him off with a warning. So his decision is to mock the officer to his face, records him as if he's done anything wrong, and is now instructing him to not touch the car, even though he claims it's not his and overall is just acting like a dick.
Yeah, why does he
thinks
care
that
about
this
a car
favor
that's
should
not
just
his,
be given to him,
allegedly.
even though he's been rude the entire time. It's a profound sense of entitlement, as if he should be allowed to break driving laws and that this particular cop should have just seen the car and known that it belonged to the world's most precious boy.
But You shoved the paper in the VIN. I can't read the VIN. It's got no plates, so I'm assuming it's stolen. So per RCW, I gotta seize it, get a search warrant, remove that, and read the VIN.
Hear me out. Is there a black two-door Honda Civic with white wheels and a aftermarket wing reported as stolen?
There's 1,000 stolen cars a month in Pierce County, bud.
The answer
and this is the most common stolen vehicle in Pierce County.
The officer is still pretty calm, explaining why he is suspicious of the car and why he called it to be towed, and how they could easily reach a resolution should he just open the door and show him the VIN. That's all he feasibly needed to do to end this interaction. But the teen doesn't want to do that, either because he wants to continue to escalate the situation because he genuinely enjoys conflict, or more likely, he thinks that he's above the basic laws that every other person has to follow. In his mind, the cop should have just known that it wasn't stolen, because it's clearly his car, and he tries to assert that there are no reports of a stolen vehicle matching its description in the area.
Oh geez, no reports of a stolen car means that there's no stolen car.
Like this in any sort of parking lot without plates, I'd probably figure it was stolen too.
Answers, why don't you just uncover it yourself?
I can't. It's inside the car.
What a shame.
What a shame.
What a shame.
So if this is your car, we can go ahead and solve this crisis, but if you're not going to claim ownership of this, then just...
Why would I claim ownership of a car that's got a cop that's 100% going to hand out tickets?
Right. That being said, it's going to come to the Gay Car Police Department. We're going to go ahead and seize it on a search warrant.
Seize it on a search warrant for what? What are you searching it for?
To uncover the VIN.
For what? Do you have any suspicion of it being stolen other than no plates and a covered VIN?
Absolutely.
Other than the reasons that it was being suspicious.
Hey man, is this your car or what? Dude, you're making this so much harder than it needs to be.
You're f***ing towing it for no reason.
That kind of sounds like a quartering, right?
Shoe on the f***ing wheel.
Yeah?
Get your f***ing shoe off the wheel.
I am 100% sure that the officer's shoe on the wheel is causing some real damage to this absolute beauty of what looks to be a spray-painted car. It's definitely bringing down the blue box value of the vehicle, which has historic chipped paint and allegedly sparkling rims. The officer should probably be ashamed of himself, clearly putting his dirty shoes all over such a lovely chariot. But more importantly, the teen gives us a little bit of insight into his thinking, which is just
why do you think it's stolen? Other than the reasons why you might suspect that it's stolen.
Show the VIN, aka solve the actual issue, because he thinks he'll get a ticket, which, yeah, he's probably right about that, given that he's been such a little turd about the whole ordeal. I mean, the cop probably would give him a ticket and enjoy doing it. However, he fails to realize that at this point, there is no resolution to the issue that doesn't involve him getting a ticket. He's not going to not get a ticket if the car is towed away and impounded, and that's obviously a worse outcome, given that he wouldn't have his shiny stallion of a car and he'd have to pay to get back from the lot.
Nightmare! Holy shit, nightmare!
You're being disrespectful to whoever's car it is.
Nightmare alert! Nightmare alert!
I'm not in your face. You just stuck your hand in my face.
Bud,
chill. Get your why is your foot on the wheel? Why
Get out of my
that?
face
You're
there,
doing that to piss me off for
bud.
no reason.
So it's your car?
Doesn't matter.
Is this your car or what?
Now the cop's the one A-logging.
Yeah. Alright, go ahead and
Well, I don't know what policy is. Your department's probably gonna have to pay for
Holy shit, he looks so cool.
Go and walk over there, bud.
I can confidently say that there is no police department that would pay for scratching
It's
someone
the
else's
guy.
wheels. That simply wouldn't happen, and I don't think I have to look that up. Also, putting $1,000 wheels on this car is like putting pants on a chicken. It makes no sense.
Keep your hand out of my face.
Walk over there.
Keep your hand out of my face.
Walk. Walk. Get out of my face. Go.
You're walking in my face.
Go before I get
Don't f***ing touch me.
Go.
Don't touch me.
Off my scene. Get away from my car. Go.
This ain't your car.
Go.
Your car's back there.
I'm getting you for a search warrant. Start moving.
You are approaching me. You are getting in my face.
Move back.
Get your hand off me.
Stay in the
rest
car.
of your junk. Keep your mother hands off me.
Stay off the car.
Keep your mother hands off me.
This just doesn't work because he's not from the ghetto.
You're the one that was on the car. I ain't touching it. I'm off the car.
Back up.
I'm back.
Oh, dude.
Okay. Back up.
Dude, that's so cool. That's an awesome death animation. Oh man, I thought I got the most hits. Yeah, Kirby's got raid bosses. I was doing Robo DD earlier. Yeah, no, this guy, it's entirely the kid's fault. This tough guy, internet tough guy, but in real life shit doesn't work because he's not from the ghetto and he's white. He's got what do they call it? Affluenza? He's got affluenza.
Recording this. Touch me again, motherfucker. Come push me.
Back up.
Don't push me.
Don't push me.
You push me for no goddamn reason. You're putting your hands in my face.
Yep.
Look at him.
I kept my phone back respectfully. I wasn't sticking it in your face. I got your name and that was it.
I got your name.
Badge number.
What's your badge number?
117. So like I was saying,
I felt it.
this car's coming to
He
the
actually
car
gave the
police
badge
department.
number.
They're not gonna claim ownership
Oh,
of
I'd
it.
hate to be his
What's
date.
gonna happen is we're gonna get a search warrant.
Shoving me. Why would I want to fucking make it easy on you?
Okay, anyways, we're
Ghetto dudes aren't scary either. Yeah, but at least he wouldn't sound like a dingus.
gonna get a search warrant.
At least
to
he'd
remove
have
cover from the VIN.
the visual
And if it comes back
presentation.
stolen, we'll deal with it. If not, we'll come back to the last person who has ownership, give them the call to come pick it up. If that ain't you, you ain't getting the car back. All right?
Sick.
Cool.
So, I'm just gonna repeat what you said real quick to make sure I understand.
That purple shoe. You and me
You're
both,
going
buddy.
to Get a search warrant.
Yep.
Yes.
Which means
Look at the girl. Look at the girl. Look at the girl. Look at the girl. Look at the girl.
whoever you have to call, and then they say, yes, you can open the door, move the piece of paper, correct?
Correct.
Or do you have to tow it first?
Gotta tow it first. Per an RCW,
Interesting.
sir.
Interesting.
So, I think I'm gonna visit you down at the department, and I'm gonna actually get a supervisor down here. Since you were shoving me for no reason.
Yeah.
Get your come on, call the supervisor.
Yeah. I can do that for you, but first I'm gonna need you to back away from the vehicle.
No, I'm gonna need you to call a supervisor.
No, I ain't gonna help you out right
You
now.
are legally required to.
You're not helping me out.
Requested.
Not correct.
Get your supervisor down here.
I will when you back up.
I have not committed any crime. I am back. You
Okay.
shoved me back. I am back.
So here's what's gonna happen.
I mean,
One,
you
I'm not
did
gonna
press
do your
him, though.
request
You
until
did
I get
press
a
the
second unit
officer.
down here, 'cause I'm guarding the door from you getting in it.
Ah,
That's why
yes,
I'm pushing you back away
exposed.
from it, 'cause you keep
Exposed. Exposed. I'm keeping you from getting to the fucking door, idiot.
trying to get near the door. Two, when a second unit comes here, I will call you a supervisor. But until I get a second unit down here, you're not getting a supervisor.
Are you serious?
I'm absolutely serious.
No, he's making shit up.
Call a damn supervisor. Oh, what? You could stand still and call a supervisor, but you can't do it because you're standing in front of a f***ing door.
Yeah.
So a lot has occurred in a short span of time, so let's review. The boy approached the officer and was obviously antagonistic. He was
Yeah,
near the
little
driver's
rich
side
kid.
door and could have,
Despite
as the
having,
officer
like,
stated,
a very
opened the
shitty
door to
car.
attempt to flee the scene.
Oh no, my
And given
Honda
the boy's
Civic.
dumbass antics, I wouldn't have put it past him. The officer told him to back up repeatedly.
Officer
to which the
Jesse
boy
really on the
continued to
case.
tell the
I was
officer
thinking
to
the
get his hand
quartering.
out of his face, and the officer physically pushed him back multiple times until he was standing behind the vehicle. But because he was physically pushed back, the boy now believes that he is experiencing some kind of radical injustice, that his story will be broadcast on the news, and everyone will see how he was manhandled by this violent and overly aggressive officer. I'm making light of that here, but to be clear, that does happen. We've covered many cases where officers misuse their authority, frame innocent people, assault people in their facilities, and more.
Oh, you're
There's
telling
a
me this
marked
isn't one of
difference
them?
between those cases and this. The boy has basically forced the officer to see him as a threat. He was willing to laugh at some of the stupider antics, to roll his eyes and scoff at his line of thinking. But when it became clear to the officer that he could get into the car and try and flee the scene, he was forced to act. He wasn't overly aggressive or using excessive
This
force.
police
He did
brutality
what he
will not
felt was
stand.
necessary to remove the potential danger from the scene. And in turn, the boy believes he was victimized.
Oh, all of you guys. You guys got nothing better to do than harass me for no damn reason.
Yeah.
In our introduction, we talked a bit about personal responsibility.
The
And this is what we were
detractors.
talking about. If you walk around in the world believing that things just happen to you, that your actions play no role in how people treat you, then you're probably no better off than this dingus. When he walked back to his car and saw that this officer was...
This who?
You're probably no better off than this dingus. When he...
No! No! Ah! I gotta clip that one. It's so over.
Play we're talking about. If you walk around in the world believing that things just happen
in
to
the
you,
ring.
that your actions play no role in how people treat you, then you're probably no better off than this dingus. When he walked back to his car and saw that this officer was calling for a tow, He had the option to try
I
and
told
resolve
you
the
he was
issue.
a
Could have
dingus.
opened the door, shown the VIN, apologized for not having it more visible, and promised to put it in a better spot. Though he
I always
likely
knew you
would have
looked
still
like
gotten
that.
a ticket, the
It's
second
not
unit
far off.
wouldn't have had to have been called.
It's really
and
not.
The car wouldn't
That's
have
the
been
scary
towed, and
thing.
he
It's
could
really
continue
not.
on his little date. But instead, he aggressively approached the officer, acted like a child, needling their sibling.
I got
firmly
longer hair
lashed
than
out at
that
the
right now,
officer,
though.
and repeatedly escalated the situation. And now, unfortunately, he's gotten what he wanted. He's yelling about how he is the one being harassed. How these
I
cops
would
have
never get
nothing
in this
better to do
situation.
than
I would
bother him,
kneel.
which is
I
patently
kneel,
false.
officer.
He is unfortunately
Take
so
my VIN
entirely
number.
self-centered that it doesn't occur to him that the police don't give a shit about him specifically. They aren't going out of their way to fuck with DJ Qualls or make his life more difficult. They're just trying to do their job. His car looks suspicious, and they acted accordingly. I think it's helpful to know that what people do and ultimately how they treat you often has nothing to do with you specifically. These cops don't know this kid from a hole in the ground. They didn't wake up that day looking to terrorize some boy, and even now, they aren't acting in a way to terrorize him. They're just doing their job to the best of their ability, and that's it.
The second one
But
hasn't
he
even
doesn't
really
believe
said
that.
anything yet.
He seems to genuinely think that these officers are just fucking with him for no reason, and that sort of pathetic self-centeredness will never benefit him.
Look at this dumbass. He doesn't even know how to park the car. Are you f***ing serious?
I'll be honest with you.
It's like a comedy skit.
Park the car. Are you f***ing serious?
I'll be honest with you. I laughed pretty hard when I first watched the clip. It's maybe the funniest thing I've ever seen because watching the boy go from mocking the officers to screaming about his car being lightly tapped was almost comic.
It's
Just an
definitely
extra
a
little
self-felt.
fuck you that day.
It's a self-felt.
Are you f***ing serious?
Oh, he's recording.
He says it's not his car.
Look at the
but
cop.
he's
The
acting
second,
like
the
it's
second
his
cop
car.
is smiling.
This stupid motherfucker just ran into my car for no f***ing reason.
Oh, it is your car. Okay.
He admits it.
Hit my car.
He admitted it.
Are you f***ing serious?
Come here. So now it's your car, right?
Oh yeah.
All right,
Arrest
listen.
me.
So it's a gross misdemeanor to cover up your VIN like that. Do you understand?
I literally just got it back.
Okay, let's go ahead and see some ID now.
I don't have my wallet or anything.
Okay, what's your name?
For what? What crime have I?
It is a gross misdemeanor to cover up your VIN.
I'm not the one that covered it.
It's your car, right?
Car, right?
What's your name?
Cody.
Cody what?
Oh, he looks like a Cody.
What's your birthday, Cody?
2005.
Oh my God.
Oh, you What?
He's a zoomer.
In my car. What do you mean what? Continue? Continue what? I'm not committing a crime. Raising my voice is not committing a crime.
Cody, you're being detained. You're not free to leave.
The boy doesn't seem to understand that his actions are causing this reaction. The action of covering up the VIN and removing his plates, whether he did it or someone else did, caused the officer to take notice of the car. He could easily have walked away with just a small ticket or a warning, but he deliberately escalated the situation until he had to be moved away from the car. And because of that escalation, now that he's admitted that this is his car, he's being detained. At every instance, he has made things worse. Because he was so self-involved, he refused to see that the officer was just doing their job, and he was not being needlessly persecuted. And again, to be fair, there are plenty of times where officers absolutely abuse their power, but this is not one of those times.
Carl, you're missing a good one.
Yeah, no problem. I'm a little busy right now, but I appreciate it.
You're a Trump supporter?
No comment.
All right.
Based. What was that about?
He wanted to talk to you, but I think you already got that far.
Yeah. Is that my ticket?
No, this is the law.
Look,
in
Carl,
which
it's
we are
me.
seizing your
They made a
vehicle
video
for.
with me in it.
So you're not getting this back. We are seizing it. We are going to uncover the VIN with a search warrant. We'll give you a call back if need be. But
You're seizing my vehicle?
If it comes back stolen,
Look
you've been in
at how he's
contact with a stolen
pouting.
vehicle in the past. We know where to come find you. Yes, you have. I looked up the report.
No, the I haven't. For what?
First black Honda Civic from Pierce County.
Okay, that I can actually. 1 second, I will call you right back. Check my center console. I give
I'm
full
not
consent.
going in there without a search warrant.
There is a business card from an officer.
Yeah.
I got pulled over. The officer said it was coming up as stolen. By the way, did not hit my car when he did that. Okay.
Okay.
He said the car's coming up as stolen. This was
why is he like
purchased
this?
From an auction. They called. And I don't know who they called. I'm not a cop. Okay.
Okay, so it was so easy for him to just start off like that. Why the whole rigmarole with A-Log and the cop at the start? You know where it gets you? it gets you with the other cop lightly tapping your front bumper. Why didn't you just start with that?
Okay. He said the car's coming up as stolen. This was right after I purchased it from an auction. They called, and I don't know who they called. I'm not a cop. Okay. They called, got it cleared up. That was this car. It was previously stolen, got towed. The title got written over to the tow company, and then I purchased it from an auction. So no, I have not been contacted about a stolen car.
What he just described is him being contacted about a stolen car. That's what that is. But what's worse is that the previous situation he just described should have made him more understanding of what is happening. Since he bought this car at an auction and already dealt with the cops believing that this car that has $1,000 wheels was stolen, he should understand that the fault isn't with the officers but with the transfer, which means that either the auction that he bought it from has not...
So the explanation for that, Carl, is that he had a date with him, so he was trying to impress the date, and the girl was just like standing off to the side, really not trying to even pretend like she knew who he was.
Filed the proper paperwork, or even more likely, he didn't. The police do not want to deal with this car every day to verify who it belongs to. There are other things they could probably be doing, but because he doesn't have plates on the car, he is purposely hiding the VIN number, and the paperwork for the car has not been properly filed, they continue to run into the same issue. If you've already dealt with the police regarding this issue, it makes no sense why you would make your life harder by making your car look like it's been stolen. It's as if he wants this reaction even though he acts like he hates it.
I'm just going this route, all right?
Right.
That's the route we're gonna go with. You could have cooperated about 20 minutes ago when you walked up.
Suck my...
All right.
Hey, who's towing it?
Town and country?
Oh, that's...
As the tow truck arrives, the suspect's stepfather arrives on scene, and he quickly becomes a suspect himself.
Hey,
what?
Okay, we're towing the car. I need you to back off.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yes, the VIN's covered. Back
I'm
up.
on fucking...
Okay, that's great. The tow truck is coming right here. I need you to move. Back up.
You don't need to touch me.
Get away.
Hey, he was
Go.
having the same issue touching me.
Go.
I'm asking a motherfucking
Move.
question, okay?
The tow truck is blocking. You're blocking the tow truck. Go.
Don't fucking touch me, dude.
Go.
He's touched me multiple times. Don't fucking touch me.
Okay, so now we have two incredibly impolite grown men who feel as if they're allowed to walk up on anyone aggressively with their arms outstretched like they want to fight, and then turn and run like little babies when the person responds in kind. If you are approaching someone with this kind of body language, swearing and yelling at them, you cannot be surprised if and when they do touch you. Moreover, he is standing directly in the way of the tow truck. He was told to move back multiple times and, like his stepson, acts as if he is above the law.
I wonder where he
comes
gets it from.
The boy's behavior makes a decent amount of sense with this type of role model he had growing up.
Get out. Okay, turn around, put your arms back.
Are you fucking serious? I'm trying to figure out what the purpose is for you guys nothing to do with you. You're under arrest this time. Oh, shit. You're good, dude.
Sorry, Dad.
Arrested or detained?
Yes, he's being arrested. You got anything illegal on you?
Do I what?
Anything illegal on you? Any drugs, contraband, weapons?
I have a torch in my pocket.
Torch. So real quick, you're being audio and video recorded. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. Do you understand all that?
Yes.
What's your name?
Justin.
Justin.
Yeah.
What's your relationship here?
It's my stepkid.
Stepkid.
Yes.
Okay, all this could have been simply avoided just by uncovering a VIN and explaining why the VIN's covered. Now we got to seize it 'cause we have to think it's stolen. The VIN's covered, it's got no plates. What I tried to explain, why it getting towed.
Still in it?
There's no plates on it.
In the trunk. There's not a plate in the trunk. No.
Okay? It's a Honda Civic. Look at me, Justin.
I know.
It's a Honda Civic, right? Most commonly stolen vehicle. Yes. See? Shake up and down. All this could have been avoided with just a little bit of cooperation. Now, when I tell you to get out of the way, the tow truck's coming because I got to seize this vehicle, you need to get out of the way. Not sit here and keep arguing with me, blocking the tow truck and blocking me from doing my job. That's why you're under arrest.
But the officer did. Justin just did not want to listen. Again, if this was someone the boy grew up wanting to be like, his behavior does make sense. He wants to be like the adult who helped raise him, even though it's obvious that the adult does not want to function well in society. I mean, he came here to help, and within minutes is leaving in handcuffs. Could you imagine? But there's something radically disrespectful about him laughing
I'm doing great.
at
I
his
thank you for
stepdad
asking.
being arrested and then taping it. There's a lack
Doing
of
a
tact
true
on
crime
display
plus
here that's
Kirby.
really strange. Like, these are people who seem deeply selfish and apathetic to anyone else, and are unable to understand how to positively move about the world. Every negative reaction they have is justified, but no one is ever allowed to reciprocate the same energy back to them.
Why is the car getting towed?
Yeah.
Because the VIN is covered.
Okay, well, was that really that hard?
They meant, Astro, he said, officer said earlier that he meant in reference to the county that they're in.
Is that my job to explain to you? Why are you here?
Have fun explaining this to my sister. The fact that I'm not making my flight now.
Come on over here.
Sofa sister.
Again, that is his own fault. These people think
She didn't want to see you
everything
anyway.
happens to them, that everyone else is dead set on making their lives
she should
specifically
see me.
more difficult.
She
when
can see
no
me.
one really wants to do that.
I thought you looked familiar. You've been staying out of trouble for a while.
Oh man, he's a repeat offender.
Is he gonna make it? Sitting there talking to the guy. Hey man, this is your car. Yeah. Cover the VIN. Yeah. Hey, stay away from the tow truck driver. Let him do his job.
While the stepfather was booked at jail for obstructing a law enforcement officer and is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law, the vehicle was towed from the scene. After obtaining a search warrant, officers found small amounts of unsealed cannabis and a smoking pipe in the center.
Well, there's your answer, Carl.
Obtaining a search warrant, officers found small amounts of unsealed cannabis and a smoking pipe in the center console. Cody is not 21 years old and is not allowed to possess cannabis.
Uh-oh.
So that was one of the most infuriating things we
Oh,
had to
yeah,
watch.
sure they
because
did.
We were just observing two
They
people
just
refuse to
planted
take
it there
any
to
personal
A-log 'em.
responsibility. But if you've made it to this portion of the video, thank you for watching. I hope you're having a safe and happy and particularly spooky Halloween. So with that, remember to run amok and of course, stay safe.
Okay, can we get back to the part where he says, don't be a dingus. Yeah, dingus.
Else did caused the officer to take notice of the car. He could easily have walked away with just a small ticket or a warning, but he deliberately escalated the situation until he had to be moved away from the car. And because of that escalation, now that he's admitted that this is his car, he's being detained. At every instance, he's made things worse. Because he was so self-involved, he refused to see that the officer was just doing their job, and he was not being needlessly persecuted. And again, to be fair, there are plenty of times where officers absolutely abuse their power, but this is not one of those times.
Hey, good. Hey, thanks for your service.
Okay, it wasn't at that part. Was it here?
It's maybe the funniest thing I've ever seen, because watching the boy go from mocking the officers to screaming about his day was almost karmic. Just an extra little fuck you that day.
Are you f***ing serious?
Specifically, they aren't going out of their way to fuck with DJ Qualls or make his life. I think it's helpful to know that what people don't know this kid from a hole in the ground. They didn't wake up that day
That
with
was
their
before he
job,
got
the rest
hit.
of the officers are just fucking with him for no reason, and that sort of pathetic self-centeredness will never benefit him.
Oh, I could just use his transcript. Sorry, I look, I'm so in the way. I'm so old. I'm boomer dingus here. What do I do? Where's the transcript option? I think I gotta... Okay, I gotta zoom out. Is it one of these settings? I swear they change where the transcript is all the time. Oh, there it is. Oh, yep, here it is at 1414. I remember this guy sounding a lot more neutral in the past when he started A-logging the suspects with these body cam videos that he's been doing for fun. Like, these aren't the serious videos, so it's like, I guess he gets the impression that, oh, I can be a little bit more funny with these guys. Okay, it's supposed to be right here.
It's just happened to you, that your actions play no role in how people treat you, then you're probably no better off than this dingus. When he walked back to his car and
There's like a pause before he says it. It's like it was edited in just to make fun of me.
if you walk around in the world believing that things just happen to you, that your actions play no role in how people treat you, then you're probably no better off than this dingus. When he walked back...
No! He doxed me. This is me. This is me right now, for real. That's me, look. That's actually me. He even has the same bags under his eyes that I have right now.
All right, that one was really good. That sat here in the playlist for almost too long. Oh, I think Carl would like this one. This one is entitled...
I'm gonna tell you guys right now, whoever could go toe-to-toe with me...
This is why you shouldn't take steroids. This is how you don't take steroids, alright?
I'm gonna tell you guys right now, whoever could go toe-to-toe with me, head-to-head, push-up to push-up, let's get it. Let me be quiet and go in my own house that I earned with my blood, my sweat, and my tears. I'm learning to you.
When people hear the term steroids, most immediately think of bulging muscles, gym mirrors, and the kind of physical transformations that border on superhuman. They think of the movie stars who undergone incredible physical transformations in a remarkably short period of time, like Hugh Jackman or Aaron Taylor Johnson. They think of stars that are literally larger than life, like Dave Bautista or The Rock. But beneath the surface of those chiseled physiques lies a cocktail of biochemical changes that can alter far more than just muscle mass.
Your coworker takes roids? How did that work out
for
him?
Legitimate medical reasons, and were meant to help patients regain strength after severe illness or injury. Like how GLP-1s were developed to help those dealing with diabetes and insulin resistance, people noticed that prolonged use of the drugs had other side effects that they found desirable. Users noticed faster muscle growth and the ability to do more in the gym. They'll report feeling borderline unstoppable during their workouts, often recovering in half the time. Suddenly, the person who hated lifting weights is able to do more than they ever thought possible, and they can't wait to beat their personal best every workout. And yet, when used recreationally or in excess doses, steroids hijack the body's natural systems, not just amplifying physical traits, but emotional and psychological ones as well. The result can be a volatile blend of confidence, aggression, and instability. This is often referred to as roid rage. At its core, roid rage is the product of a simple but powerful mechanism. Steroids increase the amount of testosterone in the body to levels that far exceed what's natural. Testosterone is linked to dominance behaviors, like competitiveness and aggression, but when hormone levels are artificially inflated, the balance between impulse control and emotional reactivity can collapse. The brain's limbic system becomes overstimulated, while the prefrontal cortex, the area responsible for judgment and restraint, cannot possibly keep up. Every feeling becomes monumental, as you become less and less able to actually reason for yourself. This creates an internal tug-of-war where even small irritations can ignite explosive reactions. Over time, this shift doesn't just stay on the surface. Chronic steroid use can rewire the brain's chemistry, especially in regions tied to serotonin and dopamine regulation. When disrupted, they can lead to mood swings, paranoia, anxiety, and depression. A person who was once calm and rational may begin exhibiting bursts of hostility, erratic behavior, and deep insecurity, all while feeling an inflated sense of power and invincibility. And that is seemingly true in today's case. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here,
welcome.
Today we're going to be covering the body cam footage uploaded by Law and Crime Body Cam, titled Tough Guy Trying to Fight 5 Police Officers. We cannot emphasize just how many times we've been sent this video since its upload last year, and it's our hope that we're able to properly break it down in a way that is helpful to those watching. Our last upload was particularly heavy, so we're hoping this footage can provide us a brief respite and a small bit of levity, as no one was hurt during this interaction. This should also be our first Sunday upload of November, which we're going to try to make a regular thing. A lot has happened behind the scenes, giving me a bit more free time, so I'm going to use that to dedicate to the channel. So fingers crossed I'm able to keep moving forward. As always, if there's a video you would like to see on the channel or a case you would like to bring more attention to, let me know by emailing me at dreading.official@gmail.com. I'm still consistently going through your suggestions, adding them to our list of topics to cover, and beginning our research. Do be aware, it'll take us some time to get to your suggestion, as we're still just 2 people, but we will do our best. Now, with all of that said, let us begin. The footage that I'm reacting to was uploaded by Law and Crime Body Cam, but also appears on their regular channel.
Is the real JCS back? Not to my knowledge.
Channels as well as both uploads, should you want to watch the original footage without my commentary. Without channels like theirs, our channel would not be able to exist, so I highly recommend showing them some support.
It's 1:30 a.m. in Reno, Nevada, where police are called to an apartment complex for the second time after reports of a man who was yelling.
Sounds like he's ejaculating.
So walking up to the scene, there are a few things that we can note right off the bat. First, the man in the footage appears to be yelling at nothing in particular. He is making a spectacle out of himself in the middle of the night, but there's no sign that anyone has been hurt or that he is raging against a perceived injustice. As we stated before, prolonged, excessive, and unregulated steroid use can make everything around you feel more impactful than it really is. So if you were to, say, stub your toe on a piece of furniture, or accidentally drop a dish on the floor, shattering it, instead of being slightly annoyed at yourself, you immediately become enraged. All the negative feelings that would come up in that situation are then amplified, and next thing you know, you're sitting on the floor screaming about what a stupid son of a bitch you are. That is what appears to be happening here. Some likely very small nuisance appeared in this man's life, and his response was to begin to howl like a wolf. This is a person who isn't entirely in his right mind, and so he has less general restraint than most people, and has taken a substance that is limiting his ability to understand or reason with himself. So let's see how this unfolds.
Hey Chris, Reno PD, what's going on, man?
What's going on, man?
I got no guns.
How you doing?
Who are you?
I'm with the Reno Police Department. I work with your brother.
Get your hand off the weapon right there, mother. I got my hands right here.
Okay, so that was quick. There are a couple of things that we can note immediately. First is that the officer has given us a crucial piece of information, that being that this man is already known to them. He is the brother of another officer, which means that he'll likely be given a slightly preferential treatment. This isn't a random citizen who they've never seen before. This is a person who is attached to one of their fellow officers, so they aren't going to be as quick to penalize him. That said, even if they do penalize him, they're still going to be handling him with kid gloves, so to speak. They have a built-in relationship with him, and therefore trust him more than a stranger who's approaching them with the same level of aggression. Not saying it's fair, just a general observation. Secondly, he completely bulldozes past any of their questions and tries to assert dominance. He wants to be the one in charge of what is happening here, so he starts giving orders to the other officer. As noted, steroid tends to make men more aggressive, as it increases their testosterone. A formerly mild-mannered man might become intensely competitive to those around him, even if no one else notices that they are competing. In this case, the act of answering questions or generally being amenable to the responding officer is simply off the table. He is the one in charge, and he's going to tell those little babies what is going on. But besides giving orders, he does this by trying to answer their questions before they get a chance to ask them. And by
Coggers,
putting
he
his
has to
hands
stunt
in
on him
midair.
in the name
So
of his
this isn't his
masculinity.
first rodeo. He knows what they're going to ask, and if he were to wait until they asked them, he'd look weak and small. They would be the ones in charge, not him, so he cuts them off at the pass. And finally, he is already handling this situation in the exact opposite way that any rational person would want to. Your own safety and satisfaction should be paramount in your mind, no matter who you're dealing with. If you were to be confronted by the police, keeping yourself calm and collected is the #1 way to keep yourself safe. But this doesn't seem to register with Chris.
Take your hat off. You.
Chris.
You!
Chris, what is
Take
going
your
on,
hat
man?
off, baby. What you think about that? Bro, I thought you streamed in 360p this whole time, but it was me. Your stream was clean, bro. This whole entire time? That's concerning. Thankfully, you sorted that out. Yeah, I have this variable option that Gondola told me about. I used to do like 6,000 KB, but with this option, I am now at 10,000, varying from 10,000 to 12,000. Yeah, thank you. So you can up the quality, guys, if it looks blurry. FYI.
Brother, I need a hug, man. Don't shoot me.
Where is your brother? I don't know. We've been trying to get a hold of him.
So another couple of things.
It was
Chris
born in
went from
360p,
ordering
that's
one of
fair.
the officers to move his hand away from his weapon, which is not an unreasonable request, to screaming that they need to take off their hat. The order is nonsensical, but again, he's just trying to assert dominance. He wants to be the one in charge of the situation, and the officer approaching him with a hat is viewed as a sign of disrespect, like Chris is a bar or a bistro or something. He makes a move to jump through the window, then seems to think better of it, which shows there is some bit of restraint here. But then he asks for his brother, and then says he needs a hug. This is a person whose emotions are playing ping pong. He goes from extreme anger to needing some kind of comfort back to aggression, showing a lack of impulse control. Though he might logically know that acting this way is a bad idea, he has little to no ability to control himself, likely due to the steroid use, and is left lashing out like a child. It's unfortunate that this is the position that he's found himself in, because while his intention is to look like the pinnacle of masculinity and strength, like Burt Reynolds in Cannonball Run, he just comes off as an aggressively buff toddler, which is very
Because on the Burt Reynolds reference. This dude looking like Burt Reynolds.
You guys shot me 2020. You guys didn't pay me any money. You shot me my right shoulder.
As long as Dingus crashes it out, I'll crash it out. I'll watch it in 144 PV if I need
What's
to.
going on today, Chris?
Let me do some pull-ups. Get the
Thank
out
you,
of my
Edson.
way. Move away.
I would crash out against this dude. I couldn't do push-ups. I couldn't do all those push-ups in front of all those officers. I'd be too embarrassed and spindly.
You gonna tase me?
You gonna tase me, bro?
Chris's behavior makes very little sense, as he's trying to assert dominance in exceedingly goofy ways. But what we are witnessing is the effect of tampering with one's hormones for physical benefits, without
He's trying to
considering
big dog the
long-term
officers. What
mental
more do
and
you need?
psychological effects. He leaves his apartment through the window, as I always do. It's a very childish thing to do,
Not
but
until my
it
steroid
brings me
rich
back
me,
to a simpler time, and then of
Dingus.
course goes into a rant about how he had previously been shot by the police. All that event should have taught him something about conflict resolution, or at least how to engage with police in a non-aggressive manner. He instead brings it up as if it's a sort of superhero backstory, all the while walking towards the officers aggressively. It's not like they can unshoot him, or like what he is saying has anything to do with why they are at his apartment in the first place. So it's likely that this inclusion is meant to disrespect the officers, or to show them how foolish they are for coming to his apartment. But if that was the intention, it doesn't really work. He then strips his shirt off, to once again try and show dominance. He is a physically fit person, again due to prolonged steroid use. His body is something that he worked hard for, but like a beaver slapping their tail to assert dominance, he wants to establish that he is the most physically capable person there, so they should answer to his authority. This type of action is something that you've probably seen in your personal life. A person will jump to violence at the slightest provocation because they believe that they are either the more capable person or that they can easily physically dominate everyone around them. They want to take small issues and blow them up because they are confident in their strength and have been taught to fight. But that is unfortunately a sign of a very weak mind, and something that, in my opinion, you should maybe be ashamed about. Assuming you are an adult and want to be treated as such, you should be able to converse with someone about a topic or disagree and showcase your points in a more mature way. If you want to be taken seriously as a leader and say, I don't know, give the police orders, you should be able to engage in verbal conflict without having to take your shirt off and doing push-ups to assert dominance. This shouldn't need to be said, but here we are. Chris does want to be taken seriously, to be seen as a leader and someone with authority, but he undermines them at every turn. He makes himself look foolish because he cannot properly think through his actions. He can't sit with a negative thought and try to find an agreeable solution. In his mind, taking an order, even from a police officer, hurts his pride. So unfortunately, he has to respond like a caveman who has seen fire for the first time.
You got a bunch of your neighbors are calling.
You guys trying to take me to jail?
Police identify the man seen here as 45-year-old Christopher Sheehan, the brother of an officer and military veteran.
I'm gonna walk to the hospital with my dog now. Get the out of here. All of you now.
Chris, what is going on today, man?
If I ask you guys nicely, I'm gonna tell you guys right now. Whoever could go toe-to-toe with me, head-to-head, push-up to push-up, let's get it. Let's go on facing the west right here. You're yoked. Facing out. I'm not saying I'm yoked. Okay? Back up and stay. You scared? You're scared.
Stay the fuck back.
Are you scared or not?
Stay the fuck back.
I know you're not scared of me. I'm scared of me. I fear one man. And his name is... Do you want to know what his name is? Can I do a push-up? You guys will shoot me in the back?
Why not, Chris?
You promised me. Listen, I'm a man.
Chris, do you remember?
I'm a man, right? I'm a man.
Chris, do you remember me? We talked at Sports West.
What's your name?
It's Goodrich.
Goodrich. What's your last first name?
It's Elliot.
Elliot what?
Elliot Goodrich.
When's your birthday?
Well, Chris, it's in February.
What's your number of your birthday?
Chris, what's going on tonight?
I'm doing 14.
Chris,
my brother's February 14th, 1979.
Okay. Yeah, I know your brother. I know Malik as well.
Dude, shut the up.
Chris, what's going on?
Shut the up.
Why are we out here tonight?
Because I want you to shut the up.
Why do you keep yelling?
Shut your mouth, please.
Chris.
Starting to turn into one of the kinds of videos that Rydrick watch.
I know, because you got me amped up right now, Chris.
All your weapons, I see them right here.
Putting myself in Chris's shoes, he likely believes that by doing push-ups and yelling aggressively at the officers, and by stating that he sees their weapons, he's trying to again assert dominance. He's showing these men how weak they are compared to him, and even though they claim that they aren't scared,
220 got him
he knows
sloshed.
that they
This was
are.
after a
He is the
marathon.
alpha, as it were,
It's after a
and
couple
they're
of gin
weak
tweets
little
started hitting.
betas. But in reality, for as physically
Give me 10
imposing
push-ups
as
or you go
Chris
to jail.
is, he's still acting like a child. The officers are talking to him as if they're all his
Hey,
mother,
Topper.
trying to
Sorry, I
stop
didn't
him
see
from
ya.
having a tantrum because
I was
he wanted to
focusing
have
on
a
the
piece of
city
candy,
trial.
and they said no. But there are 5 officers here, all armed,
probably gonna
all
get,
ready to take him down should he
another,
actually try and
wrist
attack
tea
them.
after this.
He's not the threat that he believes himself to be, and by trying to establish his own masculinity, all he is doing is making himself seem foolish.
Chris, I got yanked up because you guys are soft. Every one of you out here is soft. Okay.
You're soft.
Every single one of you, especially that guy right there.
Here, Chris spots another officer
Unlike
standing
me.
in the distance and is, let's just say, not too happy about it.
They think he's some kind of cowboy over there. I see you, dude.
I'm not trying.
I see you, bro. I see you, bro. You're not funny.
Chris. You think you're hard, motherfucker?
Think you hard because you got a cowboy hat, motherfucker?
Stop, my friend.
You didn't shoot me because you think I think I'm better than you.
I was there when that happened, my friend.
Shut the up.
Okay.
You weren't there.
Okay.
Yes, I was.
Did you come up and hit me in the chest, man? You're okay?
I tried to.
Did you come up and hit me in the abs, man? You're good.
Can we?
Did you do that?
Chris,
Did you say I love you, bro? Did you say that to me?
Chris.
Was my brother there?
Hey, Chris. Can we get you some help, my friend?
I already got help.
Officers keep their distance from the 45-year-old as this late-night drama continues.
45, huh?
Chris. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
All right, let me get some tea.
What else you want to see? You want to see the song?
Chris.
Want to see the Sheehan song, dude? Oh, you real?
Chris.
You guys think you're hard?
Chris.
Navy SEALs are hard. David Goggins.
DSP could never do this.
Run this country. David Goggins, run this country. Tom Milliken. You guys know who Tom
Is this
Milliken
true,
is?
Kai?
You know who Marcus Luttrell is?
Chris.
You guys know who they are? I bet you read their books. You guys think they're hard? I'm hard. I'm hard as
Just a piece of advice. Don't walk around shirtless with your pants around your knees and your little briefs out screaming about how hard you are. This is generally a terrible idea,
Don't I know that?
and it may result with you being on the registered sex offender list. But what do I know? I'm not nearly as hard as this
I'm
guy,
so
I
fucking
guess.
swollen
But
right
when you really
now.
think about it, are any of us. If you take anything away from
It's like
this
Mark
video,
1 with slightly more
I hope it's
steroids.
that.
Tommy did it. Shins, baby. Shins. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4.
I would hope Mark 1 wouldn't act like this after a couple of roids.
Stop, boss. Chris, can you stop?
No, see, look up close. The resemblance to Mark 1 kind of fades.
Don't shoot me, man.
All right, I'm gonna get that tea.
Don't shoot me. I'm going to get my own help. Stop.
We're gonna stop. We need
I'm
to
going
get
to
your
put a
help.
shirt on, and I'm going to get my own help. Don't shoot me in the back.
Hey.
Don't shoot me in the back, Reno PD. Don't arrest me. Don't touch me.
We're gonna get you.
I have broken no laws. Shut the up. Let me be quiet. Let me be quiet and go in my own house that I earned with my blood, my sweat, and my tears.
I understand.
Shut the up.
He has broken laws. First off, public indecency, as he was going to show the officers what he referred to as the Sheehan schlong. Wow. Secondly, disturbing the peace or disorderly conduct. He's actively breaking those laws as he screams in their faces. And thirdly, that's an apartment, not a house. We are poking a bit of fun at this guy because some of the things that he's doing and saying are ridiculous, but it's important to note how out of whack his priorities seem to be. In his mind, being a man is about being, quote, hard, unquote, and doing intense forms of physical activity. He mentioned people like Jocko Willink and David Goggins, men who served this country as Navy SEALs. But he has taken the wrong lesson away from their actions. Though these men have undergone some incredible physical trials, they were able to do so because their mental and psychological fortitude is much higher than the average person. Nobody gets to where they are simply by being strong, otherwise everyone would be able to do it. You also have to be mentally capable, and because Chris has taken a shortcut in order to hit his physical goals, his mental health and stability were sacrificed.
We're gonna get you some help.
I'm gonna go get some right now.
We're gonna get you to.
I'm gonna go get shut the up. I'm walking.
No. You need to stop, my friend. I'm here to help you. We're trying to help you.
You will not put your hands on me. You guys will not touch me. You especially, you're all weak.
Okay, Chris.
Think I'm on? Think I'm cranked out? Wood.
It's not long until officers decide they've seen enough.
Chris is, at the very least, aware of how his actions are being perceived, as he calls out what the officers are likely thinking. No one there has brought up steroid use, but he asserts that they must think he, quote, is cranked out, unquote. And he's right. They do think that, because look at how he's acting. So while he has no real impulse control and refuses to consider his actions, he can understand what he's doing and see it through their eyes. We've mentioned this before in our body cam reaction videos of fake police officers, but it tends to be a tell that someone is lying when they randomly bring something up like this. Chris knows that he does steroids, but he doesn't want the officers to think that he does, so he tries to subtly bring them up and deny doing them to get the issue out of the way. Obviously, that doesn't work.
Pray, guys. Chris. Not pray. No. I can't pray. Stop. We need to go get you some. Okay, I'm going. Don't touch me. I'm going to my window.
They got my tea.
I'm going to my apartment. It's my.
The tea has been acquired.
My dog's in there. Let's go.
Save the dog. Save the pig. This dude looks like he lives in a gated community. Save the house.
Officers handcuff Chris, who's not exactly calming down.
So why does it take so many of you guys?
Why it took so many of you guys to take me down? Explain that. Explain. Why did it take so many of you guys to take me down?
You're not taking me to jail. Pull up my pants. Somebody pull up my pants. Pull up my pants, mother. We'll get your pants. Pull up my pants. Pull up my pants. Pull up my pants right now. Pull up my pants. Pull up my pants. You got your keys so we can
pull my fucking pants up.
Okay.
Pull my pants right now. Pull up my pants, coggers.
We'll get everything closed up.
Swear to God, I'm doing pull up my pants right the fuck now.
We'll help you.
My dingus is exposed. Pull up my pants.
Let me touch my dog if you're gonna help me. Let me
touch my dog. He wants to abuse his dog.
My mother. My dog's inside my apartment. Let me go in my apartment.
Let me touch my dog.
Let me go in my apartment.
What the dog
Please,
doing?
I don't have weapons, guys. I don't have anything to hurt anybody. Please leave me the alone. I haven't broken any laws.
Let me just see what the dog doing.
Let me call my buddy Doug Donor to come and take me to the VA hospital. I need to go. Leave me the alone. Please don't cuff me. I didn't break any laws. I will calm down.
Chris is still trying to assert dominance
Let
in
me
this
fucking
situation.
touch Jasper,
he consents
kitty.
to being cuffed and arrested,
Let me say
putting his
goodbye to
hands behind his
Jasper.
back and verbally agreeing to go with the officers. He does this without buttoning his pants, which are barely pulled up from when he
must
attempted
bid
to show
farewell
them
to
his
the
penis.
menagerie of
But
animals.
once in the cuffs, he immediately reverts back to his overly aggressive He-Man demeanor. It's not until he was actually restrained that he realizes just how vulnerable of a position he's in. He spent the entirety of the interaction trying to be the biggest, toughest guy present, and now that his arms are behind his back and he physically cannot do anything for himself, he immediately retries to gain that feeling of superiority. He needs to remind the officers that he is tougher than them, and that he is tougher than he is, because it's embarrassing for him to have to ask them to pull up his pants and let him go. So he asks why it took so many of them to subdue him, implying that he's just too big and strong for one man to take out, which, to be fair, is probably true. Chris's perception of his own masculinity is so fragile that if it's not constantly tended to, he'll just break down. Again, this is a
Yeah,
sign
it's probably
of
an
a very weak
overcompensation
person.
type deal,
All he
Golem.
has are his muscles, but the reality is that while those can be useful for self-defense or lifting chicken feed or cattle grower, it's a person's ability to interact with the world that will actually protect and provide for them.
I'll take a knee. Can I take a knee? Can I please take a knee, guys? Take a knee. Take a knee. All right, now calm. I'm calm. Can you guys please let me go to the hospital now? We're going there. Okay.
Officers lead our suspect to the parking lot, where an ambulance is waiting.
Oh shit, somebody video this. Please, somebody video this. Reno! Help!
Oh, they're
Reno,
recording.
please! You! Get out of my, where's my dog?
But they ain't doing it to help
Where's
you.
Remy? Where's Remy? Come on. Where's Remy? Where's Remy, my dog? Give me my dog. Pull my pants up, you mother. I'm sorry for calling names.
Okay, can you stop?
Sorry for calling names.
Chris, we're just trying to get you help, my friend.
I'm sorry for calling you names, but let me see my dog.
That is my place!
Agreed. Chris, ambulance right there, my friend.
Where's my dog? Where's my
They're being so understanding of his plight, despite how he's treating them.
Where's my Let me close
Oh, again,
up
he's
my
getting
stuff.
he's getting like kind of preferential treatment.
You guys wait in. You're smoking a cigarette. Let me have my dog. Let me have my dog, Remy.
Ambulance right there. What kind of dog you got, my friend?
You guys are so
Right there.
You go.
Okay.
Let me see my dinger. Let me see my
What am
dinger.
I doing wrong? Am I breaking the law?
Yes.
How?
Let me see my
You piss all
puppy.
your neighbors off by screaming.
Thank
For
you,
a
Bim
very
Bam.
brief moment of respite, it seems that Chris actually understands what he did wrong here, which is genuinely good.
Chris is eventually seated on a stretcher where he's not done talking yet.
So when can I go back in?
Never.
Because I've broken no laws. I've done nothing wrong except for yell. And I was shut the f up. And I just asked
Public
you guys to leave me alone
indecency.
so I can do push-ups. You guys won't leave me alone. Don't look through my Do I go in your house and look through your Okay, well maybe I will. You like it. That's it, Chris. Close your window, lock it. I want to let it go, man. You guys are going to arrest me, aren't you? You're going to throw a charge or disturbing the peace or something like that.
Chris doesn't seem to understand that he already has been arrested, which is strange given that it's already been explained to him multiple times and he is currently sitting on the stretcher in handcuffs. But he's not receiving the information the same way you or I would. This is a person whose ego is more fragile than someone born with glass bones and paper skin. A person who, every morning they break their legs and every afternoon they break both their arms. And then at night they just lie awake in agony until their heart attacks put them to sleep. If he's not being entirely catered to, he'll have a major meltdown, hurting himself or those around him until they finally say what he wants to hear. With that in mind, he cannot allow himself to believe that he was the problem in the situation. Instead, it's the police. They are needlessly harassing him, spoiling his good time, because they are wickedly jealous of just how strong he is. They view him as a physical threat because they are weak and betas, and he constantly has to deal with their pathetic attacks. His mind is frantically reframing the information to keep his ego safe and in check.
It takes a dozen of them to take him down, and he's just one guy.
Worse and worse situations. I mean, this guy barely has pants, and he doesn't even have a shirt. He doesn't have the capacity to sit back objectively and look at the situation.
He can felt a whole department without pants on.
Will probably continue until he hits rock bottom and decides to make a change in his own life, or unfortunately, something terrible will probably happen to him. The footage continues for another 13 minutes. However, as we have nothing to add, we will end our coverage here. If there's anything you should take away from the video, let it be that you should never look for shortcuts to your goals. By taking steroids to achieve your physical goals, you'd be directly putting your mental wellness and stability at risk. Doing things the hard way is how you protect your own mind and actually allow yourself to feel the benefits of hard work. So with all of that said, if you've made it to this portion of the video, thank you for watching. As always, if there's a video you would like to see on the channel or a story you want to bring more attention to, let me know by emailing me at dreading.official@gmail.com. Have a great day and remember, stay hard.
Shut the. I'm telling you, he has so much more fun with these simple body cam ones. A little straightforward, but it's fun to watch nevertheless. This is not really much to analyze here. The dude's on roids and he's fucked up, and they're treating him with kid gloves because they know his brother. Still good, nonetheless. Oh, this one. Goon gave an update on this one pretty recently, so this is a little bit out of date. Basically, the guy has been found out to have been involved. As you watch this, you will realize very quickly that, oh, why the fuck didn't they come to this conclusion sooner? So in the context of the video, this isn't relevant to the most recent information regarding the case, but we already saw a video related to this case from the Todd Grande guy, Dr. Todd Grande. It's the Twitch streamer with the lady in his Tesla. But wait, now we have the dreading coverage, and he gives a little bit more about the case, a little bit more facts and details that Dr. Grande failed to go over. But as you watch this, just remember the streamer is now considered to be a suspect and is no longer cooperative with the police. Oh, sticker. Rank up?
When it comes to true crime reporting, I often only talk about cases that have come to a conclusion, or at the very least are not actively developing. I've chosen to do this for a multitude of reasons, but most importantly among them is the fact that a lot of the information
Some of those are
that
down to
comes
the
out in
wire.
the initial stages of a case often aren't fact-checked and they're misleading. Especially in the age of social media where one Twitter account can claim to have evidence provided by a suspect that proves their involvement, only to have faked the evidence for online likes and attention. This is why, for example, we still haven't covered the Gabby Petito case, or the Idaho 4 case, and countless others that have gone viral in the past couple of years. In fact, if you were to look through the actual crime reporting of any of these cases that are actually done well by respected journalists, you'll probably find examples of them regurgitating false information because they're unable to properly fact-check it, given that we're obviously a very small team who cannot immediately issue a retraction or make new videos clarifying said false information. With that said, the sheer amount of emails, comments, and demands we've received over the past week for us to cover this case specifically has been massive, and so we feel obliged to respond. All of the information we've spoken about today has been fact-checked to the best of our ability. This means that the majority of
this is the
information
David
provided
guide.
has come from multiple accredited sources unless specifically stated otherwise. If you find that there's information that was left out, it was either because it was not backed up by multiple sources or has been debunked, or it is so new that we're not able to validate it independently. So, with that said, today we'll be going over the ongoing investigation into what happened to Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and a psychological breakdown into the artist David, as he seemed enthralled by the idea of having a toxic, homicidal relationship in his art. Links to all sources used will be left in the description box down below, and any updates will be left in a pinned comment down below as well. Should information in this video
this guy
be
obviously
out of date,
did it in my
corrected,
opinion.
or false, we will leave a correction. At time of recording,
Allegedly.
David Anthony Burke has not technically been charged with any crime, and so is entirely innocent. Everything said in this video is our own belief. And again, all of the evidence provided can be found in the description box down below. So, let us begin. Before we go over any of the details of this case, we
Yeah,
want to
dismembered
provide
and left
some
in the
understanding
frunk
of Celeste
of the
Rivas
Tesla.
Hernandez and the person she was before the murder. Though this crime has become somewhat of a public spectacle, with David's music being streamed more than ever, her life was ultimately taken, and her memory deserves to be respected. However, at the time of writing, very little is known about Celeste. Those who have described her to the media have only had small interactions with her. She was described by friends and family as being a shy, soft-spoken girl who was bubbly and sweet. Her home life was said to be fraud, as according to a person claiming to be her cousin, she had run away from home 4 times prior to when she went missing, and sometimes had lived with her extended family. A small update has come out right before we posted this video, but according to the Riverside County Sheriff's Department, deputies were called to her residence at least 11 times in just 1 year, and reportedly came 3 times in 1 day. Calls were listed as minor crime investigations. However, specific details about these calls have not been publicized. Her ex-boyfriend has also come forward and did an interview with TMZ, which we can of course not include in this video, as they continue to block our video from going live. However, in the interview, the boyfriend states that Celeste often joked about running away from home. This is to confirm that we know the home life was fraud. However, the details are still murky. Young teens running away from home is not uncommon, even from more stable households. I think one reason for this is because they start to realize how little control they have over their almost adult lives. During puberty, the brain is flooded with hormones like dopamine, cortisol, testosterone, and estrogen. These magnify emotions to an almost cinematic scale. Every time your parents tell you no, it feels like the end of the world, and like they couldn't possibly understand you. Your prefrontal cortex is still under construction, meaning that there's an inability to fully grasp the immensity of some decisions and conceptualize long-term consequences. That's why so many young teens run away from home. It isn't usually a calculated plan, but rather an impulsive response to feelings of discontentment or conflict. They're ultimately experimenting with autonomy at the very moment their biology makes them the most vulnerable to extreme emotions. And this is precisely why predators enter the story. Sexual predators are opportunists who understand teen psychology frighteningly well. They understand that a teenager frustrated with their parents or bored with their hometown is not experiencing something abnormal. Predators will hijack those feelings and redirect them. They'll validate a teen's frustrations, saying things like, "Your parents don't understand you, but I do. I'm the real deal. And wow,
Yeah,
I
come
can't
join
believe
my
your
Discord
mom doesn't
server."
understand how cool and mature you are the way that I do." They make the minor feel understood, over-validating their reaction in order to gain their trust and endear themselves to them. Eventually, the idea of running away from home will come up. usually as an aside from the minor, who has been thoroughly groomed, and so the predator will jump on it. They'll frame running away from home as a romantic, Shakespearean gesture, an escape to freedom and love. The predator will then promise to help them, to hide them if the cops come after them, and will promise to be a better alternative to their wretched family. We've seen this happen countless times, even with minors who come from a happy, normal home. But predators tend to target children who are either being abused or neglected to some degree. A child from a stable, well-supported home usually has layers of watchful eyes, consistent boundaries, and strong self-esteem built from reinforcement. Targeting them means it's more likely for a predator's crimes to land them in jail. But when a child grows up in a single-parent home or in poverty, the cracks can become wider. And this isn't because those children are any less resilient or capable, but because the conditions of their environment make them more of a viable option to someone searching for vulnerability. Single parents often juggle multiple jobs just to keep the lights on. It doesn't mean they don't love their children deeply, but it does mean that supervision isn't always airtight.
Edgerman did the same thing to a 13-year-old American Indian. Know about it, didn't think about it.
Can lead to the minor feeling as if they don't matter.
That one I never heard about.
May be eroding. A child who spends more time alone or online without much oversight becomes easier for a predator to access. Add in financial stress, and the household atmosphere may feel tense or chaotic. Children in those settings may long for stability, comfort, or attention, and predators are skilled at packaging themselves as the answer to those unspoken needs. Predators also prey on unmet emotional needs. A child who doesn't feel consistently affirmed or heard at home may be drawn to anyone who offers a sense of belonging. That's the predator's script. You're special. You're mature. You're different from everyone else. For a kid navigating a rough life at home, that can feel extremely validating. So when you put it all together, the reason children from single-parent or disadvantaged homes are targeted is not because of some flaw in those children. It's because predators calculate risk. They look for children who are less likely to have adults hovering over their shoulder, or less likely to confide in a parent who has time to intervene.
Kevin Spacey defense.
They're less likely to have the financial or emotional resources to push back. It's cold, it's deliberate, and it works only because the very circumstances of hardship create the gaps predators slither into. That is all to say that while we don't know the kind of home Celeste was brought up in, we do know that she felt isolated enough to run away multiple times, and that she was likely lured by the man she idolized online, David.
Yes, here's the
Burke
guy.
was born March 28, 2005, in Queens, New York, before his family eventually relocated to Houston,
I'm sorry,
Texas.
he looks really
David
zesty.
was particularly drawn into the Fortnite community, first trying to become a gaming YouTuber and Twitch streamer in his early teens. The earliest video we were able to source was when he would have been about 13 years old, when his mother was homeschooling him. However, due to how oversaturated the online gaming community is, his videos would fail to garner any audience on their own. He then shifted his strategy and began to upload his clips, along with other streamers' clips, with popular music. David would gravitate to independent artists whose music was trending on TikTok or other social media.
Oh man, their
and would
special
gain
is
an
so
even
good
bigger
for Kirby
audience.
Melee.
However, he ran into one small issue. Because he was using other people's music, his videos would get copyright claimed. This meant that all of the money made on them would go to the copyright owner, whether that be the musician or the label that they were on. Burke would state on his YouTube channel that he found this to be frustrating and an abuse of the copyright system on YouTube, which it objectively was not. David would then vent his frustrations to his mother, who pushed him to make his own music for the videos. David had grown up around gospel
the mom
music,
just wanted him
but
to be
in his time
creative.
online had become a fan of rap, hip-hop, indie, and alt-rock. He would state that he gravitated towards darker, more macabre aesthetics, finding a, quote, identity in them, unquote. He claimed that there was a sort of inherent darkness to him that could only come out when he was writing, saying he specifically related heavily to Kira from the anime Death Note. Great. He began releasing his music on SoundCloud in 2021, at the age of 16. His songs often revolved around him being tortured psychologically and being a bad boyfriend or partner. His writing was purposely vague, but he leaned heavily into a sort of tortured artist motif, repeating that he was a bad guy trying to be good, and how even though he was ultimately hurting the other person, they shouldn't leave him because that would be cruel. In our research, we've read through the majority of his lyrics, and almost all of them tell the same story. I'm a bad person, I'm hurting you, but don't leave me though, because that would hurt me more than anything, rinse and repeat. He also seemed to write about running away a lot, whether that be his love interest running away from the past, or them running away together, or her running away from him. but the repetitive nature of his writing didn't gain any widespread notice until recently. His music began to gain attention, with his lyrics being applicable to young people on TikTok. In particular, his song Romantic Homicide went viral, with over 1.5 billion streams at the time of writing. This attention led to
Romantic Homicide sounds like the name of an investigation discovery show.
him signing with Interscope, one of the major music labels who had previously copyright claimed his videos. David ultimately had done what so many young people longed to do. He turned his creative efforts into a real career, garnered thousands of fans, and was being widely lauded for his work. With his fame and success came a certain amount of power which he immediately used to start predating on one of his fans. Before we go any further, we have to discuss just the facts of the case. Celeste would finally go missing on February 14th, 2024. This is the first confirmed time she ran away from home, according to People.com, and it's widely believed that she did so to spend Valentine's Day with David. This image was taken and circulated during that time, which many believe show her with him, although her face is...
It looks like one of the bandits that used to frequent the old store, the Alphabet Bandit.
...is covered by a bag he reportedly bought for her. She returned home sometime after that. However, on March 18th, she reportedly ran away from home again. And again, she would return home after a short while. She would then run away from home the final time on April 5th, 2024. On the missing child poster, it would state that she was wearing gray pants, a black sweater, and Hello Kitty sandals when she was last seen. Celeste was reportedly a big fan of Hello Kitty, something that David would go on to reference in multiple social media posts about her. According to TMZ, her mother would state that she was last seen with her boyfriend named David. However, the reporting does not make
I wonder
it clear
which
whether
David
that
it's
information
referring
was
to.
given to the police at the time, or whether that is something that they found out more recently. It's also been reported that Celeste's mother
I wonder who
knew that she
David
was
could
dating
possibly
someone
be.
named David, but allegedly believed him to be a 14-year-old boy, and not a famous musician who had spent a considerable amount of time grooming her minor daughter. Another quick update. According to the neighbor's Ring doorbell footage, Celeste had returned to the family home sometime in September. The footage, which was made public by TMZ, shows Celeste screaming at her neighbors over a prank.
Let me talk real quick, okay? You gonna let me talk? I know what you talk. No, you ain't gonna let me talk. Why you not gonna let me talk? You tripping. I ain't tripping. Nah, you tripping. Out the door and you tripping.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's right. And nails on a chalkboard. Why are the Latinas always like this chat?
The fact that Celeste came home and that was never updated to the police or on her missing persons posters is vitally important, as it shows that the police and the public were working
She's
with outdated
13,
information,
guys.
and that, to some degree, her
Why is
parents
she
were
acting
allowing
like
her to
she's
come and go
20?
as she pleased.
Get off the
It also
neighbor's
illustrates
ass.
why the police probably didn't
Shit.
take her disappearance as seriously as others. Based solely on the facts of the case, Celeste was a troubled young girl who routinely ran away from home, but always seemed to come back, meaning that it was less likely that she'd been
Yeah, I blame
abducted
Hot
or she
Cheetos
was being
and
held
charge
against her
phone
will.
and
With that in
TikTok.
mind, the police in the area would likely not take her case very seriously, because they would assume that she was just hanging out with friends and not an actual danger. This is not a defense of the police in this case, just a general overview of how they operate. Frankly speaking, since they had been called to the home at least 11 times in 1 year and had multiple reports of Celeste running away, a CPS investigation should have been opened. Something was clearly wrong in that home or in her personal life that needed to be examined. However, no one took the time to do so. Because Celeste's family didn't update the police that she had returned home, then later left again, they weren't working with accurate or up-to-date information. The circumstances around her going missing had changed, and that should have been made clear to law enforcement, so they could at least try and find her. In June of 2024, Celeste would be seen wearing a large black hoodie, pink sweatpants, and Hello Kitty Crocs backstage at one of David's concerts. She kept her hoodie up, obviously trying to cover her face as to not be recognized, but some fans were able to get her on video. This sighting flew under the radar, as her missing persons case did not gain any sort of widespread attention, and it would be nearly a year before this video would be seen as evidence. Almost a year later, on September 3rd, 2025, a Tesla was reported to the police as being abandoned in a Hollywood Hills neighborhood. The area is famously stringent about street parking, which meant that after 5 days, it was towed away. According to TMZ, the Tesla had
some
been in
quick,
the area since
true
May
crime
and would
and
move
Kirby
every
to
few days
unwind
to show
tonight.
that it had not been abandoned. Notably, the vehicle was registered to David Anthony Burke. It hadn't been reported stolen and was reportedly in the proximity to a residence that was rented by David's manager and used frequently by
Yeah,
the singer.
David didn't
A
steal
few
it.
days
He bought it off an
the
auction.
Tesla was impounded
He
and
got
taken to Hollywood Tow.
He got it
However,
from the
once there,
towing company
the staff
at an
reported
auction.
a foul smell emanating from the vehicle and called law enforcement. Upon their arrival, they searched the vehicle and found Celeste's remains. She had been dismembered, placed in a plastic garbage bag, and left in the trunk of the vehicle. The length of their relationship is still currently unknown. However, according to Celeste's own accounts, she made a Discord account on January 4th, 2021, when she would have been 10 years old. This is the account that she would use to interact with David, more specifically in his fan Discord. In March of 2022, David would release the song, Decide. The lyrics read, quote, "I cannot wait until I undo all my mistakes. Maybe then we can just run away. Do you feel at home when you're by my side?" Unquote. And then, quote, "Save your tears, 7 years. I know life is complicated. You don't have to say no more. Don't know if I'm going to make it." At the time, Celeste would have been 11 years old.
These are the
which
lyrics
makes
of what
David's
kids are
reference
listening to
7
these
years
days.
appear to be an allusion to him having to wait for her until she's 18, which he immediately
He's a
undermines in the next
pedophile!
lyric, where he
Look
says
him up!
he doesn't know if he would be able to, quote, "make it," unquote. Because the song talks about running away repeatedly, as well as 7 years, and him needing to wait for something to happen in the relationship for
It's
it to
kind
be
of crazy how
okay.
your lyrics can be
People
that
believe the
explicit
song
and
is
just
about
nothing
Celeste.
happens to
If
you.
that is true, we can actually see multiple grooming techniques used within the lyrics, particularly in the ending line, which is repeated throughout, where David sings, quote, "You're the one who started this," unquote. This is something that sexual predators will say frequently, both to their victims and if their crimes are eventually exposed. They'll put forward the notion that it was the child who came onto them, and then they were pursued romantically by the minor, and if it's anyone's fault, it's the child, which makes little logical sense. Children, especially those going through puberty, will misplace romantic feelings onto the adults in their lives. This is often because they want to be viewed as more mature. However, that of course doesn't justify an adult exploiting those misplaced feelings. Children cannot reasonably understand the impact of their own actions. They can't think through the consequences of their
frontal
decisions,
cortex hasn't been
and will
fully
often
developed.
express the desire to do things that will objectively cause them harm. So that doesn't make it okay for the adults around them to allow them to do those things. If the song is about Celeste, David is putting pressure onto the 11-year-old to take care of his mental health and general well-being, all because she was a fan of his and, quote, "started this." However, what did her, quote, "starting this," unquote, look like? Her liking his Fortnite gameplay? Her enjoying his music? I mean, come on. A child should be allowed to like a celebrity and interact with their work without that being misconstrued as a romantic pursuit. Predators will often reframe the child as being the aggressor in order to justify their own actions. While this rarely works on the adults they speak to, it does, however, work on their child victims. The adult will often emphasize how dangerous what they are doing is to the minor victim, repeating that if they are caught, the predator's life will be ruined. They will go to prison, they'll lose their job, and so on. They place the immensity of that stress onto the child's shoulders in order to keep them quiet and submissive to them. They will also place their mental health onto the child's shoulders, saying that if anyone were to find out about their crimes, or if the child were to break up with them, they would end their own life. It's a sick type of manipulation that we see
just
in
disable
our
the
Catch
feature
Predator
social media
videos,
apps unless you're
but
18.
David's lyrics
People will
appear to
find
be
their way
more
around it. They'll just lie about their
artistic, public versions
age,
of that. May
like they
10th,
used to back in the
2022,
2000s.
David would tweet out, quote, "When I was writing this, I got a notie from you, as you were talking about wanting to be with your mom and sister again. Take me where I belong, but our circumstances won't allow us to be in our ideal situations. We gotta push through it, bro. Crossed finger emoji, black heart emoji." Some of the general public have also linked this to be about Celeste. This, of
Turban
course,
head
isn't
piece in
direct
the game
evidence
is
by
killing
any
me.
means.
Who
However,
not for
even
the
if this
team?
tweet was about someone his own age, it still displays an obviously abusive relationship dynamic. If you're in a relationship with someone who's trying to keep you from your family, or someone who refuses to allow you to leave them, that is abuse. It doesn't matter if they're dealing with extreme feelings of abandonment, or they're an artist who mythologizes their own bad behavior. No person should keep you away from the people who love you. In May, he released yet another song. The song was centered around his romantic interest running away from her past, which he actively encourages her to do. Running away from someone's past is usually framed as a negative thing, one in which a friend or family member would not encourage. But if the running away is literal, and something that David wanted Celeste to do in order to stay together, the lyrics would make a fair bit of sense. Shortly thereafter, David would release another song, this time titled Never Again. In this song, David talks about being away from his partner, that they've been gone for too long, and that he needs to bring them back home with him. People have also theorized that he wrote this when Celeste had returned home to be with her family, and he was of course upset with her about that. On July 27th, 2022, David would then release Here With Me, one of his most streamed songs. The chorus is the part that went viral, with many people using it for romantic edits and videos via TikTok, Instagram, and other social media. As the lyrics read out, I don't care how long it takes, as long as I'm with you, I've got a smile on my face. Again, we see the theme of waiting for something to happen in a romance. Of course, this could also be applicable to long-distance relationships, or when you're just going through a hard time. But alongside his previous song in which 7 years was referenced, this line now holds a darker meaning. 2022 would also be the first time David would seemingly release music on Celeste's birthday, September 7th. This disturbing tradition was started on her 12th birthday, with the song Romantic Homicide. The music video featured a girl that looks similar to Celeste, wearing a wedding dress. David, of course, wearing white surgical gauze over his eyes, kills the girl in the dress by stabbing her in the stomach. Seems like a pretty balanced guy. The song has a line where David sings he killed a person in the back of his mind, as if she was dead to him, and he ultimately is unaffected. There is no evidence at the time of recording that David knew Celeste at this time that has been independently verified. But the fact that the video was released on her birthday and the girl featured in the video looks so much like her feels like a bit more than a coincidence. The first piece of evidence of David interacting with Celeste is this screenshot taken from the aforementioned fan Discord server. David's account messaged the general chat, quote, "Celeste in here?" unquote, with Celeste's account immediately responding with, "Hi David, bark," unquote. Her message back to him is entirely in uppercase, showing her excitement to be interacting with someone she is obviously a fan of, and there is debate as to whether or not she meant to write Burke, as in his last name, or bark, like she were a dog. We've become aware that barking at someone online is considered flirting in some spheres. This lone public message shows a degree of familiarity between the two. It is absolutely not the first interaction. David would have been 17 at this time, and Celeste would have just turned 12 the month before. Because the date of the music video
you can overlay the stickers.
The video looking so
I'm messing around right now, but I did do
as well
this.
as the date Celeste's Discord account was made, his lyrics
This is Lolo's harem.
Wait 7 years and running away, and the familiarity within one public message between the two, many believe that the two had, at the very least, interacted since she was about 11 years old. November that year, he would release the music video for Here With Me, once again utilizing a female actress that resembled Celeste. Unlike Romantic Homicide, the video doesn't end with his character murdering her. Instead, she dies of old age, and an actor portraying his older self walks into the ocean, only to be reunited with her in the afterlife. Or at least, that's what we took away from the imagery. Either way, in each potential depiction of his relationship with Celeste, she dies and he outlives her. This is also the repeated motif of him having an alter ego of sorts, one whose eyes are always blindfolded by white gauze and covered in blood. He spoke to many publications about his character, and how it's essentially his dark passenger, so to speak. The character's name is Itami, spelled with a 4 instead of an A, like in his own name. Itami means pain in Japanese, and the character was supposed to be a personification of everything terrible that David has done. Though it's obvious he is utilizing the character artistically, David has made a character that he can push all of his wrongdoings onto. It wasn't David grooming and sexually abusing a minor, it was Itami, and so on. He
come
stated
on.
that his songs are somewhat...
No, fuck that. It wasn't me. It was my evil twin, bro. My evil twin is the pedophile.
A character that he can push all of his wrongdoings onto. It wasn't David grooming and sexually abusing a minor, it was Itami. And
you can make the stickers
he
bigger.
He stated that his songs are somewhat autobiographical and made about real situations that he's been in, meaning that the examples of him pushing responsibility away from himself and onto his agent of chaos character, the one who talks about how he wanted to kill someone for not wanting to date him and wanting to hurt the child he's grooming, is something that he has done himself. But he can alleviate some of the weight of those actions by simply saying it wasn't technically him doing it. It was the evil that lives inside of him. It's incredibly normal to not want to identify
Seems
with
like it's
some of the
always
worst
the
things
evil
you've
that's
ever done.
responsible
You
for
want
the
to
bad
view
things that you
yourself
do.
as a good friend, a good relative, and a good person. So you try and forget about the times that you snapped at people or deliberately fucked someone over. But to create an avatar to remove any responsibility from yourself is another idea entirely. If that is in fact what David is doing here, it shows that he doesn't actually take any responsibility for his negative actions, and therefore is not willing to change them.
The evil
If you
within
don't
me did
acknowledge
it,
your
Your
faults,
Honor.
You're not accepting them. You can't fix a problem that you don't think is there. One of the next videos he would release is for a song called Sleep Well, where he once again utilizes an actress who looks incredibly similar to Celeste. None of the song's lyrics are notable, although he once again writes about how he's not a great guy in their relationship, but that the real problem is her not liking when he isn't a great guy. Wow. One of the next songs he released is called Backstreet Girl, and in the lyrics he sings, quote, "Loving you too soon? No. But I don't want to wait too long for someone to love you before I do," unquote, which is a sentiment that we've heard from multiple pedophiles. This lyric is almost R. Kelly levels of cut and dry, as he directly states that he is interested in her because she's a minor, because she's a virgin, and that he isn't going to wait for her to be able to give consent, because that wouldn't be as fun. There are a number of other songs released in the meantime, many of them talking about running away, being in love with someone you can't have, or being altogether tortured by a romantic relationship. But on September 7th, 2023, Celeste's 13th birthday, David would post a new song to Discord, titled Birthday Suicide. The lyrics read as a goodbye letter to his family because he's going to kill himself. But the cover art that originally circulated was
Did he do
of
it?
him and a girl that is likely Celeste. In the photo, she's covering her face with a bag, but you can see her forehead, eyebrows, and hair, all of which resembles photos of her during that time. Releasing a song called Birthday Suicide on her birthday is disturbing for a lot of reasons, not least is the fact that he would be directly attempting to put his mental well-being onto her as a 13-year-old, despite the fact that he is the adult and a famous wealthy musician who she met on a fan Discord. He's telling her that if he were to ever hurt himself, it would be her fault, that any mistakes she makes could directly
It's
result
your
in him
fault,
ending his
bitch.
life. The sheer amount of pressure that would put on her is immense, but this is another tactic not uncommon for sexual predators. One of the reasons they target children is so they can have a sense of control over them. They don't want to be with an adult because they have the ability to think through conflicts and address problems and come to their own conclusions. Meanwhile, if you were to tell a child that if they step on a crack, they'll break their mother's back and so on, they're likely to take you at face value. So if and when the child begins to do something the predator doesn't like in this case, where she's seemingly asked to go home to see her family, he can tell her that if she were to leave, even just for a day, he'll probably kill himself. His songs say as much. It's one of the only reoccurring themes. The same day, he premiered the anime music video for his song Rehab. The music video depicts his evil alter ego dismembering and killing another girl. Similarly, images of David and Celeste taken around this time
I guess
would
he
be
can't show
posted
this
to
'cause
social
he's a
media.
copyright
Celeste,
striking
it would
bitch.
seem, would talk to her friends and peers about her relationship with David, which most people didn't seem too troubled by. Again, we're talking about children and teens who wouldn't necessarily be able to understand why their relationship would be wrong. At the same time, David would record a demo for a song titled Celeste, which has understandably been linked to her. The lyrics revolve around how David loves Celeste, how she gets him high without needing drugs, and he states that she, a 13-year-old, has gotten his name tattooed on her chest. There are conflicting reports about this tattoo, with some sites saying that she did in fact have his name on her and others denying the claim. However, she did have a matching tattoo on her right index finger, spelling out "shh" with 3 H's. While this tattoo is incredibly common, the fact that it matched David's has led many people to believe that this was a couple tattoo, which indicated the secret relationship between the pair. The song also has lyrics about being suicidal over their love, and how he is, quote, afraid she'll only love him when she's undressed, unquote, which indicates that he had sexually abused her at this point. It should also be noted that David did have another friend
Execute
named
him.
Celeste, who wasn't a minor. There are conflicting reports about whether or not they were dating or had dated during the same time. Most of these reports are unverified, and when looking into the relationship between the two, we found that most of the statements were made by third parties who were simply speculating. At some point, David began streaming Fortnite on Twitch in his off time, and he would routinely show Celeste during these streams. In one clip that has been circulated, Celeste says, quote, "It's controversial that you rape kids," unquote. David then ends the stream after telling his mods to delete everything.
I media trained you. That's controversial.
It's controversial of kids.
Really good.
Okay,
It's
bye.
been a good one. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my. Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes.
As mentioned earlier, Celeste would
He's
officially go
sweeping it
missing
up!
on April 5th, 2024.
Arrest him!
Friends and family would also state that they had gotten messages from her and knew she was alive, although she was still legally missing. 4 months after going missing, she would be spotted backstage with David at one of his concerts. The vast majority of people were not aware that Celeste was a missing child, and therefore this video flew under the radar until her body was discovered. However, it would appear that some people within David's own Discord were aware of the situation and actively spoke about it. On August 16, 2024, David would write that he was in a song crisis, meaning either he didn't know what song to release next or was experiencing writer's block. In response, someone would write, "Drop the one with the missing girl, Celeste Rivas Hernandez." This same user allegedly tried to warn people about David being a pedophile. However, their messages were of course ignored. He would write more songs about Celeste, including one called Hello Kitty Shirt, in reference to the fact that she loved Hello Kitty, and was reportedly wearing sandals with a character on it when she went missing. In February of 2025, he would put out the song One More Dance, and in the music video, he would once again cast someone who looked similar to Celeste. The video depicts his alter ego killing him, then putting them in the trunk of his car. This seems to be in reference to him having to kill off the side of himself that knows being in a relationship with a child is wrong. Celeste's body was discovered the day after her birthday, September 8th, 2025. She would have been 15 years old, but instead she'd been killed, savagely dismembered, and left to decompose in the trunk of David's Tesla. Something that has been made abundantly clear throughout David's music and social media presence is his own affinity for the macabre. We can see this through the symbolism he uses in his music, and how he has spoken about the avatar that he uses in his music videos as being sort of a Jekyll and Hyde character. He wants to be good, he wants to be a loving and supportive person, but his shadow self won't let him. When he feels angry or hurt, he simply can't control.
It's literally that Facebook meme of like, I'm the nicest guy you'll ever meet, but also a twisted fucking psychopath.
What happens next, meaning that the hurt he inflicts upon others simply isn't his fault, and therefore isn't his responsibility. We often see this kind of behavior in abusers, where they will blame their violence on the fact that they were stressed or under the influence. It wasn't really them that lashed out at their victim. It was something negative inside of them. Therefore, they don't need to seek therapy or professional help for what they did. This usually gets turned around on the victim over time, with the abuser convincing them that, had they not been so demanding, then they wouldn't have had to put their hands on them, which is never really the case. For example, one of his earliest songs is titled Runaway. He says in the lyrics, quote,
"Yeah, you're gonna want to run away from this dude."
No. So many times I've tried to show him. What's the issue? What's up with you lately? Said you don't want me, but you're the one I need and you run away. End quote.
I can be your angel or your
devil. This is just a song and it doesn't matter. The contents of the song showcase a lack of personal responsibility on his part. He agrees that he is the one who has issues, though he remains vague as to what those issues are. He has a problem, but immediately shifts the responsibility for the problem onto the other person. The person he is describing doesn't want to deal with his issues, likely because they are hurting her as well. They keep running away from him, which he classifies as the real problem in the relationship. They don't want to put up with his issues, so they're actually the real antagonist here, not the nondescript issues that he has. David depicted this in almost all of his songs.
I'm actually not sure,
videos,
Carl. He was cooperating, and then he wasn't cooperating, and now he's considered a suspect.
Thinking in posts on social
but
media.
why wasn't he considered a suspect from
TikTok,
like
David
minute
supports
one?
The idea of a very parasitic, possessive love, one in which violence is an acceptable response to negative feelings of jealousy or anger.
Oh, he's a Silent Hill 2 fan.
He has scrubbed his reposts of such content. He validated the idea of becoming incensed, violent, and homicidal over the idea of his partner having been with anyone else, as if that was normal, which of course it isn't. It's normal to feel uncomfortable and jealous over a partner's past relationships, especially if those relationships resulted in that person being hurt. You love them, you want them to be safe, and you know that the person harmed them physically or emotionally. But any reasonable adult should be able to work through those feelings and understand that you cannot punish your boyfriend or girlfriend or spouse for having lived a life before you. Granted, it once again should be pointed out that David likely began talking to Celeste when she was 11 years old, meaning that if she did have a previous romantic relationship, it was either with another child, so it was basically harmless, or she'd been preyed upon by another adult. But given that he even considered having a sexual relationship with a minor acceptable in the first place, it would make sense that he would then excuse physically abusing said child in order to make himself feel better about the potential sexual abuse she had undergone before him. Based on the content that he's put out, it's evident to us that this is a person who feels no sense of shame in their own depravity, because he believes it adds a certain sense of artistic flair to his work. In his mind, his extreme reactions,
She was
his
nothing but
anger
character
and
development
abusive
for
and
his Jekyll
potentially
and Hyde
homicidal
fucking
urges
LARP.
are just the price that he has to pay for artistic merit, and so he doesn't need to change anything. It's obvious at the very least that he did have an inappropriate sexual relationship with this child, and he purposely kept her from her family, and we believe based solely on the information provided in this video, and he's likely responsible for her death. But at the time of recording, he has not been named a suspect, and is not under any official investigation. While most people have found—
Now that has been updated, that has changed according to an update given to me from the one and only Ken Goon, who's also following this case like a hawk. He's now considered a suspect and no longer cooperating.
that fact frustrating,
What a shock!
and feel as if the police are not properly doing their job, their methodology does make sense. They need to create the most robust case possible for making an arrest or bringing a suspect in for questioning. They're fact-checking every story that has been posted on social media. They're gathering evidence, validating that evidence, and thoughtfully retracing Celeste's last known steps. A person of interest, a suspect, or an arrest will likely not be made public until they feel as if they have a solid case against that person. And given that David is a famous, wealthy musician, their goal would be to make sure he feels as if he isn't being looked at as a suspect by them, so he doesn't flee the country. Celeste was 14 years old when she was killed. She was a little girl who had a full life ahead of her, and did not deserve what was done to her. With all of that said, let us know what you think about this case in the comments down below. As always, if there's a case you would like to bring more attention to, or a story you would like to see on the channel, let me know by leaving me a comment or sending me an email at dreading.official@gmail.com. Remember, stay safe.
And yeah, to go back to what I was saying earlier, it's pretty crazy how for the longest time he wasn't considered a suspect, and he was cooperating at first. He allowed them to search the Tesla, if I'm not mistaken, and now he's turned tail, did a 180, not cooperative, and not allowing not cooperating with them, and now considered a suspect. I think he obviously did it. It's like no fucking question. Like, what the fuck? Who else could have done it? You get it? Yeah, okay, the Tesla was towed as like a body. There you go. These Trump Epstein emails legit. I haven't been able to keep up. Explode a child and you're done. Nah, it says emails. Allegedly, they're true. I haven't looked at them though. All I know is that Bill Clinton is Bubba, and both Hillary and Trump have allegedly, parentheses, sucked them off. I don't know the truth of it. If you want to know the truth about it. A lot of them straight up talk about trafficking. They're legit rid of Dustin. They're disgusting. Oh man. Well, let's get some consequences. Let's hit the consequences goal. We'll see what comes of that case. I'm very interested because that dude, that was a Twitch streamer. A guy on the purple platform. The platform you're using right now. And he's getting away with it. Okay, but 4 hours in, it's about to be 4 a.m. for me. I think I should do the responsible thing and get some shut-eye before I completely collapse. A vehicle action game with simple controls. Not according to the reviewers. I will definitely play more of this tomorrow. I will be doing, I think I'm gonna do a lobby with Shroom. And so if anybody else has the game, the lobby will be open. And we'll just stick around in the various modes. That'll be a short one before anime night. But yeah, should be fun. I will play it throughout the week as well. Basically, I'm gonna no-life this and try to get all those achievements unlocked and get all that done before Metroid comes out. A scam stream? Wow, what do you mean scam stream? Seems like no matter what you vote, who you vote for is an L. Finally! You're waking up to the truth! It's like that one Simpsons bit, all the way back in 96. I guess I'll vote for a third party. Go ahead. Throw your vote away. Ah! At least you'll still have your imaginary integrity. I'm completing this for Silent Hill F. We will return to Silent Hill F. I went back and finished Pac-Man. I keep my promises. Alright, but I'm gonna read off the stuff. Thank you so much, guys, for the double hype train. I will read everything off. Oh, let's get the Brave off screen. I think I know who I'm gonna raid. This is gonna be someone we haven't raided before. This is, it's another one of those, I got a gift sub, and I don't know who this person is. So we're gonna try them out, and they might be cool. If they're cool, we might stick around for the future and visit them more often, like the Montana lady. But yeah, I was in my notifications. It's like, whoa, you gotta give sub to this individual. I'm like, okay, don't know who this person is, so we're gonna play Russian roulette. They might be robust. Now, it's very difficult when it comes to other creators outside the sector. They might be based or cringe, or they might be neither one, but at least they don't let it infect the content. Is it another femboy? I'm actually so disgusted that you would even suggest that I will confirm to you now it's not a femboy. Getting gifts up to a streamer you've never seen. This has happened multiple times to me in the past, which is why I'm doing this. We're investigating the people I am getting gift subs to. Now I don't know how the RNG works. Allegedly, this is because maybe I fell asleep to the person that I raided one night, and then they raided someone else, and then they raided someone else, and then they raided someone else, and I wake up, and it's not the person that I got a gift sub to. I wake up to a different person, but like the second person that got raided in that chain is the person you end up getting the gift sub to. But because you were asleep during their entire remainder of their stream, you don't even remember being there. So I checked the history because I'm like, okay, well, if my theory is true, obviously I have been in this person's stream at some point before to be entered in the RNG lottery for whenever they get a bunch of gift subs. And apparently, on the 20th of October, I raided someone and then fell asleep. And then they raided like another person, and then another person, and then another person. And this guy was like the fourth person in that chain. And when I woke up, I was like on the sixth person that was raided. Yeah, I did some detective work. That happens to me. What's wrong with femboys? I didn't say anything was wrong with femboys. I was just disgusted that Pimpan would suggest that it has to be a femboy. It's not a femboy or a catboy, Perez. Not a femboy. No, it's not a femboy. Every time I raid one, you're like, oh my god, it's another femboy thing. There's like, what? There's like 5 femboys. Out of the 20 or so non-sector people that have been raided, a fourth of them just so happen to be female presenting. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're enjoying people outside the sector and giving people a chance. Alright, but let me prep this. The other reason why I'm rating them is because I guess it's their birthday, and that's why they got the gifted subs. They got what? Like, I came in and they got 75, and then while I was trying to figure out like where the fuck I had even been to this person's stream before, they got another 75 subs. So this individual is really raking it in. So I think it would be cool if even if it's not your cup of tea, let's wish this person a happy birthday. All right, we're roosting. People of the sector and femboys are in Dinger's follower list. That's what you want to believe. Technically, with who I'm gonna send you to, that's gonna be debunked because he doesn't fall into either of those categories. All right, Pablo, let's go. Bye bye. How do we always run into each other like this, chat? How does it always turn into this? It's nice to rest your thanks for stopping by. another 4 hours of city trial chill. Sorry I couldn't give you another 11 hours. I really should have streamed Thursday, but it was a long work day, and I was crashing out after that Wednesday 11-hour stream, so I apologize for that. But hopefully this was enough to make up for it. Certainly, I will continue to get better in the game as the days go on. I figured this game will be pretty okay to watch videos too. Catch up on the playlist here. Maybe next time we'll do... The Donkey Kong guy has put out a lot of videos since the Bonanza DLC dropped. So I would like to catch up with him next if possible. But we still have a lot of true crime to catch up with too. So it'll probably be a mix and match. There's also Synthetic Man's Outer Worlds 2 review, and Frogmire's already put out another video shitting on Pokemon. No, I like the DK guy. The DK guy is chill. No, Arlo hasn't put out a video yet. Arlo has not done a stream of Kirby. He's not put out a review of Kirby. He's not put out a lazy impressions video of Kirby. Nothing Kirby from Arlo. But he doesn't like Kirby anyway. He hates Kirby. It's a known fact that he seethes whenever Kirby gets a game. Shameful. Imagine seething at Kirby. Synthetic Man, though, he's been no-lifing, absolutely no-lifing the Kirby content. He's already done like at least 2 streams of Kirby. Yeah, more Kirby hates him too. Ah! Alright, where is Streamlabs? Oh, buddy, here it is. Yeah, who would hate Kirby? Could you believe it? Okay, thank you to SBT Coyote, the follow behind the scenes, Infamous KS, the 10 bits, Ikamui, re-up with the Prime for 5 months in a row, 7 months total. Peaches Game, re-up tier 1 for 45 months in a row, 45 months total. Pim Pam, tier 1 is 16 months. GPM, tier 2, 24 months. Hey, _Carl. Hey, Carl, tier 2 for 38 months. Infamous KSD, 10 bits. BR Joe, the tier 1 for 18 months. Appreciate it. Thank you so much, guys. The double hype train. 2 hype trains today. Really appreciate it. You didn't have to do it, but you did it anyway. And I appreciate you so much for doing it. Okay, this is where we're going. This is where we're going to. If it's not your cup of tea, I understand, bish. You can go to Shroom Stream or Chalupa Stream. But let's go over there and just say happy birthday. We have to pay back the gift sub. Listen, we have to pay back the gift sub. I gotta be nice to the people who go to the extra mile of gifting subs to people I've never heard of. They're playing Killer Frequency. I have heard of this game. This must be a Tevin type game. I swear I've seen Tevin play this game before. Bye-bye, adios, maybe time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I can see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Solid. Played that for a little bit, so did DSP. Oh, there you go. Let's do a mix and match here. Simple raid message plus happy birthday. Alright, but this is uncharted territory. I don't know dick all about this guy. Don't go in there being weird. You represent the dinguses, the dingers and the dongers. Don't bring up Phil. And we'll see you on the next one. You're gonna say slurs? Alright, well you represent yourself if you do that. You don't represent me. Alright, bye-bye. Take it easy.